listen to
freak
me,
out.
okay?
No one's muting you, but you.
Harmful. It is
Someday,
harmful. It is harmful to make people think that democracy
it's harmful.
doesn't work when democracy
Yeah,
works.
It doesn't
Okay,
work.
can you
It
engage with
doesn't
that,
work.
please?
Yeah, it doesn't work. You don't even need flat earthers to talk about that. There's
Okay, I'm
lots
going
of
to give you
people.
some examples now. So Joe Biden just
communist.
increased the overtime pay threshold in the US for workers that are on what are they?
Yeah, how
On
did
contracts.
democracy work out for the natives? How did that work out?
I don't know, really badly for the natives, but currently in the democracy of the
who
US,
caused more
it
harm?
works.
People who use like a social communist worldview, like the natives.
Oh my God, the natives weren't killed by a democratic government. They were originally invaded by a monarchy, you idiot.
They voted for a policy called Manifest Destiny.
Things have changed, Crit. So shut up and listen to what I'm saying and actually engage with what I'm saying, Crit. Engage with what I'm saying. Either ask me a question I can actually give you an answer to, or engage with what I'm saying.
People who are upset with democracy, you don't need flat earthers for that. There's a lot of people who don't trust democracy.
But can you understand what I'm saying? People that believe the earth is flat have a faulty epistemology such that they think that the 2020 election was stolen.
No, that's quite the opposite.
You think QAnon
people hate flat earthers more than you do.
You think there's 85 million flat earthers, bro? Is that what you're telling me?
QAnon people
I just muted them, man. Dogs, you keep saying all this shit that flat earthers are this and flat earthers are that, and I've got some kind of idea about the fucking elections in America. Like, I don't give a fuck.
He's trying to get you into TOS. Hey,
I literally don't care about any of it, man. Like, all I'm doing is...
Hey, listen, he's trying to get the conversation into TOS violations. Is what he's trying to do.
They'll not get me into that shit. Definitely not get me into that shit.
I just want to
wait a minute, bro. I just muted him so I could say
he's smart.
I don't think any of this, and all those straw men that you want to say, fly earthers or conspiracy theorists and blah 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 blah. All I do is I'm trying to share information to get people to accept their reality, to not think that what they see on TV and all these fucking authorities and all these people with white coats and degrees and all this fucking shit, that they dictate most people's reality. I'm just trying to give out information that makes them think twice, that maybe gets them to stop just like 100% believing in all this fucking nonsense. That's all I'm doing, dogs. All the other stuff you think flat earthers, like we're all some kind of like specific clone of the same fucking person that believes all these things.
Let me try again with this guy, okay?
Bro, impossible. There's no shot.
No, watch. I'll do it, okay?
Okay, so can you guys just let me talk for like 2 minutes without muting me, please?
You're going to keep driving in TOS violations.
I'm not doing that, Chris. What's the TOS violation I was driving towards?
Yeah, the conspiracy theory about stolen elections, the TOS violation.
Is it?
Okay.
Where is that a TOS violation? I don't even know. I know that like some health things are TOS violations and some like hate speech violations, but I didn't know the election.
Yeah, so it's any time you are asking to be muted each time you talk about TOS. You're forcing a moderator.
I didn't know it was TOS. You fucking big boys could just say, "Hey, that's TOS." Maybe shut up instead of muting me every 5 seconds like a bunch of fucking cowards you are.
Look at the Spurg. You're spurging again,
bro. We can tell you, hey, it's wrong, but you just keep yelling at us, bro.
He's spurging out. Like, holy shit.
It's very hard for anyone to discuss and converse.
Okay, you don't. Yeah, here, let me try. Okay. If you think that denying election results and all that stuff, all those people believe the Earth is a globe, every single one of them. If you went to January 6th and did a poll, it would be a 100%. They all think the Earth is a globe. 100%. They're cheering Trump when he made Space Force. You ask QAnon people, why is Space Force important? They said because of space ISIS.
Can I answer now, or are you just going to keep rambling on?
No, you cannot go into TOS violations.
Are you just going to keep talking, or are you going to let me answer?
Yeah, the topic is flat Earth, which is 2 words: flat and Earth, a description of.
No. The topic is you bringing up me, talking about me thinking that flat Earth is harmful.
You were talking about fucking
I linked it to a lot of other conspiracy theories that can cause. Guys, can you stop over talking me every?
Yeah, you're done, dude. You keep going into TOS, okay? There's no conspiracy theory that you'll be able to link flat earther to. Not one. There's not a single conspiracy theory that you'll be able to link flat. What you couldn't do is you can take the globalists and link them to conspiracy theorists. I can cite you Alex Jones. You say Alex Jones is a flat earther. You are incorrect, sir. He hates flat earthers more than you do. He's on the Joe Rogan show almost ready to fight a prize fighter because the prize fighter, Johnny Bravo, was a flat earther. He's like,
Johnny
dude,
Bravo. This guy wanted to fight Johnny Bravo.
Yeah, he was ready to throw down with Johnny Bravo. It's like, dude, you're a fat
Eddie
dude.
Bravo.
Oh, Eddie Bravo. Yeah, sorry.
Johnny
Eddie Bravo.
Funny for that.
Yeah, my bad on that. Okay, so yeah, it's a very. If you watch the podcast, I can't remember what episode it is, but it's taken down. You have to find it on where it's mirrored. You can't even go to Spotify and find the episode anymore. It was like 1493 or something like that. So there isn't any conspiracy theory you can think of is directly connected to people who think the Earth is a globe. There's
Eddie
not
Bravo,
a single.
I'd love to see Eddie Bravo and him fight, man. Eddie would
You
kick
do
his
realize
fucking leg.
Eddie Bravo, just look at every single limb in that man's body.
Yeah, it was a funny thing. He goes, "Watch, I can do a single arm hold on your head, and you won't be able to even get out of it." And he kind of held.
That guy is basically one of the best BJJs to ever exist, bro. He made his own division of BJJ. That guy is ridiculous.
Yeah, and this is how poisoned their mind is. Like when you go down Globetardia so severely, you end up exiting like Alex Jones or like this Dogs as Gods. This is what
I don't know. Well, I think Alex Jones probably knows that the Earth is flat. I mean, he presents that he thinks it's a joke and he takes the piss out of it. It's like a big clown show. And the only twice that he's ever brought up on his show that I've seen anyway, that one time with, what's his name? Was it Durf? And they were just taking the piss. He was just acting ridiculous all the way through it. So anybody who's listening who's not a flat earther, they would have just been laughing along with Alex Jones and not actually listening to any point that Durf made.
Yeah, I'm a fan of Alex Jones because of the big boss like he has. He was in trial defending himself and he called the judge that she was a part of a conspiracy pedophile ring. That was gold, bro. I freaking lost it.
Part of his script, man.
I don't know, man. Takes a lot of balls to call the judge a pedophile.
Mate, the judge is another actor in the show probably as well, man. And then look at Russell Brand.
It wasn't a show. It was an actual court case regarding Sandy Hook.
I know, but as I'm saying, it's part of the show, bro. It's for the general
can
public.
Can get unmuted or what? He's gonna start crying any minute now.
As long as he's yelling and blowing my eardrum, I have no problems, right?
Yeah, I think it's hilarious. I think it's funny as fuck. It might seem like a guilty pleasure, but this is listening to him spurg out is literally putting a smile on my face. It's like it makes me think I know there's a God because at least I'm not him. Okay, thank God for all the blessings. Because I couldn't imagine.
Guys, can you not mute me for a minute?
Dogs, how come as soon as you were unmuted, how come you just started talking, bro? As soon as you're unmuted, you started talking, bro. Fucking hell, man.
I do that because when I actually get the time to talk, you guys just interrupt me anyway. So anytime I'm unmuted now, I've been conditioned by your despicable behaviour to
talk as much as you can.
So here's what I want to say. I didn't actually get close to TOS before Crit when I was muted. So you saying I was close to TOS is a lie. But what I believe that flat Earth is a faulty epistemology that leads people to believe things that could potentially be harmful to them and definitely harmful to society, which can cause things like health misinformation. Now, I didn't say anything about any TOS then at all, even when I said health misinformation. That's not against TOS unless you actually give out advice about health misinformation. So if you guys want to actually address my arguments, go ahead. I'm going to leave in 2 minutes regardless.
Bro,
just leave.
Dogs, I don't believe in crazy fucking conspiracy theories, man. If there's evidence for stuff, I'll look into it. I don't just jump on the bandwagon and go along with shit. I accept reality, man. You don't. You think that you're in motion. Dogs, you think you're in motion. You think the Earth is a shape. You think bodies of water display convexity even when they don't.
What's the evidence for flat Earth?
You're just
Berging out again, dude.
You can't let someone finish it. You need to just talk, bro.
I'm gonna miss you, Dogs. I'll be real with you, brother.
No. I don't know how
let's
you're
just
not
say too.
banned.
He says flat Earth causes medical misinformation. Just
get him out of here.
isolate flat Earth, okay? And then you can look, is there misinformation outside of flat? Like, just a little bit of science will save this guy. Just a small amount, just a little bit of thinking and scientific thinking will save him from himself. Because
Well, he just left.
Let's
yeah,
think
he
about it
does
like
that
this,
when
right?
he's muted.
If his assumption about flat Earth being a belief is correct, then he's attacking our beliefs, right? Get him out of here.
There's nothing wrong with attacking beliefs, as long as you're not doing
No,
it
but I'm
with
just saying.
a
I'm
negative
just
demeanor.
saying, though,
Like
right? Like,
you can, for
what is his
example,
point? What is his point? Is my point. Like, it's
you
like
can, for example, say flat Earth is wrong because of this, and that. But I think it gets a bit extreme when you say flat Earth is wrong. You guys are horrible. You're poisoning the youth. You're gonna do this. You're gonna do that.
it doesn't.
As long as you
Yeah.
get to a point where you're causing theories about
Well,
how it's gonna harm people, then it gets a bit too extreme.
I think the globe is causing harm to children. You're telling kids from fucking the very young
agree.
age to not accept fucking reality, to disregard their senses, disregard observation, disregard the constellations that rotate around them their entire fucking life. So you've just to forget everything that's in reality and just believe what's been taught to you. I think that's extremely harmful, man. It's child abuse, I think.
I'm a fan of free belief as much as the next guy, and free speech as well. I just don't like forced belief and forced speech. I don't want anyone telling me what I have to do, what I have to say, what I have to believe in. The curriculum is a whole another situation that we have to address, which is probably never going to change for the better. The curriculum is forced down by a very specific set of people that take their information from another very specific set of people. Does anyone actually know who sets the curriculum? Who is telling people what to teach?
There'd be some kind of board, I would imagine, dictated by the head of education, like in Britain. I'm not sure what specifically they're called, but something to that effect. Some kind of head of the education, and then they would have I don't know, like a sort of collective of people, professors and whatever, I would imagine.
My issue with that is there's experts on all sides, right? I was listening to a Robert F. Kennedy interview, and he says, so he's a renowned lawyer, one of the best in the country. He says, in most of my cases, we have a highly overqualified expert witness, and the other side has a highly overqualified witness, both very, very educated expert witnesses, right? But they have completely differing opinions. And what do you do at that point? And I think that applies to every other case in society, right? You have an expert in one field and you have an expert in the same exact field and they completely disagree with each other. What do you do then?
Argue the point in Discord.
Yeah, argue the point in Discord. Amen, brother.
There's not much else we can fucking do, man. Especially when we've got what's classed as outlandish claims like the Earth's not moving. Like, how's that fucking an extreme, fucking harmful fucking statement?
Right. By the way, Craig,
hey guys,
here's that video for you. In case you were
so
wondering.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, thanks for grabbing that.
You're welcome.
So
I
if
looked.
there's anyone listening that wants to join 24/7 as in our Discord server, like I'm happy to give you a role. If you want to jump over there, give me a DM and I'll give you a role if you want.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Hello. Good. How are
Hello.
you?
I looked into Foucault's pendulum a little more yesterday,
Okay.
and
Nice.
apparently you can make one without a magnet.
Great.
You can make.
You can make one in your house. You can make a Foucault pendulum in your house with a 16-foot tall ladder, a rope, and a bag of sand.
Jesus.
Right.
But eventually it stops moving, right? No motion.
Yes.
Very
Eventually it stops
No
moving
motion.
because you have to keep it moving, right? Like everything. There is a resistance, like the air. The air causes resistance, which will stop the bag from moving. We all understand that, and we can all observe that. What we can also observe if we had someone in Australia, you can see the patterns would be different. One would be clockwise, one would be clockwise, and one would be counterclockwise.
Now what?
So
Have you
that
actually seen that
indicates
experiment happen?
Say it again?
Have you actually seen this physically take place?
Of course I have.
Beautiful. Can you show me?
Okay.
I do not have at my means the ability to have someone in Australia build this object.
Hello, I'm in Australia. Send me the money, the materials, and the instructions, and I'll build it for you.
Really?
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
my ceiling fan spins. When is the floor going to turn into a ball?
No. But stop being dismissive.
No, I'm honest. If you actually want, I'll even pay for everything. Give me a list of materials and instructions on how to build it, and I'll build it for you. As long as it's not too costly, I don't mind.
16-foot tall ladder, 12 feet of rope, and a bag of sand, and maybe something to catch the sand.
Have you built it in your place?
I have not, but I can.
Okay, when you build it, let me know how it goes, and I'll build one, and we can test out the experiment.
Oh God, I don't know. Honestly, I'll be quite honest. I don't know if I want to invest all that energy into proving you wrong.
Well, the
Hold
thing
on.
is, right?
Sorry. 2 seconds. Proving us wrong, you're going to be demonstrating 2 separate reference frames, the Coriolis effect. Therefore, flight paths from east to west and west to east will be different. Everything above the Earth's surface will appear to deviate for you, the observer, standing on the rotating reference frame. What did you not get about this from yesterday?
Whatever language you're using to can you dumb it down? What you're saying, like, can you literally just dumb it down?
That was pretty clear, but okay.
Reference
Fair
frame.
enough.
What are you talking about?
2 different reference frames. One, a spinning Earth that you are standing on. The other one, up in the sky, not attached to the spinning Earth that you are on, so not moving, 2 separate reference frames. Full Court's pendulum demonstrates, apparently, 2 separate reference frames. The Earth moving underneath the pendulum, where we observe an apparent deflection. That would mean there would be a Coriolis effect on the Earth. A difference in flight times from west to east and east to west, and things that left the Earth's surface would appear to deviate for you, the observer, standing on that rotating reference frame. Something that we do not observe.
I have no idea about flight times from east to west and west to east, north to south to up to down to left to right. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Okay, no problem. If the Earth is spinning from east to west, then things that leave the Earth, for example, an aeroplane flying from west to east, the airport would be moving away from them on the equator 1,000 miles an hour. If the flight path was from east to west, the airport would be coming towards them on the equator at 1,000 miles an hour.
Okay, so if you have 2 equidistant points on either side of the globe is spinning one way, right? And you were to leave and the other way. Okay. I pick up what I now understand what you mean by the flight time difference. Now, does that account for I want to go with, I mean, like, honestly, I'm not an expert, but the medium that the airplane is traveling in is also like, again, not an expert, dude.
Do you understand what he means by 2 reference frames to make that observation?
No, not exactly. No.
Okay, so if Coriolis was real, right, you would have to be able to observe it and measure it, right? So you have to have an inertial reference frame, right? You can choose. Either the ground, right, is your inertial reference frame, and the thing that would be moving would be, or that would have to be affected would be off the ground. Anything, literally anything you want. It could be a drone, a ball, doesn't matter. The point is, you can't have both of those things be the inertial reference frame. Like it's either the air is moving with the spin of the earth along with us, or the ground is, right? Either way, what he's saying is then we would have different flight times from east to west than west to east, right? Because we would be going against the spin and it would be faster, right? But if there's no motion, right? If it's
There's also a
if
whole
it's
bunch
so
of
negligibly not noticeable, right? Where like, oh, we won't feel the motion of the Earth because the Earth is too big, right? Then it's a moot point. There is no Coriolis.
Are there no flights around the equator?
Yeah,
There's
there
flights
are, buddy.
around. Yeah, there
Yeah, there
are.
are.
There are?
Let me try and explain the Coriolis to you in a way that maybe you can understand. You know what a merry-go-round or a roundabout is, right?
Of course.
Awesome stuff.
Yes.
So imagine you're on the roundabout and you're spinning around. You've got two friends, one either side of the roundabout, and they've got a ball, and they throw the ball between you as you spin underneath on the merry-go-round. Now, the path of the ball is actually straight as they throw the ball between them, but as you move on the merry-go-round, you observe the ball appear to deflect according to your observation point. It looks like it's deviating, even though the path is straight. So that's the
And-
Coriolis effect.
and that's what the-
observing an apparent deflection. Sorry, somebody wanting to interrupt. What was that?
That's what you're observing with the pendulum.
Yes. So ultimately, if this was the case, then everything that left the Earth's surface would appear to deviate to you as you were going around on a spinning ball, the merry-go-round. But we don't observe that.
Right.
Is the deflection so slight?
15 degrees an hour. That's the claim. 15 degrees an hour. So, for example, an aeroplane was flying across the sky. Now, as you were observing it, it would appear to deflect at a rate of 15 degrees an hour, even though the path of the aeroplane is straight. You understand that if the ball underneath the aeroplane was moving in one direction, it would have to chase an airport. In another direction, the airport's coming towards the aeroplane. Do you get it?
I understand what you're saying. I don't want to take your assumptions at face value without understanding that there could be other things at play. Does that make sense? Like you're setting forth a proposition that may make sense in a vacuum or in without other things at play.
What are the things?
Like the fact that you are spinning with it. If you're in a truck that's moving, right, and you have a ball, you throw the ball in the air, like the ball comes with you. It doesn't just float off, right? Because the ball is moving with your motion, just like everything else that leaves the Earth's planet, even though the Earth is spinning.
True.
Okay. All right. So you throw a ball, right? You're in a moving vehicle at 100 miles per hour. You throw the ball while in the moving vehicle. Right. The ball is moving with you. Yes, we all understand that. But we're talking about the Earth, right? And its claim of rotation, claim of motion. So what's moving, right? You can't have both, right? It's either the ground's not moving and the air is, right? According to our observation, or vice versa. Like you can't have it both ways, or if it's negligible. I mean, if you have a drone, for example, we have drones now. Leave the drone hovering at a certain spot and see if the Earth rotates away from it. Period.
Why can't the Earth and its atmosphere spin at the same time? Why can't they spin
You
together?
don't have any Coriolis because now you have
Exactly.
only one reference frame.
Where's the
Then-
apparent deviation for this Coriolis effect?
Exactly. That's the point. If you can't notice it, right, with with what you observe, right? If you can't notice it, then it's not there. Have you thought about the fact that there is no motion? That's what it is. There is no motion.
What about the pendulum swinging clockwise and counterclockwise at two different sides of the Earth?
Yeah, did you know that during eclipses sometimes the pendulums just stop?
The Elias effect. They supposedly go the opposite way.
Yeah, and there's no evidence to hook Earth rotation to the effect of the pendulum. It's just assumptions. And even Einstein commented that it could be the same effect could derive from the stars moving. So,
hey, I'm just trying.
There's no actual cause.
I'm just trying to score points for the globe side over here. All right. Again, I have a question for you guys. How long have you been debating flat Earth?
Since
10
2015.
years will be coming up.
Jesus
December
Christ.
7th, 2017.
8 years.
So I have never debated flat Earth. Ever. Never. Started yesterday. So I'm going up against some hardened veterans.
Or you could
So
just,
you've probably
learn,
You've heard a lot of arguments.
Yeah.
Well, without
It's been years
excuses.
since I heard a new argument from a globe believer.
I'm probably not going to offer you a new argument. I'll be quite honest. I'm going to, look at Copernicus, look at Foucault, pendulum, like that kind of stuff. Why are you so entrenched in your beliefs?
It's not a
Because
belief.
We accept reality, bro.
The Earth is observed, measured, and practically used as a flat horizontal plane.
Period.
Travelled across like planes, boats. Like nobody takes the curvature into consideration when they're charting a course, or when a plane's flying, for instance, it would continually have to keep dipping down, or end up constantly gaining elevation and end up in fucking space. But that doesn't happen.
Some other user was in here like 2 days ago talking about the nautical mile, and you dismissed it as like this.
Didn't you just say you only started yesterday?
Okay, maybe 3 days. 3 days. God damn it.
Sorry, I'm just holding you at face value. My bad.
Yes. I am sometimes hyperbolic.
Yeah, we know. Most globers are.
Most people are, yes.
Yeah, when their beliefs are challenged. Right, exactly.
No, when they speak in general, people are hyperbolic. Okay, so he was talking about the nautical mile, and the nautical mile has a degree of correction for the curvature of the Earth, and that's how they chart it. Now, again, I am nowhere near an expert on that. What do you think of it?
Think of what?
The nautical mile.
Cool.
Who said it accounts for Earth curvature, right? So that should be observed, measured, and practically used. It's just an assumption based on the assertion that the Earth is a ball. If the Earth's a ball,
Comes from the
then we
sky.
should observe, measure, and practically use the surface of the Earth as a curved surface. But we don't.
Unless you're a land surveyor.
Yeah, the nautical mile comes from the sky.
Yeah, it's based on the longitude. It's not based on the Earth curve. And the longitude is derived from a flat planar surface using elevation angles.
Hey, yo. That's correct.
Oh. You guys got me. I can't disprove your flat Earth model. It's out of my league.
There is no flat Earth model.
I know. You said that. You're just you don't have a.
If we did, we would be lying to you. Anyone who says they have a flat Earth model or knows that the true shape of the Earth is lying to you because we can't independently verify it ourselves.
Models kind of colloquially used. People use it like that. If they're not in this argument, they kind of mean the concept of flat Earth when they're kind of like they're using model when it's not really the specific words.
Yeah, you sound like you're ambiguous Earth model. You're ambiguous Earth believers, not flat Earth, but ambiguous.
No, bro, we're basically just saying we don't accept the convex
the globe claim, right?
Now, did any of you make like a model in elementary school where you like had the sun at the center and you had Earth going around it and spinning and little pins on it, which showed like different countries and places?
At a young age.
Yeah. And then you had like a moon going around it, and then the moon went on the other side of the Earth, and the shadow cast upon the moon.
Yeah, I wish I learned how to do taxes and get an IRA, but I had to learn that bullshit.
And have you ever seen a lunar eclipse?
Well, that's
To be
a good
honest with
subject.
you, not in
I
person.
mean, can you have one? Can you have one in the daytime then?
I've seen a lunar eclipse when the sun is out, so it's daytime. You understand that the model for an eclipse is a straight line between the sun, earth, and then moon, where the earth in between the sun and the moon blocks the light from the sun, and you have a shadow on the moon. This is called a syzygy, a straight line. But when we observe an eclipse during the daytime, this is a triangle, not a straight line. So how the fuck can the earth be casting a shadow on the moon when it's daytime?
Right.
Is there any evidence of this? Lunar
Yeah, it's called the
eclipse during the day?
Selenilian eclipse or the
Yes, it's
impossible
called the
eclipse.
Selenilian, bruv.
That's
You've got
wild.
hundreds of years of observation of this.
I can post you a video for it from my YouTube. I've got 3 actual videos of the Selenilian. I'll drop it in the text chat for you, bruv.
No, I don't know what a
appreciate it. Yeah, I'm
Salian.
not calling you a liar. It's just I've never.
No,
I don't know anything
that's
about
good.
that.
It's
You're good.
called the
Yeah.
Selenilian. Somebody will post the name of it up. When I post it, you'll see how to spell it. You can look it up yourself. Royal Observatory and stuff, they've documented them for centuries.
Could
You
this
guys
be?
suddenly,
Could this
Larry,
be the atmosphere acting as a lens?
check it out, Larry.
No, the problem here is when you look at the moon and the sun both above the horizon, and you see the moon on one side, you see what appears to be what you call a shadow come down onto the moon from above.
Right.
The ground is underneath the moon. It's on the opposite side.
But could you be seeing the moon from a lens, like a? You know how, like,
the claim is refraction, bro. That is the globe answer to it, refraction. But then it doesn't answer the shadow issue. Like, just if you take a look at the little GIF that's been posted by Drace as well in the text chat. Plus, I posted the link for the video for it. But it doesn't answer. Even if you want to say, right, the sun's refracted above the horizon, it's not really in a line causing the syzygy that what's his name, Jedi just explained to you. So, but the shadow is a severe problem for the globe, at least.
One of them. One of many severe problems with the globe model. Like, a lot. But here's the thing, Larry, if you're new to this topic, right? Why don't you just ask questions about, you know, or why don't you find out more about the globe model first? You know what I mean? About the globe claims. You know, like, these people are very well versed in what the globe claims are, and it feels kind of unfair for, like, I feel the unfairness about, like, them having to defend your claims or, like, teach you about your own claims. Like, don't be a globe apologist, right? Don't defend something just because. You know what I mean? And I'm sure anyone here would be willing to answer a legit, genuine question, like an honest question, like, "Oh, I don't know. How does that work?" Like, you know what I mean?
Well, look, I just posted that little clip that shows you the issue with the shadow travelling from the top downwards instead of from the bottom upwards, which geometrically it should. If you think about the alignment, that has to be the case. That syzygy, it has to be the case to cast the shadow upwards to the lunar surface. But that's just not the case.
They're pretty cool. They're pretty cool pictures. But what is that? Specular reflections.
What?
Because water.
Do you even know what that
rests
is?
flat
Do you even
on
know
the
what you're saying?
surface. There's a GIF in the chat window.
But I think she means just the point that if water is displaying this convexity, that what it should, dictated by the globe, claims that the light should be reflected off. But when we look at the salt flats, all these places all over the world, as well as the 70% of the Earth's surface is claimed to be water. I mean, you see it yourself. You look at the moon. Sorry, you look at the water surface when you see it at night time. You can see the moon's reflection bang right across the water surface because it is a relatively flat and level surface.
And by the way, I apologize. I thought you were talking about the moon. Still, I didn't know you were referring to the GIF.
All right, guys. Well, good. Good. I'll talk to you guys later.
Anytime, bro. You're more than welcome. if you want to join 24/7 Fly Earth Discord as well, the link for it's in my bio. Just jump down there, and if you want to role ping myself,
So
and
much
we've got
information, bro.
literally terabytes. There's
Hey,
gigs upon
thank you
gigs
very
upon
much.
gigs upon.
I'll see
Anytime,
you.
brother.
Later. Why is he leaving?
I think he got what he wanted to know.
He's gonna come back again. What about this? Huh?
Yeah.
Huh? See? I got you this time, didn't I? Oh, no, I didn't. Oh. Well, thank you guys. I'll see you later. Let me go find some more arguments.
Frantic Googling.
Like that's that's the difference between someone that is willing to say, I don't know. Like, what is that? Like someone who's genuinely curious and someone who's just trying to, I don't know, like why, like attack us? You know, I don't understand it. It's like such a weird ego thing. Like, has anyone else ever felt the need to go to like a cult or like I wouldn't say cult. Let's just say like a group thing, like AA or something. Go to AA and being like, you guys are fucking stupid. Like, has anyone in here felt that need? I've never felt that need to go to someone else's group setting and just shit on them. I just don't get that.
I mean, this is a debate server, so
It's a good point.
to be
right?
fair.
Yeah, but you'd have a claim. See, people want to go in there and be like, "Oh, people are saying the Earth is flat." Okay, sure. Do they listen to what the person's arguing for and advocating? No. They randomly assign just a bunch of attributes to what the other person's doing or saying, and then they want to debate that.
Right.
And then when they don't get that result, then they spurg out. And they, like basically attack people's beliefs and drink bleach, jump off a
But
bridge.
what about the ice wall?
Yeah.
I'm so tired of that.
Being a debate is fine, but you should have a claim. Like if I'm going to debate a topic, I use like the Newton method, that the flaming sword. If you can't do experimentation, it's not even worthy of debate. It's just a fucking opinion.
Right.
So they'll come in here with some really odd, hot take on what flat Earth is, and then want to debate you on that. It's like, dude, you've got an opinion of what flat Earth is that is objectively wrong, but you subjectively think you're right. And then when I tell you that, hey, if you want to debate flat Earth, at least know what flat Earth is, and they don't even know it. That's why they break their worldview. They'll tell you, I'd like to debate flat Earthers, but flat Earthers won't answer questions. And then you're like, oh, well, I just answered all your questions. Your answers are wrong. And I'm like, okay, wait. You just said if globetard, you were given no answers by flat Earthers. And I like, check or hold. He's like, yep, check. And all the answers you were given are wrong. Okay, how did you adjudicate no answer as wrong? So you got the answer, you adjudicated the answer as an incorrect answer, the answer is wrong, and you weren't given an answer at all. See, this is why they come in here and they want to debate. They've got a contradiction in their worldview that has to be broken or fixed before you can debate them on this topic. And some reason this topic just exposes a contradiction. Like they'll tell you the Earth is locally flat and not flat at the same time. Well, how could it be? You just described it as locally flat every 69 nautical miles. You got this disco ball Earth, and it can be described as locally not flat every 69 miles. Okay, you need to fix that before I can debate you. Because right now, if I try to debate you, it'll just be a series of logical contradictions over and over and over again, with eventually a spurg.
Yep.
You'll freak out. You'll tell me I'm responsible for everything wrong in the world. I'm a conspiracy theorist. I don't love my mother.
Late, but what the hell
I
was
don't
that?
love my mother. I like pineapple on pizza. You know, I'm
I
uneducated.
love pineapple on pizza. Okay,
Yeah.
Do you know that's
that's a
bannable?
point in your favor, bro. That's
You know
a point
that's
in your favor.
bannable, right?
Yeah.
Look
They
at the rules.
They couldn't ban me. They couldn't ban me.
No, I'm just joking around.
Seeking philosophy, where do you stand, brother?
Yeah, I'm
Did someone take you out? What happened? Hello?
Oh, can you hear me?
Oh, there we go. Yeah, that was wild.
Oh.
And then it cut out.
Oh, yeah, I'm Globe Earth.
Gotcha. I'm sure you guys already had a nice discussion, right?
I've had a lot of nice discussions. A few not so nice ones, but a lot of good discussion.
What would be your
But
main
I don't debate.
reason?
I don't.
No, I'm just curious. Just asking a question.
I don't debate to to prove other people wrong. I debate people to find out where I'm wrong, where I need improvement. Finding out you're wrong is the best way to be right.
Yeah. And I just want to know, like, what would be your best reason if you did have to debate, right? Like, why we are on a globe? What would be your best reason?
Well, I've got a few.
Oh, great.
The
What's your
different
favorite?
different constellations in the northern versus the southern hemisphere is one of my favorites.
Okay. Why? Yeah.
Well, I mean, this was all the way back to Aristotle, right? Aristotle figured out. Yeah, Aristotle.
What? Why are you confused
If
things in the
if
sky?
if
Go
the
ahead,
Earth
Jedi.
was flat, if the Earth was flat, why would you see different constellations north of the equator versus south of the equator?
I'll tell you
Because
why.
you're further
Because
away from them, bro.
north of the equator, you've got certain constellations. When you look up, you see those ones. When you go south of the equator, there are different constellations, and when you look up, you see those ones. It's like having a light in one room, and you look up and you see it. You go into a different room, you look up, and oh, fucking hell, there's a different light.
The flat Earth,
But-
split into only two sections where you can only get two
north or
different
south?
sets of constellations.
You said north or south of the equator. So in the northern hemisphere, I'll give you fucking hemisphere just for the sake of conversation, you have constellations. When you look up, you see those ones, and the ones that are beyond the equator, you could just about see, but they're very far away. When you move south, those constellations that were very far away, you walk underneath, and then you look up, and there those ones are, and the ones that you left behind are very far away.
I don't think that's true.
Can I ask you something?
It doesn't really matter where you are. It doesn't really matter where you are in the northern hemisphere. The Polaris doesn't seem any closer.
Real quick
if
though.
you stand underneath it, it would be directly above your head, wouldn't it? But as you move south,
it would be above you,
and
but that's
on
not
the horizon
closer.
until you can't see it anymore. I don't get why you're talking through this now. I'll start again. You're in the North Pole, and you look up and you see Polaris. It's directly above your head. And then you move south, and then you'll notice it's not directly above your head anymore because you're moving away from underneath it.
Let me give you an analogy. In your room, there's a light above your head. In the other room, there's another light over there. When you move between rooms, one light is now closer to you than the other light.
Before seeking philosophy, real quick though. Remember, I asked what's your best favorite reason, for why you think you're on a globe, right? Can I ask why would you point to the sky to help you determine the ground and what it is?
We can do that.
Yeah,
That's
I
the
mean, I
thing
can
that
point
we
at
can
the
do.
sky. I can look at the birds and the clouds, and I can say, you know what? We're on a cloud. We're on a bird. We're on a sun.
This is why we originally determined that the Earth was round, was through looking at the constellations, because that's a thing that you can do, right? Like under the, like you could understand from the globe Earth perspective, right? You may disagree, but from the globe Earth perspective, you should be able to see different constellations from the different hemispheres that you wouldn't be able to see otherwise, right? Is that meshes, right? That's
You're just begging the question that it is a ball. It doesn't actually verify that it is a ball at all. And so in the beginning, they didn't just look at the stars and say it's a globe. They actually looked at the horizon and said, oh, boats disappear. Therefore, it's a ball. We now know that the horizon isn't geometric like they thought. It's actually apparent. And we can see things go way, way, way further than the ball would limit us to see. They also
What's
looked
the
at the
limit to
moon, like
ball
we discussed
space?
earlier, and they saw, oh, there's a circle on the moon. That means the Earth is a ball. It's casting a shadow on the moon.
What are those limits
it's not
that the
it's not
ball
begging the
poses?
question,
No,
because
but
begging the
like
question would be assuming the answer in the premise, but
Yeah,
it's
and your
drawing a
answer is in your
conclusion
premise.
from
It
the
is
observation.
your
No,
answer is in the
that's
premise.
draw.
It is a globe, and your conclusion is a globe. Therefore, begging the question.
right.
No, it's not
Yeah, it
in
is.
the premise. It's
Yeah,
it's
Yeah,
a
it,
drawn conclusion from the observation.
no, let me explain
Like
why it is, right? So,
making an observation of something and saying, "Hey, this matches with this model. This observation matches with this model," isn't begging the question.
well,
That's
there
The
you
just
go.
model is of a sphere,
observational
No,
so
science.
the model is of a sphere. So you're saying this observation matches my sphere, so therefore it must be a sphere. That's
Well,
there.
no,
You're begging the
I'm not
question. Your
start.
conclusion is
I'm not
in the
starting with the
premise.
sphere. I'm not starting with the sphere.
The sphere is your
yeah,
model.
You just
you are
did.
though, bro. You are. So when you say, like, for instance, a ship goes
Wait,
over her, cool. Yeah, cool. So when you say, for instance, that the ships go over the horizon, even in that is implied that there's physical curvature that the boat's going over, right? So then you say, well, I've taken this observation, and then it led me to the conclusion that the Earth's a ball. Well, of course it did, because you've already implied in your premise, as Drace said, that the Earth's a ball, right? But if you didn't do that to start with, then you'd be looking for a different reason for that same phenomena based on a different shaped Earth. It absolutely is begging the question objectively.
but by this logic, any hypothesis that leads
not
to a theory through observation is begging the question.
No, that's a supposition into a cause and effect relationship. You're now using words
Yeah.
you don't understand.
No, if the hypothesis is that maybe the Earth is a ball, and you make some
There you go.
observations that match that
Not a valid
hypothesis, which
hypothesis.
now creates a theory,
Not a valid hypothesis.
then no hypothesis is a valid hypothesis.
Yeah,
No.
sorry,
No,
got it.
that's not true, bro.
A hypothesis is a supposition into a cause and effect relationship. So you kind of want to know what causes a phenomena, and your supposition is the cause of that phenomena. A hypothesis is scientifically valid in the formulation of an if this, then that statement. What you said wasn't a hypothesis, mate.
If the Earth is flat, then
Cause.
if the Earth was round, then
Cause.
you would see different what do you call them
Goodness, it's now
different
going to go into begging the
different
question for
constellations
logical
in the separate hemispheres. Right,
Okay, if it's a
that is
globe, you would
initially
see
a
that.
fan. Just like yes,
Now you're going into a
I'm not
begging the
saying-
question formal
Sorry.
logical fallacy.
I just did exactly what you said a hypothesis should be. You said an if and if then, right?
Yeah,
So
it's valid.
if it's round, then you would see this, right? So that's what we're doing.
No,
That's
no, 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 no.
observational science.
No,
You
Let me
see
ask you
that?
something, bro.
Fucking hell.
Can you always need to manipulate the independent variable? So did you manipulate your independent variable?
What do you
Which is
mean
Earth?
by manipulate it? It just needs to be falsified.
Bro, it's painful. Listen, an if-then in the scientific sense is a causal relationship, right?
Give me an example. Give me an example of a hypothesis that doesn't beg the question by your standard.
Well, it has to be able to negate the idea of a correlation equals causation argument, right? So that's why the manipulation is important. For instance, I can say, well, if the Earth is flat, then the sun will rise tomorrow, right? I can say that, and is that?
But the sun did rise today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
the sun rose today, therefore the Earth was flat.
Right.
Yeah. So
Move
is
through the
that a
sky.
correlation or a causation?
Well, that's a non sequitur.
That's exactly what I said to you.
Oh boy.
I said that to you, and you were like, nah, and then when I flip it back on you with the same logic, suddenly you're aware that it's a non sequitur.
Well, no. What is a non sequitur?
Oh wait, yes.
What is a non sequitur?
What is a non
A non
sequitur?
sequitur literally means it does not follow. The logic doesn't follow. In Latin,
Okay,
that's
but
what
it literally does follow that if the Earth is a globe, you would see different constellations in the different hemispheres.
Okay,
Can I
so
help
if
you?
the ground is
follow.
okay,
Sorry,
look
everyone,
at if
can
the
I
ground.
help? Can I help? Well, let me give you a demonstration of what you're.
I'm sorry. My phone's about to connect to I'm sorry, my phone's about to connect to my truck. I'm gonna keep listening. Just keep talking.
All right, maybe
I
you can
wanted
listen
to add, if you have
is-
limited view distance, you would only see so much of the sky. So, do we have limited view distance?
Well, hold on. Go ahead. Go ahead, Jedi.
Hold on, that's actually a tautology.
Right, so begging the question, formal logical fallacy. I hope you're listening there, my friend. So ultimately, let's state it like this. If P then Q, Q therefore P. If P, I've eaten 10 hamburgers, then Q, I am full. Q, I am full, therefore P, I can only have eaten hamburgers. We understand that this is obviously stupid because I could have eaten Chinese or pizza or something else which could have caused me to be full. Begging the question, formal logical fallacy.
Just like in the case where you're begging the question that the sphere is the cause of what you're seeing, there could be other potentials like the limit of view that limit how much of the stars you can see.
Saying that is the cause. I'm saying that matches the model, but I don't think I haven't been given a reason to think that it matches a flat Earth model.
There is no flat Earth model.
If the Earth is a spinning ball, then I will observe star rotation. I observe star rotations, therefore the Earth is a spinning ball and can only be a spinning ball. Right?
Yep.
Begging the question, formal logical fallacy.
Yeah, hold on a second,
See,
friend.
you inserted something right there at the end.
Hold on. So you see the concept of saying globe Earth model and flat Earth model has a connotation that both paradigms must explain all phenomena with the shape of the Earth being the arbiter of the phenomenon. In the globe model, a lot of these phenomena are explained where the shape and motion of the Earth is the explanation. Now, in the flat Earth quote unquote model, this core claim of the flat Earth model is not a phenomenological explanatory model of all phenomena. The point of the flat Earth is there's no curvature and therefore it's not a globe. So the conditional if the Earth was a globe, then such and so and so and such is disproven in the first instance. The conditional if, the proposition is negated. So if you measure the Earth to be flat,
then if the Earth was a globe, can't be used as a premise because it's no longer a globe. So you don't need interpretations of the sky to inform you about the nature of whether the Earth is flat or a globe. When you just measure it and it's flat, you're done. Your job's over.
That's kind of like why I asked you, seeking philosophy, how looking at the sky would help you determine, you know, what you're standing on, the ground, the shape of the Earth. If he's still there. Is he still there? Oh, yeah.
By the way, in order to carry the conclusion about the nature of the stars in relationship to the Earth as an object, you have to make assumptions and assertions about the nature of the star field. You then have to prove all those assumptions and assertions about the star field, which no one has. Nobody's gone to the star field and looked back at the Earth to validate their position in free space relative to the Earth. It's all inferences and assumptions based on observations and interpretations from the Earth's viewpoint. So you haven't even validated all the premises in order to reach a conclusion of a necessity. Not to mention that you're formulating it in a logically fallacious form. So you don't have the premises proven, and you don't have logic that carries a necessary conclusion. So what do you have at the end of the day? You have interpretation. That's it.
I mean, to be fair, I do also have like 2,000. Well, I shouldn't say 2,000. We have. Let's go with this. I have, what is it, 75 years of scientists and satellites and images of the Earth, but then that's when we get into the conspiracies of it's got to be fake and CGI. And
you're just appealing to consensus and popularity. This isn't logical.
Well, I mean,
this doesn't change the fact that the ground.
If I give you photographic evidence, right? That's not appealing to anybody except for the evidence.
Hold on, friends. So, name me a scientific journal that accepts photographic evidence.
What do you mean? Everything we get from the James Webb Space Telescope.
Name me a scientific journal that accepts photos alone as evidence of anything.
It's funny because I was about to ask, how could that
Nature.
be evidence?
Nature magazine.
You're wrong, sir. Let me tell you why. Because Nature magazine does not accept the photos of Bigfoot.
You are incorrect,
but they do accept photos from the James Webb Space Telescope.
Oh my God, dude! Even if you know that a photo could be doing this.
Oh, wait, is Nature magazine a scientific journal?
Yes, it's one of the most prestigious scientific journals on the planet. Yes.
Okay.
Nature. Yes, it is.
Oh boy.
You know damn well that a photo could be faked. Why are you even doing this? Like, why are you going down this line?
But because now this gets into conspiracy. It's like
you're just
now it's no longer about the logic. It's about, I have this presupposition, I think it's true, and it doesn't matter if I show you fucking pictures of it, it's still gotta be fake because I believe it's fake.
You're just trying to.
This is where the psychology gets cranked up, right? So he's actually trying to gaslight us in two separate ways. The first way is when you say photographic evidence, right? That is itself an attempt to gaslight you into thinking that photographs are evidence, especially when he doesn't know that they're photographs, right? So there may not be photographs, they may be images or some other kind of AI-generated image. As we know now, AI is very, very capable of generating these images, right? So that's a form of gaslighting. Right. And then
I actually provide my services on Fiverr.
We have pictures of it from the 70s.
Also, the secondary attempt at gaslighting was to bring in the idea that we have these photos as a conspiracy topic and then blame us for being conspiracists when we don't accept it. So he brings the topic in and then tries to tell us that it's our fault. Imagine that.
Yeah.
But
yeah, exactly.
so
let me give you
what
an
I'm
example
trying.
here. Let me give you an
What,
example.
real quick,
Let me give you an
can I respond?
example.
Can I respond?
Okay.
Brace trying to say something.
I'm sorry, and I'm sorry. I know these debates get heated and stuff. We have differing opinions and ideas. But like, okay, so you don't accept them, but if I want the truth, right? Why shouldn't I accept them?
I was going to give you an
Same thing.
example just to help you with this, okay? So
Go on.
let's say some authoritative source brings you a picture of your mom murdered, and you're like, oh no, she's been murdered? You just accept that because there's a picture. But then you actually meet your mother, and she's fine, and she wasn't murdered. Do you believe the picture still?
No, so the conclusion would be that I would probably believe it until I had a reason not to.
Yeah, so we measured the Earth, and the Earth isn't curving. So why would we believe the pictures that don't correspond to the claimed sizes of the Earth and have photoshopped clouds and all sorts of anomalies over objective truth and reality, which we all can go out and measure? That's why we don't believe each other about this. We tell each other, go out and measure it for yourself.
Yeah.
Right, brother. So the hierarchy of knowledge there is that presently accessible, tangible facts that can be validated trump any photograph some scrub gives you. There.
Okay, so where's the flat Earth measurements?
Oh, how many do you want? How do you want it done? When you say flat Earth measurement, do you mean over the distance of water? How have we demonstrated the waters of the Earth are indeed measured?
I don't know. You guys just said that
I
you
got a
can go
bunch of
out
them.
and measure that it's flat.
I got a bunch of them. There's a bunch of places on the Earth which they say are very flat. They call them salt flats. And they go out and they measure it. Yeah, that turns out it's very flat. But then it gets flooded.
Relatively, yeah.
Yeah, but then it gets flooded. And that water does not form a water hump.
God's mirror, Bolivian salt flats. When it rains, it reflects the light from above like a perfectly level mirrored surface.
I want to go there so bad, Jedi. Like, actually. Beautiful.
The waters, sorry, just to compound it, the waters of the Earth reflect the light from above like a perfectly mirrored surface. Not a concave surface, a perfectly flat, level, mirrored surface. So observably, the waters of the Earth are demonstrated to be level because of the way that they reflect light.
They are always leveled up, even on a globe.
I gotta leave the chat just for a second. My headset messed up. It's not just on my
Here,
phone.
look up
Leaving
Solar the Uni. Okay.
Yeah, Jedi.
I'll be right back. Just 1 second.
Jedi, what's happening there is the gravity is bending the light straight, so it looks flat.
Yeah.
Stuff.
I really do want to go here, though. It is
Hey,
beautiful.
let Pickle get in here. He just told you that you wouldn't be able to tell the difference between flat Earth and globe Earth. And he'll tell
Esoteric
you can tell
Baboon
the
was about to.
That's not what I
ask
said.
something. Whoa, wait. He was gonna ask a question though beforehand. Sorry.
Oh yeah, let's get some new people in here.
Well, go ahead, Esoteric.
Well, I just it's just a quick question. So yesterday, like the debate happening on another server about basically about this the same old topic about why objects appear bottom up, and obviously I know the basics of it, but I was just thinking from there about the horizon itself, and I came up with a postulation, let's say, or an explanation, possible explanation as to why the horizon would even form like from a slightly different angle, and I want to see whether you guys think it's correct or even makes sense.
There's that fucking Scottish Indian.
So I was basically saying, again, this is my way of I guess explaining it, and I could be wrong. That's why I want to see what you guys think. The reason we get the horizon in the first place would be because all the visual information, like all the angles are progressively getting steeper towards the middle of your field of view, and all the visual information is stacking up there. So the stuff in the at the horizon, which is closer to you in terms of actual distance, but is still angularly in the center of your field of vision, is going to take precedence over the stuff which is behind it. In terms of the visual signals from closer, will take precedence over the visual signals from beyond. Would you agree with that? At the horizon.
Yes.
Okay. So
Yeah,
I just
I
wondered.
just got back in.
So, yeah, because and then that would explain why objects disappear. Quote bottom up. It's not really bottom up. If we flip the orientation of the world and the ground was on top and the sky was on the bottom, they would disappear top up first. But basically, the thing which is the angles which are progressively getting closer or more quickly getting closer to the center,
The ground.
or that straight line in the center
Yeah.
where all the visual information is getting compressed. That's is
Mm.
what disappear quicker. Correct? Or no?
Wait, can you say that again?
I think I missed it.
Oh, so I was just trying to give my own way of trying to explain why objects, so rather, actually, even more basic, why the horizon even forms in the first place. Because as all objects get further away from you, they're trending towards that center of the field of view, and that's why the horizon forms. Because now we have visual information coming from a bunch of distances, and everything is compressing into that line, that general line in your field of view. And so now the stuff which is closer to you would take precedence over the stuff which is further away from you, even though they're occupying the same angle in your field of view. And the stuff which is further away and obscured by more atmos would be basically just blocked by the visual signals which are stronger coming from in front, closer.
That's interesting.
Hey, so we got
Yeah, it
a
doesn't
very
seem to
good
track to me.
video that we made recently that's published on Indio's channel, and it's about 8 minutes long. It's made with a graphical program. It's showing you these angular relationships. I'm going to post it for you, Mr. Esoteric. You can look at it at your leisure.
No, I will, but like just from what I said, would you agree or disagree with like the?
Yeah, it's generally the exact same thing that's explained in this video, but yeah, there's only an available amount of angles, and the more size of stuff that exists in free space that you're putting in that visual angle, the less of it you're going to be able to resolve. It makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
Exactly. And would you agree that the stronger signal, which is generally the thing which is closer to you, is the one which will take precedence over that which is beyond, like further away, and has more layers between. And that's why you see that's why the ground would, quote, cut off the sun, because the signal from the ground is so much closer to you than the sun in terms of actual distance.
Would that be the
So
focal point? Would that be the focal point of what you're looking
There
at?
was a guy that did videos.
Oh, you're cutting out totally, AI.
I heard him, but then he stopped.
Yeah.
My mic had messed up when, like, right after I asked like how I could measure the flat Earth that it is from.
Yeah. Oh well, there's a. Do you live near a body of water, a beach?
No, I'm Midwest.
Okay. Any big body of water? Anything? A lake? Anything?
I think there's some pretty big bodies of lakes.
Pretty big lakes? If you don't mind sharing, which one?
Lake Michigan.
Oh yeah, the Great Lakes. Okay.
That's big.
I mean, less than an hour drive.
Okay. Yeah. You can totally for a lake though, I would you probably should use a laser. Lake Erie. Give me a second. Let me look it up here.
Do any of the Great Lakes freeze over during the winter? I'd imagine maybe the Canadian ones do, but I'm not sure.
Part of Lake Superior around the shore will freeze solid, but you go out further, it's
Yeah,
open water.
it's too much. Yeah, it's too
I
much.
live near Lake
People
Superior.
actually go surf. People actually go surfing there.
Wow.
Oh wow! But the point I was trying to make is that if it freezes and you can shoot it over the frozen part, then the that might be better for these demonstration purposes.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Lake Superior, the frozen part is like like people said that you can surf in Lake Superior. It is really stormy. The waves are really high, and it freezes like that too. It's really interesting. Like you'll come out to like the North Shore, and you'll look at the water, and it's frozen like in these huge humps and waves and stuff. And you can like it's fun to ice skate on it because like you can go up, skate up a little hill, a little mound of frozen water, and skate back down the other side, and you like drag a sled around, and you can drive around on it. With some spots you can drive around on and drag like a sled behind you.
Right.
AI posted the video, by the way.
Yeah, I posted that for Mr. Baboon. But I posted the childlike graphic there, which basically explains the principle at first, and then the obviously the video is more in depth. But so to our other friends, so what you do is you take a laser, right? You put it on one side of a body of water. Go to the other side. You get a storyboard, which is where the laser's going to hit. Now, in the laser transit method of measuring, the storyboard has marks on it, right? And it tells you like 1 foot, 2 foot, 3 foot, etc., or whatever. You can just use a board with a tape measure. It doesn't matter. Right, and you go out and you see if the laser hits the target. Now, in the globe Earth claim, there's a big hump of Earth curve water in the way, right? So if you say, let's say you're 6 feet tall, you put a laser beyond where the Earth curve hump would block greater than 6 feet, and you go out and you receive the laser at the storyboard, and the storyboard says 6 feet, and let's say the hump of Earth curve is supposed to be 10 feet, then that means you have a differential of 4 feet, right? Of course, you're going to have to do a little more advanced math, because as you're shooting over a hump, right, the angle of attack is going to make it so that if the Earth is curving away, curves are exponential, so they're going to drop over faster than a linear rate. So you'd actually have a bigger loss distance on the far side of the hump than it would just be, 10 minus 6, right? It wouldn't just be 4, it'd be more than 4, right? That makes sense. So lo and behold, many, many people have done these tests and have gotten variance greater than 2 orders of magnitude from the globe geometry. So one such test was done at Lake Idsel in Europe, where a team brought out a big laser, made an aiming sled for the laser to make sure it was accurate, horizontally panned the laser to make sure they're getting towards their targets accurately. So they had a short distance target, a medium distance target, and a long distance target. The long distance target was at 25 miles across the water. And they had a big target there, and they had a camera filming the target zone. So the laser and the target were both approximately 2 meters, right? So that means that all things being perfect, you'd have a maximum 2-meter variance, right? But they had to start accounting for errors, right? So like ambient refraction, the beam divergence, right? Because the bottom of the beam could actually hit, and then you'd have, based on the triangle of the beam divergence, you'd have a little error there. So when they did all of that, they still ended up with a result that was 2 orders of magnitude off the globe prediction. So if I remember correctly, the globe predicted that the laser should have passed over their heads by like 400 feet or something like that. But they hit the target.
That's insane.
So they essentially created a swing that, if I remember, by the way, this is in a document and also in a small documentary that we could post for you. Yeah, I want to say it was a maximum of 5 to 8 feet or meters of swing. So like even if the laser was off this much or that much, or even if refraction curved it this much or that much, it would still you'd have like an 8-meter maximum variance of where it could hit the target. So if it hit the target with all the allowances given, you still end up with only an 8-meter swing, which let's say is, so if you have 2 meters plus 8, that's 10. So you still end up with a maximum of 10 meters when you should have had like 90 or greater. Right? And these type of experiments have been replicated on smaller scales as well. So, for example, there's a guy who came across the flat Earth information. His name's Dr. John D. He has his own YouTube channel. You can look him up and see all his history. He didn't really necessarily believe in flat Earth. He just was presented with the idea, and he said, "You know what? I'm a PhD in optics, so I'm going to go out and create a methodology over a lake that I can measure with my abilities." And what he designed was a dual band laser system. The reason being is that he, being a PhD in optics, understands that different wavelengths of light refract at different rates, and so they follow a different arced path in the atmosphere if the globe Earth is true relative to the hump of Earth curve that's supposed to be in the way. And he did that test, and I want to say he did it over a frozen lake and a non-frozen lake. Either way, he put the laser super low to the ground, right, to make the curvature obstruction even more pronounced from his ability to hit the target, yet he still received the laser at the other side. So to him, that convinced him that there's no hump of Earth curve in the way. And the list goes on and on of people that have done things like this. These are just 2 examples. Also, the United States military,
in responding to any
depending on the distance, right? So if I were to take a laser over and put it on one end of a frozen lake, right, and I just put it a couple inches off the ground, it's a frozen lake, so we don't have to worry about waves. Theoretically, if the Earth is a globe and the laser is level, it shouldn't hit the ice. It should go right over. Correct?
No.
What?
Depends on the
Maybe I'll test that.
You have to calculate the refraction.
Yeah, you'd have to calculate it. But there are websites that calculate all
that. No, dude. See, this is the problem. People tell themselves, "Oh, you just have to quote unquote calculate refraction," and then they're going to go and get their refraction calculations from sources that assume the Earth is a globe, and that this refraction is curving around a globe Earth assumption. Okay, so for example, Mr. John D., like I explained to you, he measured the refraction. He measured it himself with his dual band laser. Oh, how so, Mr. No, he didn't. Oh, it didn't fit the globe projection, therefore he didn't measure it. That's your claim? So let's just assume the Earth is a globe, and then anything anybody does to defeat the Earth as a globe, just make a globe Earth ad hoc explanation, and then say, I already knew the Earth is a globe, therefore I know what you did is wrong. Is that what you're doing?
No, sorry. I was most of the observations that Dr. John D did are actually with visible.
It's just a damn cube.
When he was observing visually if he can sight a target or not, and then at most he measured the gradient. Actually, not even measured the gradient. He attempted to give some reference values for the temperature gradient at his observer location and at most at the target location, but not in between. I was not referring to the dual band laser that you were talking about. I'm sorry.
Yeah, Dr. John D did dual band laser, bro, so I don't know where you've been sleeping. But anyway, the military did a tri-band laser at 120 kilometers, right? You know what they found? They found that the alleged globe refraction that curves everything around the Earth in this perfect manner to defeat all other observations isn't even true. You know how they found out? They made no prediction about it in the beginning. They just got the results and then analyzed the results after the fact. They found that it didn't fit the globe model of refraction.
So
now this was
if I wanted to do this,
this was the Air Force hiring. This. Hold on, I'll finish this off. This was the Air Force hiring a university level physics department, I believe. I wasn't sure if it was the physics department or this other department. I can't remember off the top of my head. At the Hawaiian Islands, where they shot a tri-band laser on a singular gimbal across the ocean from one Hawaiian island to a Hawaiian island that had an observatory with a 4-meter telescope, and they pointed the telescope in the direction of the lasers to receive the lasers, and then they got the results and analyzed them. So I mean, it's not like see this is the excuse. So it's like, oh, we measured at one end and we measured at the other end. Therefore, what? We didn't measure all the beginning. Therefore, we can't tell how refraction works. Well, think about it. If that's true, then that means that nobody knows how refraction works, and you can't use refraction to prove the globe.
well, that's so. This is what I'm trying to figure out. I'm trying to figure out how to actually measure this. And so I talked about a frozen lake and a laser, right? And then I was told that I needed to calculate refraction, for whatever reason, just because refraction, right? But I can't use the ones that assume the globe model. So what refraction calculation would I use that assumes a flat Earth?
It doesn't assume either. How does it assume a globe?
That's what I was told. That's what one of you guys just told me. I said I could use like one of the refraction calculators online, and somebody says no, you can't do that. Those all assume a globe Earth. The refraction calculators. I'm trying to figure out how I would calculate.
Sir, do you understand? Yeah, do you understand that like what AI just was talking about right now was that the pre-assumed understanding of the geometry. So when they were measuring with those lasers, they were taking the globe into account. So when you do that yourself, right? That you're starting to ask like it's a burden of proof reversal. Like, how do you guys want me to do it then? If you guys are telling me that I can't do it this way, what we're saying is when you try to do it the way that they're telling you with the prediction of the Earth being a spheroid, you're not going to find the curvature there with the refractive numbers that they give you. So you can't just input. It's not static like that. So that's what we're trying to tell you. So this idea about refraction is on an idea that there's this like perfect conditions with like you know what I mean? Like, so when you input that information, you're not going to get the results back that you want. So it doesn't matter what you change it to. It will never give you back the results which you're going to intend to predict the Earth's geometry. You're never going to get that. And that was the issue with like trying to find this curvature with the laser test. Because if it was bending like they said it was, then from point of origin to target, it would not hit. It would definitely be like as predicted. The globe prediction
was contradicting. Anybody have
I guess
Hawaiian paper?
My concern is that if I actually go test this, right, I use very powerful laser. I make 6 figures. I can afford a powerful laser. Right, I get a powerful laser. I set up this experiment. I calculate what the curvature of the distance, right, that the laser and the endpoint is going to be, what the curvature should be, and I try to set it up so that if there is curvature, the Earth will break the laser. The ice will break the laser, right? It won't go over the Earth.
No. You're not supposed to aim the laser at the ground.
Well, I
That's
didn't
not
say
how that
no.
works.
I'm saying
If
no.
the Earth has curvature,
You're not
if the Earth has
understanding.
curvature, the Earth curves away from the laser, and so the laser will end up really high up in the air. That's why you want to use 2 different wavelengths, because all the globers will claim, no, well, the light is just bending down around the globe. But when you have 2 different wavelengths, they don't refract. When you have 2 different wavelengths, they don't.
I get what the gentleman's trying to talk about. He's saying like if you shoot straight across, the sagittal is going to be in the way. But it's like what Drace AI is talking about is if you do it correctly, it's going to shoot off into space. Like the idea of like, think about it like this: you have a spheroid, right? Put a ruler on top of that spheroid, and you'll see that line go straight off the ball. Like it won't curve with the ball. It'll go straight off, like into space. So that's the idea behind, like, you're thinking of it going straight through the earth, like there should be sagittal like in between you and, but the curvature, well, if you're using a laser, it would be like the most direct path. So you're not going to have any impedance from the sagittal. You're going to have it. It's going to go straight up into space because you're on a ball. You're aiming straight. You know what I mean? And it's dropping. The curvature's dropping away from you. That's the drop over the distance. It's dropping away.
Yeah.
So it's
correct.
You see what I'm saying? Like
I suppose I could get that.
Yeah,
It's
that's
the
what the
old
laser
hump
test.
drop conundrum.
Yeah, the laser test that they did, like AI was saying, they were expecting it to be above their heads. Like they were supposed to see it, like, but it hit the target. That's why they were kind of amazed. Not only that Earth isn't like in the way because of what you're thinking, but it was not even above them, like the way Drace was talking about. It should be shooting straight up, like into space.
Anyone have that paper from Hawaii?
Yeah, that would be cool.
Yeah, because I've been reading a couple of these other laser tests, and like every one of them that I've seen so far talks about refraction.
According to AI, that's not possible in this one. So
Yeah, you guys,
which is why I'd be very
you
curious
do
to see
understand the type of refraction that they're speaking of, right? Terrestrial refraction. That's the globe predicted understanding with the R value baked in. It already has the radius value.
The radius value is not baked in. It's just a
Yes,
factor.
it is. No, it's not.
Yeah,
No, it's not.
baked in.
Yes, it
In
is.
deriving how much refraction there should be, the radius value is not baked in.
Yes,
It's,
it is.
uh,
Dude. It's in the formula. It's in the formula.
Okay, then how do you correct for it? Without,
let me
Stop
explain.
talking.
I know what you're talking
One at a
about.
time. One at a time. One at a time.
Perception
Stop
that the
talking. I
radius
want to make
is
this point.
baked.
I want to make this point. So without a value to put into the equation, how do you even correct for refraction in the first place?
What do you mean with correcting for?
Because you're telling us that refraction is able to explain this, and so how do you do that mathematically without a value?
Well, to explain it, given a certain assumption in that setting, the radius of the Earth is the given information already. Yes, but it's not
Right. So it's baked in. Well done.
It's not given to determine the amount of refraction independently, like to figure out how much refraction there should be under which given conditions. Right?
Baked in.
So again, how do you correct for that mathematically without a value?
What do you mean?
I don't think they are correcting for it.
You guys
Value-
are
That's
crazy. The R value is
So
assumed.
what you can do
baked
is
in. It's in there.
what you can do is you can say well okay, given a globe and given this observation is made, what ambient conditions would need to be present, and then you can work
Given the
backwards from
globe,
there.
right?
Yeah.
Given the
You
radius.
never do that,
But,
AK.
in working out how much what the ambient conditions need to be for a given observation being possible,
You never do that, AK. You just say
there's
you,
no globe, there's no
bro.
R value involved in that.
Bro, that's just not true. It's 7/6R. That's terrestrial refraction, and you guys never actually do test this. You just claim it, or when you look at what we do, you say, oh well, you have measurements of the temperature, the pressure, the humidity at the starting location, at the end location, but you don't have the temperature over the middle of the water. That does not help you bend the light around the ball so you can hit the target, because it would still have to be traveling into a more dense medium and then out of a more dense medium. So it wouldn't be bending down the whole time, even if you had the conditions required to bend the light.
It would be, actually.
No.
Well,
Explain.
okay.
Explain.
So heat can change the density of air. So you go from more dense to less dense.
I
And if
already
that's on a
I already
gradation,
covered
you're going to get
this,
something like a
bro. I already covered this. When
literally just said
something is
that.
going into a more dense medium and then going out of the more dense medium, it's not going to continue to go down as if it's going into a more dense medium because it's going out of a more dense medium. It's super simple.
Wait, what?
Yeah, and it still doesn't address the original point, which was that you have to bake the radius value in the first place. When someone says 7/6R, what does that mean? It means 7/6 of the radius value that is in question.
Yeah,
And the
that's
only
not.
reason they're doing 7/6 is because the radius value doesn't conform to observation. So what they've done is it's like a double hoodwink on you. You know, so it doesn't conform to observation, but we're gonna assert it even harder and then try and explain it with maths.
Okay, so 7/6R is
that
the
sounds absurd, my
sum
friend.
of the refraction that the standard atmosphere would have. So the standard atmosphere is a set of variables of temperature and pressure for the
Just ignore what I said then. That's
depending
cool.
on
Just ignore what I said.
Just
And
literally, yeah.
obviously
Ignore what he just said.
those set of values are not always smart.
Can you address
They're
what I
just
said, please?
the most common ones.
Can you
Would you
address
agree
what I
that
said,
R
please?
is in the
Because
formula?
you are currently saying things that everyone in this room has known for decades.
The
right?
resulting
Can you
reflection
address?
is not
Can you address?
dependent on the radius
Can
of the.
you address what I actually said? Can you even repeat what I said?
So the standard refraction is also not determined with the radius of Earth. You don't need the radius of Earth
Can you
at all
address
to
what I
determine
said,
the resulting
please?
refraction that the standard atmosphere would have, and that's why I'm saying that the radius value is not actually baked into determining the amount of refraction that given ambient conditions would have.
So you're not going to address what I said. Cool.
No,
You're not going to address what I said.
They're expressed as a ratio of the radius of Earth, but that does not mean that the amount that it's determined by including the radius of Earth in the calculation.
Hey, bro, hold on, friend. Hold on. We all need to understand how is 7/6R applied? How is it applied to an observation? Okay, how?
Depends, clearly.
No, it doesn't depend. It applies in a certain manner. How does it apply?
Depends.
No, it applies in a certain manner. How does it apply?
It depends how it applies.
Okay, so no, you're wrong, sir. It depends on a certain manner. So you're right, it depends on the certain manner. So what is the certain manner in which it's applied?
I'm very confused by your wording right now. If
You said it
can
depends. So
that
when
would be
does it
much
matter?
easier.
You said it depends on what. So when does it actually?
Right. No, friend, that's wrong. Wrong. What I'm saying is, you have this number 7/6R. You have to apply it to something in a manner in which you can apply it. So what is that manner?
I don't understand where you're going with this, or what you mean.
Yeah, I know you don't. That's the problem. So
Yes, indeed,
I'm going to
that's the problem.
explain it. Okay, so great. So I'm going to explain it for everyone. Okay, if you interrupt my explanation, I'm just going to eat you for 2 days. It's that simple. I don't play games.
Before you start,
all right, you're going. Goodbye. Shut the fuck up or goodbye. Those are your options. I give you 2 options, dude. You now have a choice. If you open your mouth, you've chosen. Thank you. Now, I'm going to start now, so don't fucking interrupt. All right? Thank you. So, how it's applied is you have an observation. You say to yourself, I can see something in the distance, right? You know how far away it is. You know your observation height. You then go to what's known as an Earth curve calculator. In the Earth curve calculator, they have a circle, right, in an orthographic view with the assumption of a particular radius, right? Let's say we start with 3,959 miles for the radius of our circle. We then put in our observation height, let's say 6 feet, because that's how tall I am, where my eyeballs are, approximately 6 feet. I then say I saw object A at such and so distance. So let's say I put in 25 miles or whatever. I'm just using ideal numbers at the moment. They don't necessarily matter for this point. So I then go to the other metric where it says refraction. Okay, so the problem is, before I do this, I have to recognize whether I should be able to see this object or not based on this orthographic geometry. So in the geometry, it tells me that the majority of the object should be hidden, right? But yet I see the whole object practically. So then I say to myself, if the Earth was a globe in ideal geometry, I should not be able to see this. So now I need to do something to make up for the fact that the globe geometry is defeated in order for the observation to be true if the Earth is a globe. So when you look at the side-on orthographic view, you end up with, a spot where you are, a line, a straight line that intersects the curve of the circle, and then that line continues on towards your observation object, right? That's what you see in a lot of these advanced calculators, a graphical representation. Now, the arc between you and the object has a certain distance from the path between you and the object. So the path between you and the object is known as a chord line, which intersects 2 points of a circle. In the center of the chord line to the apex of the arc is known as the sagaton, right? So that's a fixed formula. So if you have a particular radius, that is fixed. So what 7/6R does is it adds to the radius of that circle. It increases the size of the circle while maintaining the distance between the observation points. This causes of a necessary result that the sagaton decreases in height. And essentially what it effectually does is it removes the height of the bulge between you and the observation point. In other words, it literally changes the geometry of the Earth itself in an orthographic view in order to account for observations. Now, that is what I mean by how it's applied, and that is how it's applied. That's the whole purpose of it being applied. All right, now that I'm finished, you can go ahead.
All right, that's one way to apply it, yes.
Okay, by all means, give us another way.
Another way is by not using lines. Why is you're hot micing? Why is the hot micing? Thank you. So another way would be by not using straight lines of sight or straight light paths and using the light paths with the appropriate curvature. So you have a curve of R, which would be the radius of Earth, and then you have lines of sight that are curving as well, but not as much as the radius of Earth. So that would be then 6/7 R in that case, or the radius of the curve would be 7/6 R of the line of sight. And yeah, that would be equivalent, like the geometric dependencies would be equivalent to using straight lines and changing the curvature of Earth itself.
Yeah, so you understand then the original criticism was that the R value is baked into the refraction assumption, and your rebuttal to that is that the R value is baked into the refraction assumption, but it's applied to the light and not the Earth? Like
that's incorrect.
Yeah,
the amount, how the amount of the refraction determined has nothing to do with the radius of Earth. It's just that when you want to apply it to a globe, then obviously you have to assume a globe. It's like if you wanna.
That was the criticism in the first place.
That's not what he said.
Oh,
that's just pure
that was
obfuscation.
awesome, bro. That was awesome.
No, that's not
So
what
if
he
you flip
said.
the numerator
You're
and the
taking it out of context.
denominator.
You're taking it out of context.
Am I the only one that was listening?
Dude, how are we taking it out of context, brother?
what he said was that you
Let's
can
be
calculate
clear.
the refraction separately from the curve of Earth. If you want to map it to some real world environment, you assume that's a globe, then you would
So,
add the R value. But you don't
can I ask you a
necessarily have to
question?
do that to calculate the actual refraction.
Can I ask a question then? How is it separate to the curve of the Earth if the maths is based on the R value?
I mean, I'm reading a whole like site on refraction, and I'm not seeing that R in these equations that I'm looking at are all refraction, not
What do you think
radius.
the R value represents?
I'm not seeing that R. Here it represents refraction. It's
No, it
explicitly
doesn't.
stated so.
No,
All right, let
R
me
value
post
is
it.
Oh my
radius.
god, dude.
6R, R is the radius, which is the, like, it's not directly the curve of the Earth, but it's the same thing conceptually.
All right, I just posted it. Maybe I'm missing it.
Yes, actually.
If someone can point it out to me.
So
Hold on. But also,
again,
just think about it logically, right? If R is refraction, then what the fuck does 7/6R even mean?
I don't know where you're getting that equation.
Oh my god, dude, were you not paying attention to the Earth curve calculator explanation that I just gave for the past 5 minutes?
so
I
Well, I'm
guess
looking
not.
at refraction, not Earth curve. I mean, that's the whole contention.
Dude, here, let me give you the contention as concise as possible. The claim is that the horizon is a geometrical location in free space that blocks the bottom of things and includes your ability to see them. The Earth curve calculators are designed to present this proposition in an orthographic view. So whenever you have an observation that supersedes globe geometry, in other words, beyond the horizon, you can use a scalar in this model to account for the fact that you can see something that you shouldn't be able to see by just moving a number that's based in the number 7/6R, right? And it'll somehow explain why you can see this, assuming straight line geometry of light, right? It's the whole point of the conversation when it comes to globe Earth, flat Earth. Because if you don't present it in that geometry, there's no way to understand it.
Yeah, I also looked at your link.
makes
I
sense.
see that it's not related to what we're talking about at all. It's just about the index of refraction of air. It has nothing to do with terrestrial refraction or the excuses they use to try to hide the globe.
Right. In order to get an orthographic geometric projection of this index of refraction causing light to travel in an arced path to supersede the globe geometry of the alleged claim of a Earth curve getting in the way of things, you have to chart it in a manner that cannot be known.
But you're talking
Because there's no
specifically about
way.
rectifications
Go ahead.
to the geometric horizon, though. So we're starting with the R value. If all we're talking, we started this conversation talking about lasers over lakes, right? Like
Correct.
that's where we started. Yeah. So in those experiments, they're talking about refraction. I mean, they might apply that, like you said, if you're talking about the curve of the Earth, and then you add refraction, it doesn't make sense to me. You would add the radius twice. Like, why is refraction also?
Yeah, I know it doesn't make sense, brother. Let me tell you why. Because the idea of ideal refraction that's expressed in terms of the ratio of the radius of the Earth is an ad hoc globe excuse that makes the proposition unfalsifiable. Because if you go to these calculators, you can scale that index. Let me tell you this, I want you to understand. You can scale that index in the advanced Earth curve Bislins to 60 billion mile radius. 60 billion miles.
Sure, and that same advanced Earth curve calculator gives you both a flat Earth and a globe model. So clearly, that's not being added here, and you can move the refraction any way you want.
It's incorrect that this makes the claim unfalsifiable. You can still falsify the issue by providing evidence.
No, you can't, dude. Listen, all as you do. Look, whenever you make an observation,
so can I please?
Yeah, whenever you make an observation, right, that supersedes globe geometry, this is what people do. They go to these calculators, and then they present the graphics that the calculators produce as if that is the truth. That's what they do every time. Nobody goes out to the field and measures these refractions from point A to point B. For example, in the Canigou shot, when we have the mountains being seen greater than 250 miles, and they should be a mile below the Earth curvature. Nobody goes out and measures anything. They just go to Bislins or any other such advanced calculator, and then they slide the refraction scale until it works, and they say, ta-da, it worked. That's what's really happening in reality, brother. All right, let him respond.
Thank you for the unmute. So, what's actually happening is that those observations are made. The claim is made that this observation disproves a globe. It should not be possible on a globe. And then the response is, well, let's see, we're assuming a globe. We're assuming a globe at this point, yes. And we're gonna make it, we're gonna see what conditions would be necessary to make that observation on a globe, and then show that this observation are indeed actually possible. Now, yes, the people that then say, well, this observation could be possible on a globe, did not go out and measure that this conditions were actually present at the time of observation, which is not possible anymore because the observation was in the past, and the people that claimed that this disproves a globe did not make the necessary measurements to show that the conditions to make this observation necessary on a globe are not present. They were just claiming this observation in itself occurs, therefore it cannot be a globe possibly. And to show that it can be a globe possibly, you will have to only provide the ambient conditions where this observation would be made possible on a globe. This does not prove that the globe is what it is, but it shows that what is claimed to disprove the globe, because the observation in itself is made, is not sufficiently substantiated, because you would also have to be, it is not unfalsifiable, you also have to be measuring the ambient conditions and show that they are nowhere near the necessary conditions to make that observation on a globe, because you can know the necessary ambient conditions.
Yeah, we heard you say that already, bro. You're just repeating yourself. So I just wanted to respond to that. You do have a certain burden here, though, in that you're saying that these conditions are able to warp this geometric impossibility into an optical possibility, right? But you're not actually proving that those conditions actually do that. And so that's the issue we're now trying to present to you with the military laser. I swear I was still talking. So you've got the military laser tests with the chromatic aberration that I don't know if people have gone into that with you. So when you've got different frequencies of light, those different frequencies bend at different rates, yada yada yada. I think AI kind of touched on that earlier, but you aren't actually proving that the conditions that you say affect the optics in that way actually exist. You're just asserting that they exist as a way to then hand wave away these geometric possibilities.
I did not claim that it's proven that those conditions are actually existing. We're moving the goalpost from, well, this observation has disproven the geometry of globe to, well, you have not proven that geometry of the globe is a valid assumption in the first place.
But as a rebuttal to, because you're saying that we're coming up with an observation that's geometrically impossible, okay, but the atmosphere is affecting it in this way, and therefore it's still possible on a globe. Well, you haven't actually proven that's the case. You're just asserting that it's the case.
The fact that the atmosphere affects optical observation is undeniably proven.
Didn't finish. So all you're doing is asserting that that's the case, and then throwing it in as a vague possibility. We don't have to take that seriously until you've actually proven that type of atmosphere would cause that kind of effect.
Actually, it's not vague at all. It's actually well established that the density of air over more than a couple of feet of vertical distance, of vertical height, decreases rapidly, exponentially. It's also evident that air does distort light paths from straight lines, that they are not straight in those scenarios. And it's also evident that even minute changes in angle of a light path over the kind of distances that we're observing here, which is many, many miles, lead to big changes in what is observed due to compression. due to perspective. All of those things are undeniably true and already known, and therefore it is just plain dishonest to claim we have observed this. It should not happen geometrically with straight light paths, with exactly straight light paths,
Didn't you
and
guys say
therefore
they
it
use 2
disproves
lasers,
the
right?
presupposition. It's
Can I
just
rebuttal?
intellectually dishonest to not go into what happens with the light path in those cases, and
Dude, you're hyperventilating.
sufficiently
Like,
honest.
hyperventilating.
He's called me dishonest, right? So I have to be.
I did not call you dishonest.
Yeah,
I called the claim dishonest that you observe something far away, and that's therefore it's geometrically impossible, and therefore those optical effects have to be substantiated. No, when you observe something very far away, you already have to take the optical effects into account. That would be.
I've already heard you say this, bro. I've already heard you say this. This is now the 3rd time you're saying the same thing. I must be able to respond, because I've heard you say this 3 times now. So first of all, yeah, originally you actually agreed that it wasn't necessarily established that this was happening. And now you're saying, oh, actually it is established it's happening. So I don't want to agree. I don't want to have to argue with you making 2 opposite points. Please make one point so I can respond to it. But the point that I think you just made was that all of these effects do happen. It seems to me that you're just reasserting the thing that's already in contention. That isn't good enough. You have to actually establish that it's true.
Which fact that I've pointed out as undeniably true is in contention?
Holy crap, dude. What a tautology. My facts are undeniably true, therefore
the atmosphere would have this
they're
effect of
facts.
resistance. Very simple.
Oh, whoa, lag.
Sorry,
Big
what,
lag.
I was talking over you. I didn't hear you, and you're cutting out sometimes.
Pickle Rick.
Well, Discord's been acting up lately. Magnetic Mick, it says you were muted when you just started talking now, so I don't know. Maybe give it a reset or something. Yeah, I think he lost connection.
So yeah, I've pointed out 3 facts that are undeniably known and should be a common basis of knowledge within this discussion. That is that the air over a bigger altitude difference, like say tens and hundreds of feet, decreases in density commonly. That due to compression, even minute changes in angle, when observed at many miles away, lead to big changes in, for example, observed distances because of perspective compression. And third, that air undeniably does refract light. Light paths are not exactly straight in air over those distances. Those are the 3 things that have been pointed out that I would argue we can agree on as known.
Well, hold on. Drace made a good point. He said you haven't showed how it was possible to refract infrared in such a way.
Infrared also refracts just like light does. It might refract a little less. The dependency.
It refracts much less than visible light. That is how we discovered infrared. Which would mean that if your ad hoc excuses of all light bending around the globe to hide the globe were true, then light waves that refract less, we would always see the horizon closer in those wavelengths. So infrared versus visible light, we should be able to just test for your horizon and your refraction and seeing if the horizon moves closer in the infrared. Does it? No. We see further in infrared. That's the opposite of what you need.
In which observations are you pointing towards?
That's highly problematic. Look, if his proposition carries, then that defeats your claim in totality, friend.
Because the observations that I'm aware of where the horizon appears to move further away when you use infrared are the cases where the horizon can actually not be seen very clearly due to haze, for example, which infrared would cut through, but visible light would not cut through. Yeah, exactly.
Well, that's great, but the problem is that
you have haze covering visible light does not travel through that. We can it scatters,
Sure.
but the infrared does not.
Right. So what you're
Yeah,
admitting is you have no proof of a geometric horizon in the first instance. Congratulations.
Yeah, he's also obfuscating from my argument, trying to talk about the haze. That's not the question here. The geometric horizon is supposed to start, for instance, in this picture, at the coastline, on the left. But you can see the coastline all the way to the right.
You know what I found out, that when he's speaking of these things, he's actually sabotaging his position. He's making it more difficult for people to understand how they actually measured the curvature and got the geometry for the size of the Earth. He's doing so many mental contortions to actually put roadblocks in between somebody making an simple observation, that he's sabotaging his position to, like, now it's so difficult to even go out and make an observation and try to measure or test the Earth's geometry. So he's
What
really
exactly is that position?
he's putting so many roadblocks in your way so that you can never know that you can actually do something to test the geometry. Well done, dude. Well done.
It's not obfuscation.
Incorrect. It's,
Right?
but made clear with the discussion about the horizon is that the distance to the
Here we go
horizon is
again.
just a very poor instrument to
So
try and
would you
determine
would
what
you
we're
agree that
talking about.
okay? So would you agree that on a day without haze, right, with an infrared camera, if you saw further than with just the visible light spectrum, that would debunk your refraction?
As far as I know right now, yes.
All right, there you go.
All right.
You're gonna come back here and say space is gay.
No, that's wrong to say that. You could say space could be your happy place. That would be okay.
I wouldn't even say that. I wouldn't even say it's happy.
I would just say you are gay. You are gay. Why are you gay?
Once you've gone and done an infrared test on a non-hazy day and you've seen further, come back and say space is happy.
Guys, look, if the Earth is flat,
yeah. So
what difference does it make to your life?
What difference does it make? You're diverting away from this guy getting pummeled right now. This guy who was actually speaking, AK, prior to the one who just said that ridiculous comment, that he's trying to sabotage everybody's mindset. It's a Jedi mind trick. With geometry,
What?
with geometry, you're able to go and directly measure something, right? So if I have a cube in my hand, you're able to know its the properties of how big it is, right? You're gonna be able to measure it. So when you get to a bigger size geometric shape, why can't you measure that bigger one? So the thing is, right now he's trying to obfuscate from the point that you can measure it by going to the minutia of, like, how the rhetoric is being told, and he's even getting the rhetoric wrong. He's even getting the rhetoric wrong. You guys don't know that. You guys don't know that because you haven't looked it up. So his little Jedi mind trick is working on some of you, but it doesn't work on the people who already been around this argument. We already know he's wrong because he hasn't demonstrated how there is the geometric shape of the surface of the Earth. So he hasn't told you that. He's only just come in here to kind of fire some really conversation.
It's really boring. I'm gonna go listen to Taylor Swift. Bye.
Yeah, go listen to Taylor Swift and play Minecraft. Let us in here talk about this. So off you go. Anyway, so we got people in here that don't have any understanding. And then the guy should be telling you how to actually examine this surface curvature. But he's not doing that. He's going and just trying to win an argument by using sophistry. And he's doing these mind tricks, these little mental contortions. That's all he does every day. I've heard him. This is the third time that I've heard him. He doesn't give you the answer how you can know the Earth is a globe. Doesn't do that.
Brother, keep in mind, that's Ed Masto from the old days.
Yeah.
Is he really?
He hasn't changed at all.
Yeah, I think Mayhem just fainted. He's like, oh, the old days.
Yeah, he's gone by a few different names: Morty Master, Pickle Rick, AK.
Like you lose count to how many times they switch accounts. It's like,
so he just respawns. Like what? What the?
What?
He's good at sophistry. I'll give him this. He's good at sophistry, right? Because he can keep the party going. He doesn't get to the conclusion of a fucking point. And as Crypto pointed out, he didn't respond to Crypto because he knows it's damning to his position. He knows that he will be sabotaging his position if he answers a direct question. He never does that. You never hear him say, "Yeah, let me answer
I
that."
know why he does that. He does that so he doesn't form a memory of it, and so he can easily forget it, and so he can respawn later.
Now this is ironically, Drace, this is the guy that came in yesterday and says that we have amnesia. He charged the flat Earth with amnesia. He's like, "Well, you guys have amnesia." I was like, "Apparently you do, sir. You've changed your name many times, and you keep responding with the same sophistry." But that's the thing, though. We're in here for some clarity, right? We're in here to get you guys on a path to logically consistent understanding. So if you guys want that, or if you want this fucking sophistry where you're never going to get to the end of knowledge, you're just spinning your wheels. He's basically the other side. That's all they got.
Calling you.
I got a question though, Mayhem.
Yeah.
So isn't if he's claiming that laser test was that observation was possible because of refraction, right? Isn't refraction an optical effect, right?
Yeah, but listen, there's something that they're kind of mixing mashing. It's like they're mixing it up with refraction. But what they're talking about is terrestrial refraction, which has the R value already inserted and assuming the Earth's geometry.
Right.
That's already there. So it's not refraction, it's terrestrial refraction. It's how they're pronounced. They don't want to. They want to say, so you guys don't believe in refraction? And then he charges with that. And if you're saying that right now, everybody's mind's like, oh, you meant refraction. No, because we understand refraction. Like, listen, you go to Snell's law.
I'm trying to understand the.
Here's the clarification, right? Go to Snell's law. And look up what refraction is. And then it's going to tell you that you need two contacting media in order for refraction to occur. Now, this other density gradient refraction bullshit that they try to pull on your minds has to deal more with them trying to assert that their assumption of the Earth's geometry is correct. And that's why everybody comes in with that. If you listen, when you engage in a conversation of refraction, if you don't have a clue, you don't jump in here and start talking about it because you're going to only
ask you a question. I'm literally just trying to ask you or ask a question. So if he's bringing that up, right? Doesn't that like throw out his? Isn't that a concession for the original claim that the geometric horizon is physical?
Is it a concession? Yeah, because you can't have physicality with the actual geometry being in a certain location. So with an observation, let's say, if people are saying like they're speaking out two sides of their mouth, right?
I can definitely see that, by the way. Yeah.
Well, let me explain, right? So they're saying that boats disappear over the curvature at 3 miles. That's what this idea that they're coming up with, and you can look it up. That's what 3 miles away, they'll start to see the boats disappear from the bottom up, due to the fact that you'll start to see boats disappearing over the curvature of the Earth. That's what they're saying, right? So if you want to test that claim, then they start using refraction. Well, you can't really know the distance to the horizon. It's not physical. It actually is optical. Well, you just screwed the pooch
right there. Yeah.
The pooch, because now you can't tell me it's 3 miles. That 3 miles you just told me just went poof, it vanished. So you can't say it's 3 miles because only you think that it's 3 miles. Well, refraction jumped in the way and said, nah, it's farther, it's closer, it's farther, it's closer. You're never going to know, right? Therefore, they don't know how to answer that question. When they say refraction, they mean terrestrial refraction. They don't mean refraction like how Snell's law puts it in, because we always have to define what it is, right? So you go into Snell's law right now, you go and look what it means, and now you understand. So there isn't an advanced version of refraction. There isn't that. There's this idea that these proponents who come in here, they talk about it like it's a new thing. Oh, we know about refraction, but we got a more advanced version, like Protothad. He came in here and was saying that, not here, but in 24/7. So there isn't an advanced version of refraction. There's only refraction and how it interacts with the light and how we understand it, right? Two contacting media. That's what we know. But that's not what you
are we saying that
gradient.
Are we saying that refraction through a gradient doesn't exist?
You see? This is the kind of fucking is the
Wow.
kind of fucking sophistry that we're talking about. Did you go look
That's
at
a
Snell's
perfect
law?
example.
No, I
That's
see
a
Snell's
perfect.
law.
It's
It's
right in
in the
real
chat.
time.
That's
No,
real
but
time.
Give a
I
real-time
understood.
example.
That's
That
what I
was
understood
crazy.
from what was just said. Did I misunderstand?
Go look at Snell's law.
It's right here on the screen. I'm looking at it this
Not you,
instant.
bro. Not the flat earther who's talking. Not you, bro. I'm talking to Manufactorum. Go look at Snell's law. Go read it. You know what? Read Snell's law out loud. How about that? To the whole
Refraction is
class,
the bending
right?
of the path of light wave as it passes from one material to another material. The refraction that occurs at the boundary and is caused by a change in the speed of light wave upon crossing the boundary. The tendency of a light ray to bend in one direction or another is dependent on whether the light wave speed up or slows down upon crossing the boundary. So, did I understand correctly that through like a gradient you can't have refraction?
No. You just said gradient again. What did Snell's law say? You're not.
It
You're
doesn't.
You're
It says
taking
nothing
Snell's
about
law.
a gradient. I'm
Yes,
talking
it
about what
do.
you said.
No, I'm saying that the Globers are talking about a density gradient.
Correct.
That's how refraction works. That's what they're saying, right?
Right.
I'm
Yes.
saying that is not what Snell's law is saying.
I'm not talking about Snell's law.
I
Snell's law is
am.
about
That is what
two.
refraction is, sir. That's what refraction is. You can say I'm not talking about it. That is exactly when
Are you
somebody
looking
says
inside chat?
refraction.
Look inside
Huh?
chat.
I'm not on side
I
chat,
love
sir. I
that.
mean,
Yeah,
but like what I'm saying.
I'll
Go ahead,
address
Drace.
this real quick. He has a homogeneous isotropic medium here that is not non-analogous with how our air is. Our air is inhomogeneous and anisotropic. Do you know what happens when you stir that solution to make it so?
The solution of the air or this thing he's shining light through.
Yes, stir it.
Oh,
Mix
is
it up.
it is it the little cube?
Mm-hmm.
It's the
yeah,
one
it's
with
the
the
cube.
sugar tank.
Yeah. Oh, right. So a sugar tank isn't analogous to our atmosphere, not even close. Sugar has dextral
No.
rotation.
This is a different thing. This is a different thing, guys. This is where they layered a
Fair.
bunch of optical mediums into a gradient so that they could manipulate the light. This has nothing to do with the air. This is a solid.
Right. So static media, right?
So would you say that it's one medium that he's shining the light through?
No, it's a bunch of layers of optical mediums.
Okay, so they're
Right,
different because
so-
they're different densities, right?
I'm a
Right,
dummy,
well,
but that's
the-
not
if-
air, bro. You know what I
Look,
mean? That's not air.
listen, friend, hold on. If they're layers and each layer is a congruous optical density, then that means there'd be a specific boundary. And the law of refraction works on specific boundaries. That's why it's defined as the indices of the angle of refraction to the angle of incident at the boundary. Right?
I'm not seeing boundaries in this cube here.
Is there a limit to how thick those layers between boundaries have to be?
Look, if that cube is made of specific layers, where each layer is laid on top of another layer, even if they're fused together, they're having a specific optical density boundary. It would still exist. It wouldn't just disappear.
And what if they're
So
not?
while it may look like a congruous piece, right, it's not.
Okay, and a single medium with an optical gradient does not exist or cannot exist.
Oh, you're talking about variable optical densities in the same media?
Yes.
Okay, so the problem with that is that you no longer have discrete boundaries. You then have infinity as your variable.
Infinity.
Yeah, that's why I was talking about the
Infinity,
solution
my
first.
friend. Frickin' infinity, bro.
Okay, what is the variable? The number of layers.
Infinity. Infinity.
Okay, in a single medium of optical gradient, it is infinity. I get it. But what is that number? Is it the number of layers or the number of boundaries? The number of boundaries,
Dude.
right?
there are no more boundaries. In an anisotropic, non-homogeneous, infinite variability of gradation, you have infinity, which means you can't have a normal line. If you can't have a normal line,
You can. The direction of the gradient, the optical gradient, is the normal line. You can have that
You're
even if
roboting
you
out a
don't
little
have
bit.
distinct boundary layers.
Yeah, it's very easy to show. The globers like to use sugar solution or salt water and let it sit for long enough so it becomes isotropic and homogeneous, and then shine a light through it and then
It's
see
not
how
homogeneous.
it becomes homogeneous. Yes.
No. If it's homogeneous, the solution, if the solution is homogeneous, then it will have the same density everywhere, but it stratifies.
Yeah, it's mostly homogeneous because it settles at the bottom, and then you get layers, and then they shine that into that layer, and it bends down again. But then they
You don't have
stir
distinct layers.
the solution, and it doesn't do that anymore.
You don't have distinct layers. You have a gradient of the solution in the solution. In the solution, you have a gradient of how
it
much
settles to the bottom, but the problem is the solution like holds
but there's no distinct layers.
X amount, and then like dissolves upwards, so the gradient becomes the thickest at the bottom, and it settles down there.
There's a gradient of sugar concentration with the most further down and further up, but there's no distinct layers.
As you let it
there
sit,
is no...
it becomes more and more homogeneous and isotropic, and then you get these effects.
No, it becomes
you
less
don't have that
homogeneous.
in the air because that's not how the air is.
It has the same concentration everywhere. It has the same density everywhere. It becomes less homogeneous. It becomes more...
Dude, we're talking about the pathway of the laser. We're not talking about the whole tank, because the whole tank is not where the laser is going through.
Well, you can make it so that the laser is going through the whole height of the tank. You're still roboting really hard, AI. Point in case is that the reason this is used to demonstrate what the effect that reflection could have in the air around us is because the density increases the further down to the bottom you get, and that also happens with the air around us. When you are at Mount Everest, you have a low-grade vacuum, and when you go down to sea level, you have 1 bar of vacuum of pressure. That's a big difference.
And also heat.
Watch your little cube video again, and notice how when light does get refracted, like in the cases with this optical density gradient layered on top of each other in this cube, you can see they're using more than one wavelength, so that you can see that the light is separating out. This would be visible at all long distance photographs, where we can see further than the geometric horizon. We don't see this, so the Earth isn't a ball.
Well, we do. I mean, that's how we know that refraction is present, is we look for other telltale signs. So distortion is one, chromatic aberration is another.
No, don't lie. Don't lie. We don't see optical dispersion of things at a distance. Things don't look rainbow colored when you look at the horizon. We don't live in gay land.
That's
like chromatic aberration exists. But we just can get that out of the way. Like that does happen. There's cameras.
We know about chromatic. We know about it. It doesn't mean that it happens whenever we can see too far, which is what would happen if your excuse were true.
It's an example of telltale signs. Another one is just distortion, like in that Black Swan image where the frames are all wavy and bendy.
No.
Yes, distortion is...
Distortion does not mean that light is refracting. The two things are separate things.
What separate things would it mean?
For instance, if I take a medium and I shake it, the thing traveling in the medium can be affected, right?
Yes, and that would not be refraction.
That would create distortions, right?
Those distortions would not be due to refraction in the shaken medium. You're not introducing density variance in the medium by shaking it, and that the light from the
No, it's
target
optical density. It's not. It's just optical density, buddy. It's not just density. Get it right.
Yeah. I equated those two terms right now because
they're not.
Right now,
they're not equivalent. They're not equivalent.
Okay, obviously they're not equivalent, but it doesn't matter for what I'm asking. Actually, it makes my point stronger because even if the density stays constant of the medium itself, by shaking it, the optical density of it can be all bundled up, and light reflecting in different ways.
No, you don't know what you're talking about like normal. That's not how it works. Optical density just doesn't just change of a material just because you shake it. If I take glass and I shake it, it doesn't change the optical density of the glass, now does it?
What does it change? What changes then for things to appear distorted?
I just told you, you changed the path of the light slightly, and so it appeared a little bit distorted.
What is the change of a path of light?
You change the medium it's going through. You move the medium it's going through.
Yeah, what's that effect called when you change the path of light?
Distortion.
The medium. No, it's called refraction, dude.
No, there's many types of distortions. You can have mirages, which are reflections.
Not necessarily. All right, so going back to the video of manufacture with gradient index optics, you can see there that when the light travels further down the cube, then there is a point where the blue kind of deviates away from the red, right, and it bends down first. But as the whole bundle travels further down, the red catches up to the blue again, and the distribution is almost the same again. So chromatic, just because
that's because of the way they made the optical gradient. It has nothing to do with anything in reality.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask. What does that have to do with air? What does that cube have to do with air?
It has an optical gradient.
Isn't that the medium?
Hold on, friends. Check this out. He's appealing to extremely engineered examples with variabilities that are in excess of anything you would ever see in the ambient atmosphere. So he's claiming that this is happening all the time in the ambient atmosphere, and the only examples he has of this is extreme examples, proving that it's not happening in the regular atmosphere.
Incorrect. So
yeah, no, that seems right to a layman like myself. Like, what the hell does that have to do with air, bro? I don't get it. I'm a layman, right? Like, isn't the medium that you're talking about that you can change air? So what does that cube have to do with air?
Yeah, let me tell you this as well. So there's other examples that are used where they have the variability of an excess of like 70% of a differential of heat versus cold. So they did this when they were trying to make a black swan observation they took a cylinder, they put an object on the far side of the cylinder, and then they covered it with a gas that had an extreme low temperature relative to the temperature of the other air. So they had a change within a small portion of time where you were at relatively close to freezing and then burning. So let me ask you this question. Have you ever been in a location in the world where your feet are freezing, but your upper portion of your body is burning? The answer is no. All of these examples are extreme examples. They have to appeal to extreme examples to prove anything that exists in reality. Since none of these extreme examples,
right?
And the premise is false.
AI, just to understand. So, well, hold on. Let me ask AI a question, please. Hold on. So you said you mean natural, right? Like where you're freezing, your feet are freezing, and because I have experienced that, but in a controlled environment, my bathtub. Like that's the only time I've ever been able to do that.
All right.
You know what I mean? So you're saying it's not natural, right? Yeah, no. So they have to basically
these
put
aren't
these
analogous.
examples.
These aren't you hit it on the head that these are not analogous to the ambient atmosphere, not in any way.
Right. Our reality.
No. Nobody's
exact.
claiming that they're exact. So here's the thing.
What's the point of bringing up these
No, it's
extreme
not that they're
examples?
exact at all, dude.
I would
Look
like
at
to
your
respond to
look at your
that question
density.
if I'm
Look
capable.
at your density distribution in the sugar tank. Sugar is called dextrose because it has dextro rotation. Dude, your little examples are baloney sandwich, bro.
So I would like to answer the question what the point of those demonstrations is. The point of the demonstrations is that they are, as the word says, demonstrations. What they are doing is that they are exaggerating an effect. They're increasing the effect of, for example, an optical gradient. So you're taking something that has a relatively very high. Relatively speaking, very high optical gradient to show what the effect of it is over a relatively small space. So it's easier to understand, it's easier to show. That does not mean that this exact same magnitude of the effect has to happen, for example, when you're observing something 10 miles
like
away
air?
or something like that, to have the same accumulative effect. The effect is much lower, but that means you cannot see it as easily in your immediate environment.
Wait. I get why you're showing this, right? An example of a possible, but not likely in my mind. Like, I don't see that little cube thing in the air when we're talking about just the simple medium of air, right? So what the hell does this have to do with the medium that was tested, right? A laser, infrared, and like, wasn't that going through air? Or am I crazy?
That's why you have also demonstrations where you
But
can.
But am I right though? Is the laser test going through the medium of air?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so what the hell does that cube have to do with air?
Well, it has an optical gradient, just the same. As I said, you can also, as I alluded to, there's also demonstrations.
Okay, that cube has an optical gradient, and air has an optical gradient. Let's just say that's true, right? Let's assume you're right about air having an optical gradient, which is not what we observe, but let's just say you're right.
We observe air having an optical gradient around us.
Okay. So you're saying that the optical gradient is the reason why the laser hit the target?
Yes, could be.
Can you prove that?
Not without sufficient data.
Not without controlled laboratory environments? Okay, so it's useless. So this is nothing. This argument means nothing to me.
Well, yes, that's the whole crux of the discussion with how far can you see things? Can you establish a laser being seen from so and so and so and so and so and so far away? That you always, when you do that, in order to make any sort of conclusions, you would always have to investigate the path of light, which is not an easy thing to do.
Listen, bro, you're proving Mayhem's point earlier about sophistry. Like, you really are. We're just trying to keep on point, right? Point is, we see too far. Here's a laser test to show that we see too far, according to the globe model, right?
No. Both the analysis of the matter and demonstrations show that the conclusion too far is already not sufficiently substantiated. And therefore, we should. But we actually should.
AI, I'm gonna let you attack that real quick.
We should.
I was gonna attack that. And I was gonna say that. Hold on, but according to the heliocentric model, right, we should only be able to see 3.1 miles out to the horizon before the alleged curvature starts. And so it doesn't matter if you have a camera, if you have a laser, if you have a telescope, you still would not be able to see past 3.1 miles to your curvizontal horizon, okay? Period. However, because of these, I'm not done talking, okay? But because we can see much further than that 3.1 miles that we're told that we can only see that far. We can see a lot farther than that, which falsifies the globe map. Period. It falsifies it. And I'm going to leave it at that.
That's incorrect, though, because the determination that you should only ever be able to see that and that far before it gets in the way is made from the assumption of perfectly straight path of light between the target and the observer, which is not evidently not what's happening when you're looking through that distance of air. So the distance is expected to change depending on the ambient conditions.
Dude,
like a robot.
Again, that may have debunked the heliocentric model, but not the updated ad hoc centric model. So the
it's not updated or ad hoc. This refraction has been known for over 200 years.
Yeah, that's called the.
So refraction is the reason why lasers hit their targets.
We're talking about the specific kind of refraction that you're talking about, which is as of
it's not the kind of refraction.
As of now, which is
refraction. There's no different kinds of refraction.
As of now, the kind of refraction, as you admitted, not being demonstrated in a laboratory setting, is as of now a hypothesis. That's cool.
It is demonstrated. It's not being proven that those conditions are.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. It's not being proven that those conditions could cause light to bend around physical obstruction.
Right. Oh, no. It is proven that they could.
I'm out. So when you guys
are present in the observations that are being made.
You guys come down, codify the exact conditions that you think are present on one of these observations, come up with some actual laboratory experiment that demonstrates that it's possible, then we can entertain that. But as of now, it's a
demonstration's already present.
Ad hoc.
Hold on, let him speak, please. Let him speak, please.
The backwards engineering that.
Are you going to let Esoteric speak? Can you let him speak, please? You keep interrupting him.
So as of now, it's the ad hoc hypothesis centric model of a specific type of refraction which can bend light around physical obstruction, which fair enough, demonstrated.
It's not ad hoc.
Also, we could
it's
also
geometrically
going back to the point about the infrared camera. You can also do it this way: go to take an observation of something on a hazy day with your infrared camera, and if it extends further than the visible light camera, well, then you've debunked your own ad hoc hypothetical model. So you should do that first. In the first
ad hoc or hypothetical.
Instead of being here debating it, go do that infrared test.
Show us in reality, like in the real world, not in a controlled laboratory environment with this fucking infinite variable cube thing. You know
I just want to say a rule you just made a really good point, right, regarding the infrared. So AK, if we were to have two cameras set up at the exact same height looking over the same observation, and there is an instance where you say we're seeing too far due to refraction, what should you expect the difference to be between the normal camera and the camera that's only receiving infrared? Do you think that the infrared camera would allow us to see further or not as far?
I would dare expect to be no significant or no very, very sizable difference, actually, because
you expect no difference between infrared and visible
not
light?
none at all, but none that's easily easily distinguished. Because
why would you say that? There's completely different index of refraction when it comes to infrared and visible light.
Not completely, because if we're saying that there
is
should
it the
be
same?
Not exactly the same, Avery. Let me finish my sentence. So if we're saying that we're expecting a massive difference between the infrared camera and the visible light camera, then we would also expect a massive difference between the red light in the visible light camera and the blue light in the visible light camera, because what we're actually observing when we're taking pictures that are easily when those far distance when we put, for example, an IR filter on a camera, then we're taking near infrared light. We're taking light that's very close to the visible range and just slightly in the infrared direction. And if that's, I would expect the chromatic aberration to be very, very high. If the infrared observation is expected to be massively different from the visible light position.
So can I ask you a question? Do infrared lasers exist?
Yeah, I guess.
Okay, so
they do.
So if infrared lasers exist and you set up two lasers, one infrared, one visible normal light laser, and you started moving them away in the distance in tandem with each other, so they're the same distance away, which one should disappear first?
intuitively, I would say the blue one. Oh,
infrared.
that's the right one.
We're moving it beyond the horizon, right? So the fifth geometric horizon. So the infrared should disappear first.
Yeah.
Because it refracts. But what happened? So if the infrared disappeared later, what would you say?
That would be interesting. Why would they just?
Interesting
that would
or
actually be interesting. Yeah.
Interesting or refraction debunked?
Well, it disappearing in the first place would be would have to be investigated because
simple question.
Pretty clear cut. Why are you saying refraction would be debunked?
Well, let's be more liberal. Hold on, friends. Let's be more generous. Hold on, dude, Edmasto, hold on. We need to be generous. That it's not refraction itself that's debunked. It's the idea of refraction in the globe model that they use as their excuse would be debunked.
That's what I meant. I guess I was going for some more plum there. I'm saying that terrestrial refraction that is bringing light from beyond the geometric horizon debunked.
I'll also submit to you that this is the same premise. This is the same premise of the thesis paper that the guy that worked on the military laser experiment in the Hawaiian Islands concluded. He had a tri-band laser. Right, that they set up and they fired at a 4-meter telescope. And if the terrestrial refraction models that exist within the globe paradigm were true, then all 3 lasers should have hit the telescope. Or sorry, they shouldn't have hit the telescope, but they did.
All right, all 3 of them, or only the infrared one or the blue one.
All 3.
No, in this case, I don't believe one of them was infrared, but I couldn't tell you for certain.
Can you throw a reference for that tri-band laser thing, for that setup, that experiment?
Oh yeah, I think Drace has it on tap. I can't do it myself right now.
So what's the name? AK. Have you accepted yet that if 2 lasers, infrared and normal light, moved away and the infrared disappeared later, that would debunk your refraction model?
Another really easy way to do it is just you get nice markers up to the horizon. Maybe you're looking along the coast up to the horizon, up a bay or something, and you get markers all the way up there, up to the horizon, and you look in visible light, and then you look in and calculate and see if you can see too far, and it turns out you can see a little bit too far. Now they claim that the geometric horizon isn't visible anymore, so we're looking at illusions in the distance in visible light. So we look at infrared and we look at our markers and we see it has the horizon now moved closer because it doesn't refract as much. Does that work for you as a test, AK?
I was not following all the way. I was also distracted by the text chat. I mean, it's a setup by setup basis. Actually, you have to investigate the core of the matter is, and you are also essentially agreeing to this now by trying to make this arguments with the infrared and the blue laser and so on, is that you have to investigate the path of the light sufficiently.
We've been saying this for 8 years. Glober's been telling us the horizon is geometric for years.
No.
Oh, yes.
Refraction has been known for about 200 years, and the fact that the conversation has been so slow to the responses that you've been given to Black Swan and so on have been so slow to trickle through the community has nothing to do with the state of the art at all.
So anyway,
wait a minute.
when a boat fucks off, why does it disappear bottom up?
That's a good question.
Yeah, if you didn't. Yeah, that is the question. No, stop. Everybody stop. Let's be clear. In the history of this argument, it's not a question. It's not presented as a question. It's presented as a positive assertion. Things disappear from the bottom up necessarily due to the curvature of the Earth. That is a claim that's given as a foregone conclusion and a positive assertion. It's not posited as a question.
Yes, here right now it was given as a question. The fact that the core that it is obstructed by the curvature of Earth, or claimed to be obstructed by the curvature of Earth, is not mutually exclusive with refraction changing where this point occurs.
Yeah, but the problem is, of course, is that when you invoke refraction, you are calling into question whether a physical geometric necessity exists in the first place, right? And you won't admit that, but I wanted to make that clear for the audience.
Okay.
Can you tell me what refraction is doing on Black Swan example?
Which one?
On Black Swan example, what that one on Santa Barbara, what refraction is doing there?
Well, according to the temperature gradient I found there's strong downward refraction.
Yeah, and what refraction is doing on that example?
It's changing the path of light from the target.
And does it change the physicality of water?
No.
That means the water what is on 6 and 9 miles, it should not be there.
Yes, it should be. Because the path of light between the observer and the
is that the physical water or is that a physical water or that's phenomena what we see on Black Swan example?
Everything we see is optical in nature because
okay, that means that water between two oil rigs it's optical, it's not physical.
Well, you're seeing the water, therefore you're seeing it optically. Yes, it is still water, but you're seeing it, therefore it is.
I'm asking you: is that water what we see optical or physical? Real one.
The perception of it is optical. It is physical water that you're seeing optically.
Of course, I'm using optical instrument to see that water, but I'm asking you: in the nature, is that what we see now through that optical instrument? Is that optical or is that real there? What we see?
I would say it is real. It's water.
Okay, that cannot be real if the Earth is a sphere, you know.
That is incorrect.
Exactly.
That's correct. That's correct because you need to have the horizon geometrical 1.2 miles. You cannot see that water behind, 6 miles.
Incorrect. You see something if the path of light between the target, what you want to
correct
see,
because do you know what is sphere?
It's as simple as that. It's as simple as that. You see something, you can see something if the path of light between the target, what you want to see, and observer, the thing that sees something, is not obstructed.
Can you tell me in which case could be flat if it's not flat?
In which case could be flat. I think, well, it could be flat.
How would look like how would look like observation of oil rigs if it's flat?
Just go to Walter Bislin's.
I'm asking you the question. How would it look like observation if it's flat?
I don't know what metrics you want me to describe this in.
I'm asking the simple question. How would it look like observation if it's flat?
Well, the horizon would be massively above eye level, and horizon should be even further away. It should not be a clear line. For starters, the oil rigs could still be distorted. The whole scene could still be distorted. Yes. I don't know which thing to describe to you to make the differences.
Because I'm speaking like ignorant. If I go there, I see oil rigs, I see the water, and that's it. I don't need light anything. I will tell you, look, okay. There is a water there, and there is a distance. That's 10 miles. That means 10 miles of flatness is there.
Okay, good for you.
Yeah, and good for me. It's a reality. I didn't make that. I didn't make that.
It's a quite simple way of trying to deduce facts about reality. But
yeah, can you tell me? Yeah, but I observing the flatness. Can you tell me opposite way? If how would look? You are saying that is because it's curving.
No, I'm not saying that you see it because it's curving.
No, but I see flatness. I don't see curve.
Yeah,
I want to know
the
what
way
is
of
opposite.
investigating the whole matter is entirely
We are too
insufficient.
small
wouldn't
to
say
see the
it's not
curve.
useful at all, but you can do it that way if you want to.
What is small?
We are too small in size to see the curve.
We are too small. How big is Earth?
Oh god, it's way bigger than us, right? Way bigger.
How much? Do you know how much?
I'll tell you, it's simple Google stuff. Why are you asking?
Okay,
It's
why you don't?
almost
Why
500
you
million
don't?
kilometers.
Yeah, but why you don't Google and find out? Because I know.
Can I maybe leave
You have
it
a
just
radius of 3,900
So
mass. So
Can I leave
can't.
you quickly and just
Please
can I leave
do.
you quickly and talk about new friends? I noticed that we have 2 Indians in the chat,
I
which
just
is nice to.
want to
But I just
dispel.
wanted to talk to Dave. Bro, I was talking, man. I don't know if I was cutting out or not. Apologies if I was, but okay. So, to the Indian lady, right? There's 2 possibilities here, right? So, you say to us you're too small to see the curve, correct?
Yep. We only see it once we are in the
Okay,
when we are too high in the altitude, like when you're flying.
I hadn't
We
finished.
can. Yeah.
I asked you a yes or no question because I wanted to add to it. Okay. So
Yes.
you're saying we're too small to see the curve. I understand that that's what you think, but if you were very, very small and you were on a flat surface, would that also be the case that you'd be too small to see the flat surface?
Yeah, it's either way, it's gonna be the same.
So it would be the same,
I mean,
right?
we're gonna see it flat, even if let's say the Earth was flat or sphere. We are too small to see it on the ground level. If we fly up, we can see it in the circular way. But in the ground, we will see it the same way.
Right.
Yeah.
So then the problem you have with your logic is that when you say you are too small to see the curve, that doesn't actually therefore necessitate a globe, because it could be that you're too small to see the plane and therefore it's not an argument worth making.
no, well,
Especially when you don't even know the
But
size
here's the
of the
thing.
globe you're playing.
Hold on a second. Can I just say something? We have gone to, so humans have made it to space and have taken a picture of the Earth, but it's denied that that's real. So that's
No,
the
we are
problem.
on dimension. We are on
Then-
dimensions
then
of the
you
Earth
do.
now.
Bro, we deal
So
in
you
logic.
could be a microbe. Hold on. You could be a
Yes.
microbe on an 8 ball. On an 8 ball, you could be like a little microbe and it'll look flat. But if you were to change your reference frame and become the size of a human, then you would notice that, oh, the 8 ball is actually a sphere. It's round.
The Earth
You don't
is
even
not
need
round.
to. You don't even
Hold
need
on,
to
hold
go
on.
to.
This conversation's getting
hold
off the
on.
On you
rails.
go, Crypto.
I
On you go, Crypto.
literally just addressed that, and then you've just made the same argument that she made that I just destroyed. So clearly you weren't listening.
But what I
so
said
the point-
was, since we can't change the
Let
size,
Crypto finish, bro. Bro, let him finish, man.
Stop
Fuck's sake, one of
talking. Just let me finish, and then I'll shut up and you can talk. That's how conversations work. Okay. So the argument that this lady made was that we are too small to see the 8 ball in your example, right? But the problem with that is, and I've already said this, but now apparently I'm having to repeat it, is that you could be too small to see the flat plane that you're on, and that by making this argument, you haven't established which of those is the case.
You're not
except
letting
when we've
people
gone to space.
speak. So first of all, if any pilot who flies the plane at a higher altitude can see the curveball.
Oh my
Wrong,
God.
wrong. I'm gonna tell you that's wrong. I spent 3 years in Air Force recruitment training, and trust me, nobody sees the curve. There are plethora of videos of pilots saying that the Earth appears to be flat. It stands still. There's no curvature that they can be seen. Just flat and beautiful. The face of the Earth. You want to know the one shape
friend's a
that
pilot,
doesn't
too.
have a face? Let me get back. What's the one? There's one shape that doesn't have a face. We say, oh, this is the face of the Earth, right? You've heard that? You've heard that, right? That's the question. Have you heard the face of the Earth? Okay. So the one shape that does not have a face, and you can look this up, is a sphere, a ball. A ball is the only shape that doesn't have a face. So why in the heck are we saying, "Oh, the face of the Earth," huh?
Oh,
But I
it's
want to
does
read.
not have a face.
I'd like to just attest to what she said about
You look at
pilots
his
real quick.
My dad is also an Air Force pilot.
Person who has a face.
So,
By the way,
so my dad was also an Air
Never
Force
mind.
pilot, and he has seen the curvature of the Earth.
Okay,
So
by the
I
way,
do not know. And plus, it's the rules of navigation. So when you navigate and plan and do the directions, you do think in a circular way. You do not think in a plane way.
it would be so much better if one of the Globers actually came and corrected her on this, because obviously her understanding is novice level at this. So if a Glober actually could just point out that that's not true,
Yeah.
that would be like so much more honest.
Can I ask a
It
question?
would show like that they have a lot more integrity and So Globers, please step in, correct your own.
From normal
Yeah,
cruising,
I'm not a globe person, but I just wanted to ask
the
him.
horizon is not expected to be perceived as curving. You can capture it with a camera. That is possible, and there is pilots that do high altitude flights that are like roughly double, a little bit over double as high as the normal cruising altitude is, and they also might perceive the curvature of Earth. But it's
Not according to the math. Not according to the math. And according to the passengers on Jeff Bezos's rocket, they weren't high enough to see the curve. They wish they would have gone higher. And according to the math, Neil deGrasse Tyson, they did.
Oh, by the way, you didn't ask, but I'm going to tell you. Do you know how high up above the Earth he was?
No.
So if you take a
63 miles.
Oh, yeah, say right. So take a schoolroom globe, and that's how high above it is he? So he's about 2 millimeters above the surface of a schoolroom globe. So nobody has seen the curvature of the Earth from that height. I just want to make that clear.
Yeah. So what Neil
even the
Sorry, just to put that into context, they've said 63 miles, right? The average commercial plane is about 7 miles, and these quote unquote high altitude planes are about 14 miles. So he's telling you that even at 9 times the height of a commercial airplane, you can't see the curve. So if someone says to me, in a commercial flight you can, well, there's a disconnect there, clearly.
Yeah. So
Also, what percentage of the Earth do you think you could see from a plane?
Just address what I said, bro.
Did we hear the expert, Ash? Did you hear the expert?
Yeah, the expert. Come on.
Ash, did you hear what expert is saying?
Dude, if you're trying to make me believe that the Earth is fat, it's all bullshit.
PhD in astrophysics. The most famous PhD in astrophysics saying that you cannot see the curvature, but you said that you can see the curvature.
There are many pilots who have seen the curvature, have taken photos of curvature.
I'm telling you, the expert is telling us. I'm not telling you. The expert is telling us that it's not possible to see curvature.
Oh no!
Yeah. Can I just address Ash very quickly, and then I'll just very quickly, Ash. If you don't want to be part of this conversation, just leave. If you want to have the conversation, then have it in good faith. Like we're not really interested in having our time wasted by people who don't actually want a good faith conversation. So if you want to say stuff like, "Oh, you'll never convince me that the Earth's flat," this is all bullshit. Just leave. We don't need you here.
Yeah, and we're not saying that your pilot friends are lying. They could be hallucinating the curve due to a very strong belief. That's how hypnosis works. The hypnotist can make you believe very hard that he is invisible, but he's not actually invisible. They just believe he is invisible, and so they imagine a curve.
Drace, she doesn't even know the globe math. She doesn't even know the math that she's arguing for. She doesn't even know these things because she was asked in the beginning if she knows how big Earth is, and she awkwardly laughed nervously, like
You know why, Jenny? Because people coming here and they hear the title Flat Earth, and they think that they know what we think, what we know, and they saw the videos on YouTube, disc flying in the space, and they're coming here thinking that we are thinking like that. or some other bullshit, so blah blah blah. It's never ever asking first question, why you people think that what you think?
Right. Yep. And so see, here's the thing is the ironic part of the whole thing is that I think that flat earthers are the ultimate globe experts in the way that we know the math for it. We know the radius, we know how many miles around, we know the curvature calculation, we know all of this, the drop over distance, we know all of this that they give us. But globies don't, and she was proof of that. Proof that she does not know anything about the globe math. The reason why we know that it's not a globe is because we've been able to take the globe math and compare it to observable reality and falsify that information and go, this is incorrect.
Well, we actually did not falsify any part of it yet. No.
Well, the sad part
And
is
I've
that
been
the
in this for like 10 years.
Globers never ever correct like a newbie Glober who comes in and makes like stuff that even they have conceded to. They never do it. I've never once seen like when a newbie comes into any flat earth room ever, all the other globe earthers who've already conceded, yeah, you won't see the curvature from that. Right? They'll never actually step in and say, actually, you're wrong. You know, like I'm a globe earther.
Actually, like, I did just earlier. So
you did.
Never is already disproven here.
And even then, you proved that you too are suffering under delusions because you think that at double the height of a commercial air flight, you could see it. That's just wrong.
Well,
according to your own math, that's just wrong.
You could capture it, I was saying.
Capture it.
I actually not worked out for myself the math yet, how convex the horizon should be depending on observer altitude. And I've not been able to find a formula for that yet.
People? Is that what you like to do? You just like to talk over people? I'm just going to talk over you every time I hear you.
The globe math says with the field of view calculation that you should not be seeing it until like an absurdly high height, depending on how where you set the field of view.
Which map?
Go look it up.
Can you provide
the globe map?
What formula?
Can I provide it? It's there. The kids are learning in school every day. What are you saying?
Well,
what are you saying? It's they're learning every what 6,000 kilometers. It's only
so I would like to. So
kilometers, man. In Europe,
I'm talking over people.
Yeah, 18 kilometers in Europe.
Right, guys. Admasto, you've been here for years. You've had the discussion. Let some new people go. We understand. You're chronically upset about flat Earth, and you're just gonna regurgitate the same bullshit again and again and again. Let's get some new people in.
Yeah, but
instead
as soon
of just
as
going
some new
around
people
in circles with this
talk,
guy.
you go off on them for how they are uninformed and how they get everything wrong.
What the fuck are you talking about? So just lying now. No,
we go over for being uninformed as well.
Yeah, you can just sit on mute then, Master, if you're just gonna lie.
Yeah.
God.
I mean, Master, you also don't know what you're talking about, but you just have like years of rhetoric built up, so that's why it's different to talk to you. So
it's just obfuscation and bullshit tactics.
Is he not actually banned in 24/7 anyway?
Yeah, he's been banned for years, but he's one of these like globers that just will forever. It's like I just said this the other day. It's like if there was really something that you thought was so dumb that you were like, nah, this isn't true. Like if we were here saying, oh, 24/7 grass is not green, you would not spend 5 years arguing with us about how grass is definitely green if it's totally fucking obvious. The only reason he's still here arguing is because he actually knows that we've got a great argument, and he probably knows himself that it is flat, and he's just trying to cope and soothe himself with all this bullshit. But anyway, let's get some new people.
Keep his mind occupied. Sorry.
Just a quick one. Yeah, just a quick one. Just want to say, imagine the psychology of someone who spends their free time propping up government narratives for free, like unpaid. So spare time, unpaid, and you're doing that for the government. Imagine the type of psychology of that person. That's all I'm saying.
I cannot.
Some
it's
people
just
do
get
right.
There are people that get
And can I raise kind of a point about that?
Sure, go ahead.
Can I raise a point about that? Listen, okay. Here's what I find ironic. Here's what I find ironic about that statement, where it's like we prop up government information. But a number of times I hear you guys refer to military guys. Like, who was it that did that tri-beam experiment? He was in the military. It's a government agent that did that.
Hostile witnesses.
That's not
bro.
true.
Like,
I was in the military.
but I mean, like,
I was in
No,
military.
friend,
okay. But I mean, like,
hold
there's
on, hold on, hold on.
Yeah,
I
can already tell this is not
Just
ironic.
everybody hold on.
There you go.
Listen, the government, the Air Force hired a university's department to execute this test on their behalf. The university then did the test, got the results, wrote up the results. Okay, that's all.
Yeah, the
right.
irony
that's
So
not
they
a
paid a
narrative.
university. Hold on. They
Can I
paid a
just say,
university.
we
So
can use these people,
this
we can use their
argument, though.
information against them, bro. We're allowed to do that, man, of course. If they're saying
Yeah, yeah.
something that's contradictory, obviously we can say, look, this is what they're saying, this is what's fucking in reality. We can obviously do that, man.
But also,
Yeah, and
that's not like. Sorry,
it's
go
not
on,
a government narrative. This is
Yeah,
this is what's
exactly.
ironic about him saying irony is that he doesn't understand what irony is. Now that is ironic, but this isn't a government narrative. This is an independent test done by the Air Force for practical purposes, very separate to a government narrative pushing a globe on you.
Yeah, and very different
But
from the
okay, I
propaganda
wasn't.
that's getting pushed everywhere. And to be fair, I mean, we have to bring that to your attention. They're not telling people about these tests. They're not publicizing it or pushing it on TV or any of that shit. You have to come here to the crazy flat earthers to find out what's actually being done in practical reality in terms of testing.
See, now I never called
these
you guys
things.
crazy. I've never said any of that stuff. What I find
No, but
interesting
that's,
is that
the general.
when the counter
Can I say-
argument's made, though.
Can I tell you something about military?
No, let
Can
the
I
guy
tell you
let
only?
the guy get let the guy quickly
Sorry.
get his point out because we've
Can I just
interrupted him a couple times.
can I just finish up real
On you
quick?
go.
The continued point I make is that the counter argument sometimes is that you pick things from, say, NASA videos, NASA astronauts. They say something, and you guys put that to the forefront. Like, look, he said this. Buzz Aldrin said this way. I can't remember the photographer astronaut's name who said the equipment or the technology was destroyed. You pick those specifically, and it's like, so at 1 second we can invoke NASA and what they tell us, and that's ridiculous. It's lies. But when they say something that, but when they say something that goes towards your narrative, you guys say, oh well, he said that, so that works. Because he said the technology is destroyed. That's
Well, let Crypto address it. Let Crypto address it. Let Crypto go.
Right.
Go ahead.
You started to respond to what I said about people defending government narratives in their spare time for free. And now you seem to have changed the goalposts to sometimes believing NASA, sometimes not believing NASA, right? The point is that these are very separate things. So when someone says, isn't it a bit strange that these people have said this within this narrative, that's what's called a hostile witness, okay? And that is completely fair game. But what I said has nothing to do with hostile witnesses. What I was talking about is the psychology of people to come into these places on the internet and to defend the meta-narrative for free, i.e. unpaid, in their spare time. I don't know what that has to do with hostile witnesses and NASA fucking up on camera.
Crypto, I think it was you that possibly said that it's kind of the same as someone who's dairy intolerant sitting on cheese forums all day arguing against fucking cheese lovers. Like, I think it was you that said it, maybe. Because you're the king of analogies, man. You're the fucking best I've heard so far.
Yeah, Crypto pulls the comparisons out of nowhere. They are spot on.
Right, man. It's from the most basic fucking thing.
Crypto, are you saying something like a ghost and witches server, for example? You have ghost and witches, and people believe in ghosts and witches, and then you're speaking about that. And then you have a person who is coming 5 years there telling there are not such a things like a ghost and witches.
Yeah. And doing it for free in their spare time. The point is that it's free and spare time. These are really important things, because the motivator for most people when it comes to like doing some kind of hard work graft or whatever is either money or some kind of payoff, right? It doesn't have to specifically be money, but some kind of payoff. So then the question is, why do these people come if they're not getting paid and they're actually giving up their spare time to do it? They're
Some of
clearly
them do
obsessed
hate
with it,
though,
right?
dude. Like
But then if
you
you're
never
dealing
know.
with, just let me finish. Yeah? If you're dealing with someone who isn't being paid and it's in their spare time, then they're obsessed with the topic and they are already emotionally invested and can't be persuaded.
Facts.
It's so emotional. It's fucking annoying.
Mm-hmm. I have to constantly remind people we're not about feelings here, y'all.
Well,
I mean, not
saying
even
that,
Fair,
like
like yesterday, there was one of the guys that got like really upset when people were talking. Now I understand sometimes maybe a point is misunderstood or something that's being said in the argument, but I mean I've seen both sides get emotional. I've seen
no, but
both sides get extremely
the difference is on the Globe side, they are pulling out all these fallacious arguments, and I mean, I know you're probably just going to dismiss that, but what they are doing is just making any fallacy that they think can work, or just to keep moving the conversation away from where the evidence is leading, out of an emotional attachment to the Globe. People on our side get frustrated when people are talking over each other or refusing to actually address what's being said. Yeah, but those are different things. The emotional side on the Globe is like they won't follow logic and evidence and observation, direct observation. They will obfuscate from out of an emotional attachment to the Globe.
There's
Not even that. They won't answer a direct fucking question. You ask them something, and they'll start to and they'll tell you some kind of story. They'll not actually get to the fucking point, man. So people get
let
pissed
me
off, I
speak on
guess.
this.
Let's go back to the motivation thing quickly, and then I promise I'll stop talking. The motivation as well is very different because we think that there is this massive lie and that we want to talk about that. That makes a lot of sense to be telling other people, oh, by the way, there's this massive lie you should be aware of. Correct? So to the, I think he's the guy with the beard and the thing in his avatar, right? The motivation to talk about that, the motivation to talk about that is a lot bigger than to say, oh, by the way, I'm going to argue with people, even though everyone already agrees with me, right? So you understand that the psychology there is different as well. We're saying there's this big lie you should be aware of, and they are trying to argue with us, even though everyone already agrees with them. Like that they're not equivalent.
All right, let me speak to this on the psychological level. Let me. This is going to be super clear why this is so different. So, psychological developmental stages of a child, right? They go through these different stages. It's well documented, right? Part of those stages is adopting language. Part of those stages is adopting a sense of belonging to the family and emotional attachments to the parents, etc., and siblings. Part of those developmental stages are also your identity. Who I am, where I come from, where I am, where I'm going. This information is essentially an absorption sponge, the same way the other ones I just gave you are. Now, normally, this information is given to the child by the parents. Okay, so the parents imprint the sense of identity upon the child in their pseudo-social group, right? So, what happens in the modern day is that this process has been co-opted to essentially state-based educational paradigms. And within those paradigms, you are given a sense of where I am, who I am, where I'm going, where I live, in the sense of a heliocentric worldview. You are imprinted that, and as a child during that psychological stage of development, you imprint that upon your ego identity. You then carry that ego identity, which is reinforced through popular media, the news, all kinds of ads, everything you see throughout your life that reinforces that ego identity that this is who you are and where you live. So, the proposition of believing, quote unquote, in the globe paradigm is actually part of most people's identity on a fundamental level. And so the visceral emotional reactions that you get from that are much different than someone who later on in life, having already been imprinted with that information, then challenges the information and comes to a different conclusion. So this is apples and oranges.
I can see that. I get exactly where you're coming from. For me as a layman, you're speaking to indoctrination and this encoded idea that we all have when it's been pushed through on what we call mainstream, right? Schools and education. Sorry, I know what you said. I'm just kind of bringing it down for me, and I got to kind of talk it out. And once it's kind of imprinted in our head, or if it's locked into our brain, this is the idea of it. Someone challenges that, we get upset about it. We don't we fight it.
Absolutely.
We resist it. We don't want to accept it because it's just sometimes we can't handle it.
Yeah,
I get that.
and it's the difference.
I
And it's the
understand exactly where you're coming
difference between, I suppose, someone coming at you with that information as if they're taking your identity from you, and you working it out on your own at your own pace when you're ready to kind of let go of that identity that you previously had. So yeah, like I was saying, it's like the response we get is. Sorry, go on.
Go ahead.
Yeah, no, just totally agreeing with what AI is saying.
Yeah, the response comes from that. So I could give you another salient example. So it's common that people understand this concept called your heart language, right? Your heart language is your native original imprinted language, right? That you identified with your systems of internal constructs. So let's say for me it's English, obviously. Let's say for other people it's like whatever they speak in Scandinavia or whatever, right? So when you communicate to someone in their heart language versus their non-heart language, they have to interpret it through their heart language. So even people like they dream in their heart language, right? But they speak in their secondary language. And so when you're talking globe versus flat, and in light of what I said before, the idea of the globe as part of their identity is like their core being, part of who they are on a fundamental level.
Okay. Can I something I thought of when you were describing that AI excuse me, sorry. When you were talking about different languages, ours is English. But isn't the language we speak indicative of the environment where we grow up in? Say like if you are Dutch and you move over to the or your parents move over to the United States and they give birth to you, you're going to grow up in that environment and English is going to be your main language, and most people probably won't even know your parents are from Scandinavia unless they talk to them. But that's what I mean. Like when it comes to that stuff, it's not necessarily hard coded. I think it's like your genes and whatnot, but your language is kind of it's a taught thing. It's something that's brought up in nurturing, and then the environment you grow up in. If you're surrounded
actually, but it's not taught in a formal sense. It's actually just absorbed by the faculties that exist within that psychological developmental stage. No one actually. Don't get me wrong. People do formally teach children language in a structured form, but all as children have to do is during that psychological developmental stage, they just have to be exposed to the use of the tokens, and they will automatically pull those in and place them in the language structure that already exists within their mind.
Can I tell you something about language? You are English. You will make a 1 hour. Okay, so it doesn't. Okay, is it for you evidence is proof? Is that the same thing or different thing?
Oh, being Canadian? I mean, it's just accents and whatnot, but no, it's essentially.
I'm asking you, is it for you evidence and proof the same thing or the different thing?
Evidence and proof?
Yeah.
I guess for me, I mean, to me in my head, it's the same thing. That's in my head. Like evidence and proof is the same thing.
Okay,
but,
thank you. Because we spend the time.
I'm open to.
Yeah, I want to. We spend the time many times debating with people like for hours, saying that it's not the same thing; it's two different things. But I'm from Croatia, for example, and for that two words we have only one word. We don't have two words, We don't have translation. It's a one word, And for me, in my brain,
that's the word.
Yeah, and that for my brain was like, if people are in English discussing how I can distinguish that, because I cannot in my language distinguish, because it's the same thing.
Yeah,
it's funny because I think when I first came to this debate, I always saw evidence as being like a weaker version of proof. So like evidence is is almost like a part of the jigsaw, and a proof is the whole jigsaw. And I think a lot of people see it like that. They see evidence is like a partial proof. But
That's
I
a good way of
guess,
putting it. I would agree with that.
yeah,
Like evidence would
that's
be
not
the pieces you need to put together to come to a conclusion.
right, exactly. Yeah, but I'm not even saying that's
No.
necessarily true. It's just that's how I saw it when I first came to this debate. I think I don't really know. Maybe I'd probably still see it that way, but it doesn't really matter at the end of the day. But anyway.
Yeah. And Crypto, I want to add that things when you spoke about people who are coming, spending time, and then you find out that person, for example, not only spending time, he knows more than expert outside. He's also protecting the globe, but he knows more than that mainstream narrative. That's I find interesting because people will spend hours to say what's gravity, how light works, but there is experts they don't know, but random people know.
That reminds me of one.
Just quickly, they become experts in the globe narrative. So you'll get all of these other experts, Neil deGrasse Tyson, I guess, is one of those. But you get most experts who are actual scientists and not science communicators, which that isn't a thing. That's just a media personality, right? But most people who are actually scientists are so hyper specific in their field that they can't really apply it to the knowledge of a globe anyway, right? So these guys have taken it upon themselves and they've said, "Oh, well, I'm the globe expert, and I will be the white knight defending the globe narrative against these naysayers online," which is a really strange psychology to me. And that was my original point. But anyway, yeah, go on.
Well, I was going to speak about the progression of the debate has been insane in its circular nature, because towards the beginning, the Globe side was all about citing the experts, quote unquote. And whereas now, a few years down the line, they throw those experts in the bin, like Neil deGrasse Tyson and everyone else. They say, nah, they don't know shit. We know more than them. And now, just recently, someone posted a paper, and I think it was out of some student journal. I can't remember what it was, but it was an academic paper. How far it was published, I don't know. But in that, it was talking, I can't remember exactly what it was talking about to do with the globe. It was maybe to do with refraction or something like that. But they're citing the YouTube globe heads as now in their sources. So the academics are now citing the YouTube globies.
Well, that happened with Brian Myers, didn't it? So Brian Myers is an academic, and I can't remember his exact specialism, but he started citing MC2.
Yeah,
Like, dude, what the fuck's going on?
So now it's like they're just going to start. I mean, we're looking for the definitive answer to some of these questions. We're speaking to these guys online who are just diehard, just obfuscators and refusers of anything we're saying. And now the academics are starting to cite them.
Let's not forget
just
that these same people that these academics are citing now, the anti-flat earthers, went on a harassment campaign to have citations and textbooks changed for celestial navigation because they got butthurt to lose in an argument against a flat earther.
Well, this is it. They're updating academia in line with this debate. Like now, I mean, the definition of, for example, the word level was very clearly defined for hundreds, if not thousands of years. Everyone knew what it meant. Everyone knows what it means. And in the dictionaries, the older dictionaries still have the definitions that everyone recognizes. Whereas now, if you go online, Merriam-Webster and all that, they've added new definitions to accommodate the globe, because people have been pointing out how the simple meaning of words is debunking the globe. And they're like, oh, so then they update it. And now the guys online will cite these updated dictionaries that have added these new definitions just to try and keep up with what we're saying. So academia is changing their answers based on exactly what we're talking about here.
Yeah, it's crazy. If you Google reciprocal zenith angles, the first thing you are going to get in return is MC Toon and Jesse Kozlowski. So you have anti-flat earthers that even Google is promoting as authority figures in the realm of whatever surveying, right? Has MC Toon ever done surveying a day in his life? No. But he
Never
is somehow
seen
an
him do
expert.
surveying.
He's somehow an expert in reciprocal zenith angles. It's literally your first Google search.
Well, this is it. I mean, it used to be an appeal to authority where they'd be like, well, NASA's proven it. This agency's proven it. This university. And yet when we ask them, okay, so who measured the curve? They're either citing a flat earther, they're either talking about Jaren on our Netflix documentary, or Bob, or they're citing some YouTuber. It's like, wait a minute. If you were originally going to be relying on NASA and the universities and the recognized academic institutions for an argument, that's one thing. But now when we ask these questions, you're pretending like, nah, none of those institutions would have done that. NASA aren't going to waste their time. The universities aren't going to waste their time. But this guy, Dave from England, he proved it. It's like, how is Dave from England not a household name if he's the one who's measured the curve? Where's the Nobel Prizes for these guys? Just super random dudes. And yet their argument against us is like, well, what do you know? You're not, what's your credentials? It's just mental.
At that. I get that, and it would be, I think, even from my side, it would be, I'm interested in seeing what the actual academics have done, but I mean, I should look more into it, to be perfectly honest. When we talk about like, sorry, I'm at work right now, so I'm trying to think of the word. You know what? It'll come to me. But anyways, I understand what you guys are saying. I appreciate you guys telling me more about why it is you do what you do. It gives me a better understanding of where you're coming from. I'm going to be perfectly honest with you. Most likely, like right now, the way my mind thinks, some of the things that I see in terms of Coriolis effect and parallax, and when people try to explain that as you go up. Sorry?
Coriolis effect?
Coriolis effect, like, well, the same effect when hurricanes go north and then they go south, like from the north of the equator and south of the equator. They've never crossed it.
Do you mean Earth Coriolis effect?
I'm sorry?
Do you mean Earth Coriolis effect? Earth.
Yes. Yes.
Yes. I find that interesting. I was in military. I was anti-aircraft.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I never account on that thing.
Well, this is the other funny thing about Coriolis. It seems very selective in its application on the globe. Like when we ask about the planes, the helicopters, there's no Coriolis. You can't get up in a helicopter and hover there and have the Earth rotate beneath you and have your destination come to you. The flight times aren't affected east to west, as they should be if the Earth was spinning as they claim. But yet, when it comes to sniper bullets or something hyper-specific like that, all of a sudden the snipers have to adjust for it. Or the hurricanes, which, by the way, if you look up anticyclones, you can quickly debunk that claim because the weather systems don't all adhere to what it would be by the globe claim of all of them in this hemisphere go this direction, all in this hemisphere go this direction. That's not true. You just look up anticyclones and find that that's not true. See, a lot of these like globe arguments, we hear these phrases like, oh, this is the argument because this is how it works. But then you look into it deeper and you find, oh, that's actually not true at all.
But I find that would be logical if I shoot roboting. If I shoot to shoot the airplane in other medium and I'm on the ground or the air, on the ground with that weapon, that means I should account on that Coriolis effect. But we never, ever learned about that anything. We were learning about speed and angular size of the aeroplane in the sky, nothing else.
Am I still roboting?
No, you're good.
No.
Oh, shit. Yeah, sorry, I was kind of in a dead zone there. Okay. All right, I'm gonna look that stuff up. See, my idea of it was the Coriolis effect was only effective if you're shooting north to south because of the rotation of the Earth, not if you're going east to west.
I'm telling you what I did in my 1 year of military service. I never account on that.
No, I mean if it was occurring, you'd have to be accounting for every direction that you're going relative to the claimed motion, and not just the spin. I mean, we've got a wobble and all sorts apparently. So You'd have to be taking the compass out, checking your exact direction, doing some mad computational math on the fly. Like, it just would be impossible.
I already looked at the artillery tables as well and had AI and India go over this with me. The correction is so slight that the error variance between where the round will land due to all of the other factors is so great that it's inconsequential. It doesn't matter. They might
is that
correct.
dependent on the
They might
speed of the
shoot.
projectile?
They might shoot. They might shoot past the battleship, and then they lower the gun a tiny bit, and then they shoot again, but they still don't hit the battleship if it's that far away. And in the documentation, they only ever account so-called for Coriolis or Earth curve when they're using indirect fire with the largest guns, and the correction is so slight that it has no effect. So how are they factoring it in at all?
Okay. All right. I don't have an answer for that. Yeah. For people in the military, ballistic see, I mean, like, that's the thing. I've got. God damn it. Sorry.
Now we're okay.
All right. I apologize. Okay. Listen, I appreciate you guys taking a minute just to talk about that kind of stuff. Share that. I do. I appreciate it. I really do. I really do. I like when the conversation goes to this, where I try to understand where you guys are coming from and why you do what you do. I'm more interested in that. So yeah, thank you very much for sharing that stuff.
Thank
The
you.
best thing
Thank you for joining.
once you start to really dig
You need
into
to.
this,
You need to join. Sorry, just very quickly. You should join our server. Yeah, there's loads of information on there relating to these topics that you can research yourself. So, could someone send that guy the server link?
Yeah. Just DM me. It's cool. You can DM me if you want to. I'll check it out.
Sorry, Napalm.
yeah, I just wanted to say that. Yeah, no worries. I just wanted to say there's many ancillary topics that kind of roll off of the general overall topic of flat Earth versus globe Earth. And a lot of those topics, once you start to dig in and really investigate what experts are saying, what many people have come to understand within certain fields, you'll start to realize that what the mainstream pushes as an overall narrative to support the globe doesn't necessarily match up and comport to what the experts in certain fields are actually saying regarding responses that a typical anti-flat earther or glober that's been in this discussion for a very long time would tend to use. So that's something to be aware of, because people just use rhetoric as a form of debate, right? A lot of people come in here just solely to have a debate, win a debate, caring less about or not caring at all in having an actual good faith back and forth and trying to come to some sort of truth or knowledge. Many people come in solely to debate and to win debates. So there's a lot of rhetoric thrown around that might not necessarily be truthful.
True. That's true. Heard a lot of debates where it gets very much, like you guys said, emotional. It gets heated. And some people go into, they go off tangent, and it just devolves. Absolutely devolves. And no one gains anything from it. Either both sides lose, and they walk away just, smack talking each other afterwards. I've seen it a lot. But thanks, Cyclone. I got the link there. I'll hit the join and check it all out. Yeah, I love learning stuff. So I appreciate you guys talking to me about it and taking the time. Really, I do.
Yeah, no, you're welcome. And
Yeah.
thank you for being chill. I mean, it just shows you, and hopefully others can hear. We're not just here to
same
have
here.
some mad, crazy debate with people. Like, if someone has a rational, honest conversation with us, that's all we're looking for, and that's what we do. Like, it doesn't have to be this crazy flat earther should go to jail situation,
That's kind of a weird. That's a little bit too far. That's honestly
Yeah,
too far.
that's too far, and I kind of was listening in and got different perspective. Probably will read more because Yeah, I mean, I was just listening in. So go on.
All right, well, I'm going to send you the link too. So you join our server and check out the additional information sections, and you'll get a lot of interesting information there. And you can jump in for voice chats, text chats, whatever.
Nice. This is the first time I've heard this like voice chat for a little bit actually be this calm. It's weird. Not gonna lie, it's a little weird.
Yeah,
Like
we've
actually
picked
having
up.
like some silence between the two conversations, basically.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it requires muting certain people because certain people want to do nothing other than antagonize in fallacious debate. So people are like, "Oh, why did you mute that guy?" It's like because he's just repeating himself ad nauseum with the same fallacious argument that we've explained to him is fallacious for the 5th time. So we have to mute these people, and when we do, we can actually get to the honest new people who are actually interested, want to hear some of the information, whether or not they accept it. I mean, we're not telling you guys what you should believe. I mean, we're just saying, think for yourself, test the story that we're told, because that's what we've done. We all believed in the globe. And like I'm saying, it's like sometimes there are people who just don't want the conversation to happen, so they'll interrupt with non sequiturs when we're speaking to someone new, or they'll do anything they can to avoid this being discussed. Right? I mean, you just have to look around this server. You can see tactics being used to kind of denigrate and mock and try and basically stop it. I mean, you get people saying here like, "Oh, this needs to be shut down. You guys shouldn't be allowed to speak." It's like, what are we doing? Who are we threatening? We're just asking questions that you should be asking.
Imagine being a
Yeah.
flat earther. You guys are literally anti-science. I bet you guys are fucking anti-COVID.
Oh, thank you for coming in and
19 shots as
demonstrating
well.
my point perfectly. This is perfect timing, actually, because we've just been discussing your brand of neuroses.
Imagine-
Please continue.
Imagine thinking
being a
that
Pope
you guys have a
chanter.
grasp on
Pope
science.
chanting is in vogue, huh?
Hey,
that-
Cyberson, is water level?
Water level is water level. Okay.
Yeah, is water level?
Water level is a thing, yes.
Okay, what does level mean?
Level means that you don't understand fucking science and you need to take 20 shots.
Hope is real.
Oh, wow.
No, bro. Cyberson's answering. Is there?
No,
Is she?
leave him more because this is good example for the guy who are and for the Ash. This is a great example.
I already heard enough. I already heard enough.
If you don't take 10 shots of Moderna, I'm gonna report this whole group. I swear. I swear. I swear.
All right.
I can tell you my address if you want.
So I mean, I guess you're just trolling, but do you want to try and tell us what level is?
Yeah, I am aware. You guys know I'm aware. Come on, you see me yesterday.
Man, which part
Okay,
of
no, I don't
geometry is
know you.
hurting you more?
Nah, I'm obviously joking, guys. Come on.
All right,
relax.
he's trolling. Well, it's hard to tell around these parts, you know. I mean, that's genuinely what we hear all the time.
I'm sure, but you
Okay,
gotta...
can I ask a question for?
That's cool. That's cool.
Can I ask a question for flat earther modes? Hello.
Yes.
Well, you're speaking.
Yeah, can you explain me if Earth is flat, I don't know what shape, but if we're gonna say if Earth is flat, what is on the edge, is there in any side it's ice or what?
Do we have any takers for the edge?
What? I'm sorry. Can you?
I don't know.
I'm speaking to the flat earthers here.
I don't know what is edge.
Okay,
What
basically,
is that?
we're not claiming a shape. Flat is a description of the surface, but it doesn't imply a shape. So we're not saying it's a circle. We're not saying it's a square. We're not saying how far it extends because we don't know. Right?
Okay.
To ask us where's the edge of Earth is like asking us where's the edge of reality, because that's what the Earth is. Earth is our reality. What's beyond it is like a philosophical question. And I didn't say it was infinite. I said I don't know where it ends, right? And no one does, as far as I know. right? Or well, who knows?
I mean, like, how then, like, they going into space and everything?
Yeah, they're not.
How they not?
Space is fake.
Because, well, for a few reasons that we can get into, but I mean, the only reason you think they have is because they've shown you videos and told you stories, right? Like
But
you've
you
never
know,
been to space.
What if I
no,
have?
no,
What if
no,
I'm an
no.
astronaut?
No, I never be. But you have like I can understand like back in the days, but right now, you know, like I saw video from SpaceX. You know,
So
they have
you've been to
they
low
have
Earth
like
orbit?
they have like live videos. You know,
Yeah,
and
that's not space though. That's not even claimed to be space. That's lower
shit's
Earth
fake.
orbit. The only people
yeah,
claiming to have gone to space, quote unquote, would be the Apollo astronauts back in the 1960s and 70s, which is like 25 people. So 25 people are essentially making that actual claim. And I mean, what, now in the 2020s, we can't go back to where these people in the 60s and 70s went? No, it's all just Hollywood, right? You're being shown videos that you can't verify, and when you actually analyze the volume of stuff that NASA and these other agencies have put out, you'll see the special effects once you're looking for them. So you can join our server as well if you like. We've got hours of NASA, SpaceX, all of that, just showing harnesses,
Why is that
CGI.
live stream not in space?
Wait, is this actual like flat Earth discussion room?
Yes.
Yes.
But
can I ask something to flat earther friends? Actually,
we're in the middle. We're in the middle of something, but yes, you can in a minute.
Okay,
you can in a minute.
But why then like I mean if that's fake, you know, like why then like people, you know, who working in like you know, like we're gonna say NASA or SpaceX, you know, when they build like stuff, you know, like did they like really believe like, oh, we're gonna build like that rocket who gonna really go
Yeah. They might believe. I mean, most of them do believe. Like, this is what they were told as children too. But if you're building like a component and then sending it away somewhere, you're not following that component through to completion. You don't actually know where it's going. And the NASA is part of the military, and it's compartmentalized, right? Which means the person in finance doesn't know what's going on with the person in operations, right? The person working on the shop floor doesn't know where the thing that they're making is actually going. So they've got, like, just because you're making something and you think what it's going doesn't prove anything.
Yeah, thank you for answering me. Thank you for answering me.
And the
It's
number
okay.
one thing that the military is trying to fight against, because it's going against China, which has a more integrated system, is stove, what they call stovepiping in the military. Basically, it's like the fact that they can't integrate all these systems together, their tanks or airplanes, because that's what they're trying to do. Is this joint whatever, I forget what it's called, joint arms or whatever. Understanding of themselves, but they can't give all this information out because compartmentalization is how you keep all the secrets and how you keep your enemies from knowing everything, and yada yada yada.
Yeah, exactly. So the people at the top don't even know what's going on in total, let alone the people working on the actual stuff, right? They're just working on their little piece and they're sending it away. So who was the other guy that had a question?
Yeah, me man. Like, you know, I appreciate a good conspiracy theory. Like, the internet is filled with bots.
Like
the
the
world is
globe.
run, like the world is
You
run by
think that's
Jews.
a conspiracy theory? I'm not a flat earther, but you think that's a conspiracy theory? Oh my god!
No, he's talking
but my
about
problem
flat
is, but my problem is, like, there are multiple like space agencies. Why the fuck would they lie about Earth being flat? Like, what reason does it serve?
For the
I think most people. Like, what does it serve? Like, what does it serve?
There
Earth
are
is flat.
political things that they have. They do have a good reasoning.
Okay, but let me ask you this. Okay, you think
Can
the
I
Earth is
ask you
round?
something before
Okay.
you ask that question?
Like,
Can
the
I
Earth
ask you
is flat
something
now. What changed? What
No,
changed? It is flat.
Man, can I ask you something about what you asked?
Yeah, sure.
Why would they? You said why would they all lie or something? That means, let's put it like this: they are not lying. They have no
They don't
reason
know.
to lie. No, let's put it like this: they don't have. They cannot lie. They have no reason to lie. Let's put it like this, okay? But what shall we do with reality then?
What do you mean, bro? Like, if the Earth is flat or
Like,
round, what the fuck changes?
no, what the fuck changes? Why my kids should learn that Earth is sphere if it's not?
What?
Why my kid should learn in the school that Earth is a sphere if it's not?
Okay,
because
like,
you need
what-
to
what does-
control the
what does it do?
axioms. You need to control the axioms of understanding. You need to control the axioms of actual fucking science. The milieu of understanding, the language of science itself, can only be dispersed to people at the ivory towers.
Okay, but how does it tie into the Earth being flat? You know, you can, like, today the science said like people under 70 IQ are retarded. Not anymore.
Science doesn't speak. Science doesn't speak.
Like
Science,
it changes,
science,
but why is like
no,
what does it
can you,
difference does it make that the Earth is flat? Like, why is it flat?
did you hear me?
No, nothing changes.
Nothing changes, real.
Eastern Bull. I'm not a flat earther, by the way, but I'm
Okay,
just letting
man.
you know, like, there's much better reasoning than what you're putting forward.
It's not reasoning, man. I'm asking the flat earthers, like, why do you like? You know, I know you believe this mainly due to your own.
The implied reasoning
facts,
through your
you think
questions. The implied reasoning through your questions.
But I want to put it like this. Let's forget the reason. Let's see if his sphere is really curving, and then the truth will be released. Because if they don't have a reason, that means that the sphere will curve in reality.
Like, I guess some of you have like religious reasons. Like, does Christianity say Earth's flat? I don't know. I have no idea.
You know why? I'm not religious. I'm
But you believe that
geometrical.
the Earth is flat, but you believe
No,
Earth
I
is
don't
flat.
believe. I don't
Okay,
believe. I know. I don't believe. I know.
No. You know Earth is flat. You're sure.
Yeah. No. I know. Do you know how I know?
How?
Do you know how I know?
How you know, man? Yeah, sure. Say it.
Okay. Because I see some distance what I cannot see on the sphere. You know, it's not possible.
But like, bro, if you go on like a mountain, you see like it curve kind of.
If I use the geometry of this size of Earth, what is big, it's 40,000 kilometers, or miles. No, kilometers. 25,000 miles. That means with the radius 309,059 miles. That means if you are above the sea level with 1 foot height, your geometrical horizon should to be on 1.22 miles.
Okay, I have some alternative hypotheses. Was that the plural of hypothesis? I have
Do you know what's the real
hypotheses.
shit?
I have
Do you know what the
alternative
real shit, man?
hypotheses. But hold up, I have alternative hypotheses. I just want to disperse these out and see if like it gains any traction. On one end, it's like, well, okay, what I'm gonna go on the deep end here, right? I don't want to make people sound crazy. I don't want to be like cornered as somebody like trying to make the group sound bad. But this is why I'm prefacing it like this. Basically, is it possible that like that UFOs are a thing because science has been so desecrated to the degree or among the common people that there's a like a divergent civilization or a breakaway civilization
I
amongst
think
that's one. And then the second, I just want to do one more, please. The second one is that, do you think that maybe like, even in the most minute sense of it, science has been just totally desecrated and undermined to just like really break away anybody's understanding of the real circumference of the earth or anything else just to suit their needs? By the way, I'm not a flat earther. I'm not a flat earther at all. But I agree with these guys about questioning this shit.
Just look at the fucking horizon line.
I'm still not going to be a flat earther. I really don't believe.
Yeah, they've bastardized so-called science, and they've given us pseudoscience in an attempt to remove people's understanding of their situation. Right, your situation in terms of who we are, how we got here, where we are, where we're going.
Yeah.
It's in the interest of those in control to maintain that control, and part of maintaining that control is putting themselves at the top of the pyramid of power in terms of If you want to know what's going on beyond the sky, beyond this place, which in all out through history has always been a kind of philosophical, religious question that people have had, now they've given you a scientific organization, quote unquote, with all of the answers. So if you've got any questions about the beyond, what's beyond the sky, you go to those guys. They define your entire worldview for you, how it all began. They've given us a creation story with the Big Bang, right? They're defining a new religion for humanity, which is essentially where they are at the very top of the pyramid and what they say goes. And if you've got any questions, you go to them. They'll tell you everything, even if it's all bullshit.
And the same happens with the journals and peer review. If your stuff does not match their already accepted understanding, it just gets thrown out and you get ridiculed. So you can see that in the history of science happen all the time.
I have a good book for you guys. It's gonna be hard to find. I found it on Google, but I have to go through my bookmarks. It's called The Scientific Attitude. This guy was like basically bringing up the point that like there's a lot of like intervening in this understanding of this empirical unbiasedness, this idea of like unbiased empiricism. That doesn't really exist in reality because it can't, because these people are basically funding these research institutes or greenlighting. They're providing all the funding for the research to be conducted in the first place. That if you have any fucking alternative hypothesis, you're not going to fund. Imagine I wanted to say anything about a difference. I'm just bringing up something controversial. I'm not trying to make people look bad. Just listen, hear me out. But this is a good example. This is a great example. This is a great example, though. I think maybe undermine me if I'm wrong. All right, but a difference between white and black people's IQ, and this is a fucking thing brought up in the literature. I'm not trying to make an issue out of it. I don't know one way or the other.
I don't see the point, though.
But no, that's fine. That's fine. I understand that. But if there was ever any point to it, which I'm not saying that there is, but if there was in a fucking alternative dimension, you would not be able to get the fucking funding for it to research this in depth. And I don't think that you need to research this in depth. This kind of deals with the self anyways. But that's the extreme. That's the ultimate extreme. I'll just find the upper boundary and the lower boundaries for this fucking discussion. You're not going to be able to get anything else in between there because they're already funding people to go one way or the other.
Yeah,
and I'm not saying they're right. I'm not saying they're right in going the other way also, right?
Yeah, it's even worse than that. You can look at Spake, just posted a few articles and people talking about this. It's quite common because you get paid by these corporations and you get asked to find X. And if you're not finding X, you're not publishing those results. And then you get anomalous results and you're like, oh, I found it. I can now renew my funding and continue to get paid. And so they're incentivized to just publish whatever seems to conform with what they're getting paid to find. So it leads to a lot of false positives. And you can see that they've done studies on peer-reviewed papers and found that a lot of them are flawed in many ways.
Right, and all my point is with the race thing, and I'm not trying to make a big deal out of this at all. I'm just saying that basically, there were people that were looking into this that got like I think they got like I don't know what kind of grants they got, but basically I can't remember at this point. But it was very high ranking kind of fucking funding, and in the end, all that was revoked like 20 years later because of the political.
Can I bring up a better example of what you're talking about? Can I bring up a better example of that? That's been actually proven. The back in the I can't remember the 60s or 70s, but it's the sugar versus fat debate, where scientists were
That's a good one.
That's probably the best example, I think, without going into that subject matter you're bringing up. But I think that's a better example of the power of where money can direct a scientific conclusion and who they have speaking for them. Because I remember hearing the story. It's where it's like Coca-Cola paid these scientists to talk positively about sugar, and other scientists coming and going like, no, it's not good for you. Your body doesn't know what to do with it. Fat is much better for you. But they had this superstar scientist who, was able to, had the gift of gab, was able to actually talk to people, the public and media and all that. And he convinced, he'll convince this whole shift from people being afraid of fat, where you got the fat-free stuff, and replaced with the sugar and whatnot. And it's like, it's come out now that these people were like, yeah, we were paid like $50,000 to say this.
We gotta
And
imagine all the people in America you gotta feed. All the people in America you gotta feed, and there's only so much like fucking food to give them. You're gonna give them a bunch of fucking glucose, corn syrup, and everything to starch them out.
Well, yeah, I think the overall salient point is that the mainstream academic science that's being peddled in the media, in many cases, is little more than more expensive and influential marketing, right? It's just marketing, but it costs more because you get to say, this has been proven by scientists, and everyone goes, huh, well, this must be true, and I must do this because it's been proven by scientists. That's all it is.
Sorry, actually, I don't know if you're aware of this agency, Cyclone, but there was a company in the UK quite a while ago now. I don't know if they're still around, but they were called the Sugar Council, right? The Sugar Council. And that sounds very formal and very official, right? Oh, yeah, they must definitely know what they're talking about. It turns out it was actually a propaganda group funded by the three big sugar companies in the UK. And all they were doing is putting out propaganda leaflets saying, like this gentleman said, that fat is bad, sugar is totally fine, and if you want to lose weight, then you need to eat jam and Arctic rolls, but you need to avoid, butter and steak. And it's complete nonsense, and they knew it was nonsense, but they were in the business of selling more sugar, so they funded this group to push the propaganda of sugar. And this is no different. It's just that they are in the business of selling space or selling a worldview, let's say more broadly. And so they want to make sure they can keep selling that shit because that's how they make their money. It's really simple.
With the commercialization of space travel, as they call it, and the amount of money it costs to go up into the penis rocket or onto Virgin Galactic, or even what Musk is pushing for in the future, it's one factor that I think everyone should also consider. And this is me talking as a globe earther. I think it's definitely a factor in the future that everyone should be aware of and keep in mind with these previous examples of what corporate money can push to sell a product. And eventually it'll be the product of traveling in a rocket or, through space and stuff like that.
Well, yeah, exactly. So
I can agree with you on that one.
Right? So you have to then understand that the propaganda that you've been fed, even if you do believe in a globe, the propaganda that you've been fed needs to be disregarded, and you need to just look at the actual facts of the matter. Okay, perfect. We can agree.
Could I just add the propaganda bullshit? Am I coming through? Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, just add, right. Now, I don't know, you might remember yourself, Crypto, or people in the UK, Leah Betts, this is off topic, but a lady called Leah Betts died of, they claimed, ecstasy about 20 years ago or something, and they had her on the front page of the newspapers and an oxygen mask and shit like that. They also had billboards up in the cities. These were funded by alcohol companies to scare people away from MDMA, what Professor David Nutt himself found out has never been blamed ever for actually killing anyone. Always been like overheating or dehydrating or whatever the fuck. But MDMA has never killed anyone, and these billboards and newspaper campaigns were pushed by the alcohol industry. That was changed. The government after government, but that just shows you how the extents they'll go to, man.
Yeah, and effectively what they're saying is, don't worry about how bad our product is, worry about how bad that product is. Right? So even if MDMA was horrible for you, it doesn't mean that therefore alcohol is good for you. But if you're thinking about MDMA, then you're not thinking about liver cirrhosis caused by alcohol consumption.
Well, bro, that guy, Professor David Nutt, he was actually paid. He got a funding to categorise all drugs and their like how dangerous they are, point scoring basis. And he went back to Tony Blair's government. Now he was like a neuropharmacologist or something. He could design drugs like at the molecular level or whatever. And he went back to Tony Blair's government after categorising all the drugs, looking into alcohol, crystal meth, crack, everything. And he categorised alcohol at the top of the scale, the most dangerous, because he looked at knock-on effects from it. Like, say, a guy who's an alcoholic might beat his wife might neglect the kids might not go to school, they might steal when they're not at school, and all those different factors. And he categorised alcohol the most dangerous drug in the world, and he got fucking sacked for it, bro. They sacked him.
Yeah. Yeah, alcohol's horrendous. Like, anyone who's like, oh, I'll go out and drink a few
But
beers
bro,
a day,
the
please
reason that
consider, just 1 second. Anyone who's like, oh yeah, I'll go out and drink a few beers a night, or I go, yeah, please consider not doing that. Beer is fucking horrendous for you. Please.
oh, it's terrible. You know, especially the strong lagers, which is what if I'm going to drink any alcohol, like in the sun, have a joint in the park, I drink really strong lager, man. It's fucking toxic.
Yeah, I haven't drunk alcohol in. I probably drink once a year, and have done that for about 20 years. I don't miss it at all. And if there are people listening to this all the time, please try and get rid of alcohol from your diet. You'll feel so much better.
For sure.
Not just
Bro,
alcohol,
they
processed
try to
food,
say
sugar, all these processed stuff, they are not good for us.
Well, see, they say that the tax on alcohol, they say they're making money off alcohol, and that Professor David Nutt guy as well, he found out the statistics and the information about it all, and it's actually in a deficit. The amount of money that alcohol causes that they have to rectify, liver cirrhosis, whatever, short and long term, all the police at the weekends, the court system, lawyers, legal aid. It's actually, I'm not sure the percentage, but it was in the hundreds and percentage in deficit where alcohol actually costs this country a fucking fortune.
Yeah, doesn't surprise me. Doesn't surprise me at all.
The Scottish government are supposedly they're in talks to legalise all substances. I just heard that on the news. Not that I watch it, but I was flicking through and I saw it and I listened, and that's what they said. They're talking about legalising all drugs. So Scotland will be like Amsterdam.
Yeah, should we get back to the flat Earth? Because I understand that there was a natural segue from what we were talking about into this, but I feel like it's gone too far off the path now. So let's try and segue back in.
Parallels. I saw the parallels. I just thought I'd jump in.
Yeah. No, same. But it's also about self-managing the conversation.
They need to get rid of all toxins, including globe delusions.
Yeah. So about that globe though.
I gotta go get some work done, guys. But thank you very much for the conversation and stuff. Appreciate it.
Yeah, pop in anytime, man.
All right.
Always nice to talk to a reasonable glober.
I try to be. I always have questions and ideas and thoughts and how my brain works in terms of imagining how things go when you're describing. But anyways, I always like to hear both sides. I really do.
Well,
so, appreciate you guys.
You don't want to be too reasonable and too nice to us, because then the other globers will cast you out of the globe cult, and then you'll be a pariah just like us.
I don't understand.
Well, here's the
why
thing.
we have
I
this
joined up. I joined up. Left Lane helped me join. Was it Medical Mass Media? And they try to do the same thing. It's a Globe Earth Discord, and they try to do the same thing. We try to be reasonable and have an actual decorum in the conversation. Even Witset is actually in that server too. Like there's.
Sorry, go, mate.
Let him finish.
But I was just gonna say, like, even they're like, can we just bring some? I think it was Demon was saying, can we just bring some flat earthers in here and actually have a conversation? And I've heard where we've had the two go at it, and it's been what is it called? It's been kind of policed, where people do get emotional. They get a little excited about what they're talking about, and it's like, can we just chill out? There's a reason why we push certain people away. They don't want to be in here for yelling at them. We need to come at this conversation in a calmer tone, hear each other's sides out, have a conversation about it, and we get along better.
For sure.
Well, bro, Dogs Are Gods is over there, and he's trying to get me to go over there, and he's a complete asshole, bro. Nothing against yourself or the server, and there must be some nice people, because you seem like a genuine dude, just the little I've heard you, but he is an asshole, bro. He's been trolling our server and this room basically since he found it.
But you're from Scotland, right? Like, how do you explain flat highlands?
Obviously, there's hills and valleys, bro. We're not trying to say that the Earth is completely flat. We're just saying that most of
Where's
it's
the
covered in
line?
water. You know how water behaves. It's obviously trying to seek its equilibrium constantly, bro. So when we say flat, we don't mean there's not any hills, bro. For fuck's sake, we're not that crazy.
Because also we understand that when someone says that the Earth's a globe, we understand that they're not talking perfect
an
Earth.
oblong spheroid.
Yeah, so obviously, like local topology, or however you want to describe it, would be true whether the Earth was generally curving or generally planar.
Oblong spheroid just doesn't have the same ring as globe.
No, it's it doesn't roll off the tongue. That's nice.
It feels better to say globe. I'm going to say globe.
All right, everybody, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for the conversation. You all have a good day, and see you around.
Bro, just to ask you, bro, are you a member of 24/7, the Discord server?
I just joined it. The one you guys have?
Yeah, man. You got rules yet? I'm happy to give you verified.
Hold on one second.
Listen,
Cyclone sent it to me.
Are we still speaking to Matt? Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, cool, man. Yeah, I'll send you some.
Looking at it right
has
now.
anybody seen the TV show Inside Job?
Yeah.
I don't watch.
Flat Earth made an appearance in Inside Job.
So, Matt, I'll also send you some resources to your PM, bro. Take a look in your own time, man. I'll give you a good hold of plenty of arguments and stuff.
In Inside Job, the Flat Earth movement was kind of like a psyop by a couple pranksters that were kind of trolling a bunch of people who really believe.
Yeah, do you believe all the damage control? What happens? All the damage controlled propaganda gets filtered to you guys. That's all you guys talk about.
Well, I mean, I've seen a ship come. I've seen a ship come over the horizon, and I tend to believe my own eyes.
When I heard you talking about TV, I already wasn't taking it seriously, and the reason is because I already know what you're going to bring up is some kind of damage control straw man, and so it's like.
I mean,
it's
I've had my personal.
It's not serious. It's not serious, bro. I didn't finish. It's not a serious part of this discussion, right? So when you say, "Oh, I saw this on TV," you understand we've literally just been talking about propaganda for 20 minutes. This is part of that, right? You see a filtered propaganda version of a straw man that we don't even believe, and then you bring it here, and we're not going to take that seriously. Spake, I just wanted to ask you a question. Did you check my DMs and could you respond to the last one, please?
All right. Oh, sorry, brother. I missed that, man. Fuck. Oh, yeah. No, I saw that, bro. Yeah. No, I was waiting until you came on. I was going to speak to you. Yeah. I get you, bro.
My question is really like, I've seen a ship's mast come over the horizon, and it looks like it's coming over a curvature.
That's a statement, not a question.
Okay, cool.
Well, I'm just my lived experience indicates that it's a globe, and I'm wondering how
your imagination.
How my experience.
Wait. Let Crypto go. Crypto, you're roboting a little bit, but try again.
Oh, sorry.
No, you're all right there. Oh, maybe not.
I'm
no, it's bad. It's bad, Crypto.
Still roboting.
We lost you, Crypto.
I guess I'm just wondering how the flat Earth perspective makes sense of that phenomenon, because I've experienced that phenomenon of the crow's nest coming first and then the
Yeah, it's a function of perspective.
Never mind.
Okay.
Sorry, Crypto. You came in literally just at the end there. You said
Oh
no.
no. I guess I'm wondering how flat Earth perspective. Oh wait, Crypto.
Yeah, our
can you hear me?
perspective.
Give him the time, please.
Yeah, we can wait for
Okay,
Crypto.
guys, I think
There was just some lag. Yeah, my bad.
I think I'm lagging pretty heavily, so I'm gonna withdraw until I'm not lagging anymore. Sorry, guys.
Well, you're actually fine there, but that's cool. Take your time, though.
Oh, for goodness. Okay. I'm gonna say Cyclone. Say okay to me.
Okay.
Right. So I've got about a second delay. Apologies for that, guys. So yeah. To the guy who was talking. What's his name? Deirdre. Deirdre? Fucking hell. Yeah, Deirdre. Do you think that the horizon that you see is a physical curve or an optical phenomenon?
I guess my spatial awareness makes sense of that stimulus of the mass being visible first, and then like the ship seeming to grow out of the water as it, coming around a curved surface and slowly becoming visible at the bottom.
So you think that the horizon is the physical curve of the Earth, right? So the issue with that is
I don't know. It looks like a flat line from that perspective. Still.
okay. So I'm giving you the flat line, but what I'm saying is that you think that the boat is going over physical curvature, which is why it disappears bottom first.
Yeah.
Okay, so that line that you see would therefore have to conform to the size of the ball that we're on in terms of its geometry, correct?
Yeah, adjusted for scale, 200 meters out or so.
Right. So what if I told you that that wasn't the case?
Oh, what's your alternative explanation?
Well, the alternative explanation is that the horizon isn't the physical curve of Earth. It's just an optical phenomena based on the, I suppose the geometry of the eye rather than the geometry of the Earth. It's just how the optic of your eye works, and of optical equipment generally.
Like a blind spot?
And that's why there's a convergence.
Like a convergence of the ship into what appears to be like it.
Oh no, I meant a convergence of the ground and the sky in your optical view.
Okay. Huh. Well, thank you for your perspective.
I mean, that is quite literally my perspective, but it's also your perspective.
But the thing is, man, if you saw a boat go over the curvature of the Earth just a few miles out, the Earth would have to be absolutely tiny, man. Think about it.
Well, no, I mean like the horizon's pretty far away, and
I mean, is it? How far is it? Would you say you can see from sea level?
yeah, well, I'm not sure, but I know that it's
And if you could see 10 miles, just even say 50 miles, do you think a boat would disappear over the curvature of the Earth at such a little distance?
yeah, it does slowly.
Well, we can grab cameras or an optical instrument of some sorts and bring these things right back into view again. So there is other phenomena.
The truth is, I think yous are a little bit silly.
We're still talking, bro.
That's it.
Silly.
So without devolving into very, very low IQ insults, what I'm saying about the size of the Earth, right? So if the Earth is a certain size, there are certain geometric necessities to that size, correct?
In good faith, please explain. I don't understand what necessity would have to accompany us.
The curvature, bro.
Let me put it this way, right? So would you say that a basketball and a medicine ball are different sizes?
Yeah, sure. They're not the same size.
Okay, so the curvature on those two balls would be different, right? And if you were like an
one's
amoeba,
oblong and one is like kind of spheroid.
Well, no, they're both the same shape, but one's a larger size, right? So if you were like an ant or like a very small creature on a basketball, then your horizon, if it was geometric entirely, would be different than on a medicine ball or on, you know, a different sized ball, a larger ball or a smaller ball. The horizon, if geometric, would be affected by that, correct?
Yeah, the horizon would take place at a different point every time, right?
Yeah, and you can calculate where that horizon should be based on the size of the ball, correct? I'll take that as a yes. Okay, so what we can do is we can calculate where the horizon should be on our ball that you say we live on, and if we can see too far, then that's an issue for that narrative, right? Am I roboting or is he just ignoring me?
Nah, he's not answering, bro.
All right.
Just
Deirdre,
on
do
you
you
go,
want to
Crypto. We can hear you. We can hear you, man.
I don't understand why the silence has just started occurring.
Oh, I
You
just
said
had some
cricket, bro.
apartment administrators come in to check the smoke alarms.
Okay.
Just give me 1 second.
So, okay.
What's the deal? Is anyone still there?
Oh yeah, just waiting for Deirdre to come
All
back.
right.
I'm going to call him Dr. Dre now, though. I think it's funny.
Yeah, what you said in the DM, Crypto, I agree with you, bro. I've wrote you a little bit.
Yeah, fair enough. I think we
You're
should talk to
fucking
the admin
dope, bro.
about it. Just make that
Yeah, yeah.
happen, because otherwise this room's just going to become a joke.
Nah, bro, I'll do it myself. I really don't give a fuck.
Yeah, fair enough.
I don't give a fuck.
Sorry, I'm also live on Chatterbait, and someone just asked me to stick a cucumber in my ass. I'll be right back.
Yeah, you don't have to enlighten us to that information.
TMI.
Yeah, I don't even know what that is, but I don't think I want to.
Fuck's sake.
Anybody care for
Hey,
a
Crypto,
cucumber
you
salad?
ever... Sorry, you go, bro.
I said anybody. Oh, sorry, Spake.
No, you go. I was saying, brother.
I'm just saying, anybody care for a cucumber salad?
Below the belt.
Jeez, this fucking guy in my chat sure does.
Don't elaborate anymore. That's not really needed, to be honest. But Crypto, I was just going to ask you, man, have you heard of that app called Clubhouse?
No.
Robot.
Made a pretty penny
Robot
on
again,
those.
brother.
I did hear about it. Yeah, I thought it stopped. I thought it closed down.
Nah,
Anyway, go on.
No, somebody told me that they did an update or something and it fucked loads of stuff up, but it is still supposedly running, man. I downloaded it, I've just never went in yet. I was hopefully going to get a couple of peeps in and just gather up a squad of sort of reconnoiters and go in and see what we can see.
Yeah, fair enough.
Just while we're really busy in here, bro, and we've got the stats to prove it, so I was hoping to maybe hopefully go to other VIP partners of politics as well as our own server and maybe try and get this going someplace else. Hopefully. Rolling stone gathered no moss. That's the plan. Or that's the ethos. So is anybody actually wanting to speak? Because I'll just talk to myself if I really have to, like, well, you lot listen. If anybody wants to come and prove that we do live on this ball that's barreling in all these different motions, these mind-boggling speeds through a vacuum, with no containment, for fuck's sake, that's ridiculous. Sorry, somebody spoke there. I don't know if I spoke over them.
No, I was gonna say I'm still on the same kick that I think all the globers in the these rooms would be so much better if the moment a newbie glober came in and made like the boats over the horizon claim, the other globers should just immediately jump in. Sorry, we don't believe that anymore. It's
Yeah, man.
it's an act of
It sounds ridiculous, bro. It's like a fucking. It's like a children's sort of argument. Sorry, like Bill Nye. That show was really directed at kids when he showed the boat and fucking the waves and all that bullshit. The paper mache fucking mock up, and that's really for kids, man, to indoctrinate them young.
100%. But like what I'm saying is, whenever people who come in, like newbies who come in and actually still believe that newbie globers, why can't any claim like that, or like the other claim that one person is making about you can see the curvature from a plane? They should just immediately jump in. Then we can fast forward through like the same conversation repeating all the time. If they did it, they could save these rooms.
Plus, it's kind of time consuming as well because we have to continually go over the bare bone basics of the. I mean, they're not even arguments. These are just like silly little stories that people are believing because they've seen it on silly fucking programs on TV. It's not actually any kind of scientific facts or any kind of evidence for the globe. And I see why some flat earthers get pissed off because it is time consuming. It is fucking tedious sometimes, especially when they're being they're trying to divert and they're dancing away from the questions and they're pretty basic to begin with.
Exactly. It's like why are we wasting 2 hours debating this point, which half the globers already know concede is not the case?
More than half. Virtually all of them. But yeah, I see what you're saying. Well, this is why I said, a couple of years ago, and I would advise you guys to do the same. Like, if you're gonna talk about this topic, do it in time that's kind of already wasted anyway. So I only ever come in and debate this when I'm driving now because I got sick of globers just wasting my spare time. So I'm not saying whatever, do what you want, right? But they will waste your time forever. So if you're reaching new people, that's different. I'm talking about the existing guys. But yeah, anyway.
Nah, Crypto, I was just agreeing with you, bro. But I was going to say, I enjoy it, mate. I don't fucking sit and watch soap operas or devote my time watching fucking box sets or any shit like that. So if I've got to sit and chilling, man, I'd prefer to be hopefully helping these people. But I get that these dudes that are being dishonest, it kind of pisses me off sometimes as well. And if I get like that, I just disconnect. But I try my damnedest because I don't take it personal most of the time. Unless it's somebody like Dogs Are Gods. Then he's just an annoying motherfucker.
Nah, like I said, I'm fine with them being even slightly dishonest. All of that's cool, but like even they, from their perspective, they too can like fast forward through something that they've already conceded. Like why would they sit? Like I mean, the only reason then for a person like that would be that they just want, by hook or by crook, they want all those people, all those newbies to just stay globers, even if it's based on stuff that even they don't accept.
You've got to kind of accept the dishonesty as part of the game, the nature of the beast sort of thing. Like their go-to responses, they're pre-programmed. You say one thing, they say another, and you've kind of got to do a little back and forth dance with some of these sort of like people. Unless you get a really genuine, honest person, like that other guy, that Matt guy, I think, or Mark, or whatever his name was, he seemed like open to have the discussion. Somebody like that, they will accept the flat stationary Earth at some point. It's just a case of deprogramming.
Your chat is one of the most toxic ones in here, on both sides.
What was that?
You cannot make the case that the flat earthers, if you look in the chat on the sidebar, you cannot state that dishonesty is only coming from people who believe in the flat earth or the globe earth. It's both parties.
I'm not really sure what you're meaning, bro.
Well, you're saying people who... Yeah, the side chat. You can say people are dishonest who believe in the globe, but there's at least as many who are dishonest in the chat that are flat earthers. Yes, there are people like you who are respectful. Yes, there are another person who's talking who's also very respectful. Doesn't take away from the fact there's half of you guys, including half of our guys, they're a bunch of idiots.
Yeah, I'm okay with the dishonesty too, but did you get my argument, bro? Like, I'm saying, like, if there's a globe argument that a newbie is giving, which you guys don't even accept anymore, like boats going over the horizon with the naked eye, or like seeing curvature from a plane, why not just like set them straight? You don't like.
I'm not here to do the whole globe Earth argument, but there's also a lot of theories we don't believe or don't accept as facts. Most of us are not specialists, nor are physicists, nor have any professional experience in it. Lost from that is still the same thing. People can be dishonest on both parties, which is my only topic I'm discussing.
Bro, I might be biased. I probably am, I don't know, but I'm trying to be as genuine with this reply as I can. I would say, listen, bro, I would say in most cases, it's the globe side that are most toxic. They appear to me to be the most toxic people I've encountered on the internet.
That's perspective.
Just generalizing. I'm just generalizing, bro. That's all.
So I'll give you a reverse argument, right? Some people will come in and say, like on the flat Earth side, they'll say, well, I don't experience motion. Do you experience motion? That they'll kind of insinuate. They won't directly say it, flat earthers, but they'll insinuate that that's some sort of evidence or proof, which might sway someone. And immediately I'll just jump in and say, but dude, like in their model, they're saying that you're inertially locked, so you're not going to feel it, just like if you're having.
But we're not though, bro. That's where they're incorrect, because most of them don't even know that it's accelerating and decelerating and turning constantly. Most of them don't know that. But bro, they come to us. Bro, they come to us like they're the gangsters in the argument, that they know everything, and they say, oh, well, we only feel accelerating, and you tell them it is accelerating, and they go, oh, well, it's not much. So it's like, it is blatant dishonesty, man. It's like condescending. Fucking, they think that they're like superior in the conversation, man. So a lot of flat earthers get triggered by that, and then it devolves. That's why you need staff.
I understand that any circular motion, even if it's constant speed, will be accelerated because there's a change in velocity direction. I get that. What I'm saying is the way the certain flat earthers will present it is disingenuous. It's meant to just kind of or another disingenuous argument that some flat earthers will make. Actually, I kind of like him, but he does this a lot. But this dude Dave Weiss, he'll like state like massive numbers, as if that's just impossible, right? The massive numbers of the globe. I get that they're kind of crazy sounding, but there's nothing logically impossible about having a sun millions and trillions of whatever the fuck miles away. So, but I say like, well, it's not logically impossible. Same thing. If someone says, well, just because you don't move it, you should just accept that you don't feel it moving. You should accept that it's stationary. I'll say that. Well, we got to get a few steps further to start making that argument about motion. We can't just go by what we feel.
Course. You've got to elaborate a bit, man. I mean, I always try to give them as much information about that point as I can. Like about all the points that I talk about, I try my damnedest to give them all I can. Pardon?
Baboon.
Go ahead.
Baboon, don't you agree that like at least it's the foundational basis, our experience? We experience no motion. We see the sun and the stars moving. That's our base experience, right?
Of course.
I agree. It's a default position.
But you've got to get them to accept it, bro. Even though it's anecdotal evidence, it's blatant personal experience, man. It's got to be dealt with. In my opinion.
Sorry, guys. That's like, we can go over and over that, about all this. Can we feel motion, and can we see the curvature and the spin and everything like that, right? But what we're asking for is, how was the Earth curve measured in physical reality? And until we can establish how that was done, I mean, I'll ask the Globers, put a citation on, just bang it on Google. How do we know the Earth is spherical? And I'll go through all the points with you and debunk every one of them, because none of them is evidence.
Some people like to argue measurements. Some people like to argue space and give fucking footage about like fake NASA. Some folk are like myself. I'm not into maths. I mean, if I got a globe calculator and I could sit and work it out, I'd need a bit of paper, and it's not stuff that I can just do off the top of my head. And some people, like, they're completely allergic to maths. I would class myself as that. So like, not everybody's got the same sort of points or ability to argue for this, man.
Yeah. So, Arul, are you Are you kind of hinting at like maybe the way that some people might lay out that argument is kind of an argument from incredulity, which isn't necessary? Is that kind of what you're saying?
Exactly.
Okay.
And I'm saying like I
Because
was
if
just thinking,
so I got what you were saying, but basically like if you try to throw out numbers that are so large, and how can we do this and how can we do that because of millions of miles and trillions of this and trillions of that then becomes an argument from incredulity, meaning like if you can't comprehend it, therefore it's not true, which isn't the proper way to attack an argument. It should be argued against the specifics that are put forth, not that we can't comprehend it, therefore it's not true. Is that?
I agree.
That's how the globe is so deep-seated all over the fucking world, bro, because it's so complicated, overcomplicated. Like, they don't need to make it anywhere near how complicated it is. But because it is so high, because the education system is like it is with the left brain schooling, most people just see equations and complex maths and they're like, they just accept what scientists say. You know? And
that's
it's a
true.
shame.
Also, sociologically and psychologically,
I would
it's
say
true.
as well.
But it's not that.
Yeah, there's another element to this.
Most of humanity still believe the Earth curve was measured using sticks and shadows. I mean, that's fucking ridiculous.
Right. So this is where, like, I think maybe a rule's point is we don't have to appeal to incredulity, right? Throwing out a bunch of numbers like that, since we can't comprehend this speed and that speed, therefore that proves why we wouldn't be able.
Well, you've got to prove.
Somebody,
You've got to prove.
sorry, I wasn't finished. I was pausing because I thought somebody was coming.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
You've got to show evidence of Earth curve and how it was measured. That's not been
Correct.
done
Yeah,
yet.
I think that's kind of his whole point is instead of saying an argument from incredulity regarding not feeling the spin of the Earth, argue that the spin of the Earth hasn't been measured, right? That even with the abilities and the instruments that we have today that would be able to measure these movements, it still hasn't been measured. That's a better argument than since we can't feel it and it's going these speeds, which are ridiculous, blah, 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 that becomes an argument from incredulity as opposed to just attacking the point that it's never actually been measured.
Yeah. 100% with you and 100% with the other guy. Like it's all about an objective measurement, right? 100% or some argument from necessity, not about like because like a lot of people what they do is, and maybe I'm just some artists, but like they like to stack like even flat earthers and globe earthers. But I obviously don't watch too many globe earthers, but like they'll just try and stack the deck with the cumulative kind of like almost like in a court. We're just like stacking all the circumstantial evidence. You stack some crazy NASA footage. Stack this, stack that, stack.
Why don't you shut the fuck up before I fucking headbutt you in your fucking skull?
Oh
Who's
my
that?
God, shut up.
Who's that?
Anyway,
Can you tell me who that was?
Arul, just to actually respond to what you said.
But Crypto,
Previously,
sorry, just 1 second, Crypto, 1 sec. Do you know anyone know who that was?
Cyber.
No.
Fuck. Sorry, Crypto, on you go, bro.
What are you talking about? That's not me.
That was him. There's that guy called Cyberson.
Okay. I'm a globe earther.
So anyway,
I want to settle this with I want to settle this with Arul, not by
Crypto was
argument.
in the middle.
Arul,
Bro, stop, bro, stop.
Bear enough
Bro,
to
stop
spoil
talking.
everything, man.
Crypto was trying to talk, bro. I interrupted Crypto, bro. Chill. On you go, bro.
So anyway, Arul, just to address what you were saying as well, I fully accept what you say, and it can devolve into an argument from incredulity. There is an issue on the globe side, though, is that they are too willing to believe fanciful stories, and so a lot of them have arguments from credulity, right? So not incredulity, from credulity, and they are too prepared to believe very unlikely stories simply because they already have it as a narrative in their head. And so you need to be aware of that as well.
No, you guys' psychological assessment of what's happening, 100% I'm on point. But here's the thing. I don't know. I'm not Christian or anything, but the wise man builds his house upon the sand. So just say you get a globe convert to a flat earther, but because of some cumulative circumstantial evidence, like, they saw some NASA wires, they So they actually thought to themselves, "Wow, these numbers are retarded." I'm like, hey, actually, I've never felt spin. Well, that's building your house upon the sand. It'll crumble just as easily as they were converted one day. They're just going to immediately convert back. And ultimately, I think the epistemological rigor is what's necessary in all things. And I think you guys agree. I'm not saying you don't. I'm just pointing out that I was just kind of like turning the ire that I was previously pointing towards the experienced globers who don't immediately take the newbies under their wing when they come and like kind of create a black hole of 2 hours where people are talking about boats in the horizon. Instead, they should just. So I was just like turning that back upon myself, just in spirit of good faith. That's all.
If you've got something like if you're claiming something's a certain shape, you should be able to put the evidence forward to show how
Look.
that shape was measured.
Look. I'm a globe earther.
Yeah, we
I'm a
haven't
globe
got. Well, what's
earther.
the evidence? What's the evidence that you live on a globe? How was it measured?
No, I'm a globe earther, and I challenge.
I'm people who want to
tell us why you're a glober.
Okay, and I challenge Arul to settle this over an oil wrestling match, bare knuckle.
Oh my god.
Okay, thanks for coming out.
Okay, so anyway, I 100% I'm with physical measurement. In fact, I would literally don't. I mean, I'm not rich by any means. I'm literally a broke motherfucker. But I would donate a decent chunk of money if someone not GoFundMe, but some reasonable equivalent of GoFundMe for a forced line experiment. I think that should be done by globers, flat earthers. Like if anyone's good faith, and there's even an outside possibility of doing that.
The point is, mate, you're missing the point. Sorry to keep interrupting. There's already a claim on the table that it's been measured. So how was it done?
It's not been done.
Exactly.
There you go.
So
we have no reason to take it seriously then. Any glober want to defend it?
It's not been done. There's a claim on the table. What's the evidence? How was it measured? When was it measured? And who measured it? And what equipment did they use? That's all we need to know. Once we've established that's been done, then we can talk about spin and gravity and other rotations. We need to first see how it was measured to prove that it's spherical. So who's got that evidence, please?
Coconut oil. Just saying, coconut oil. Okay. Not baby oil. Coconut.
Shut the fuck up, nigga.
Why did I unmute? I love Jeff Bezos.
Okay, here's another one. That experiment that Arul was talking about, I'll fund it, but if the globe earthers, the flat earthers lose, they have to give me triple the amount.
What? Lose what?
The experiment that Arul just said, right? The one that they
saying
said that, okay, put that experiment up for GoFundMe, right?
Not experiments,
What
measurement.
What
Yeah,
experiment?
so whatever experiment, whatever it is, right?
It should be a forced line. It's a forced line.
Right. I'll fund it. I will fund it. But if the flat earthers lose, they have to give me triple the amount.
Dude, you don't have the necessary funds. You don't have the necessary funds. That's simple.
How much is it? What do you need? Tell us.
Can you put 1,000?
Hold on. To build a steel superstructure, approximately 3 miles long. I mean, get real.
Can't hear you properly. Say it again. Hello?
What experiment you want?
Force the line would have to be like 3 miles long before you even get a significant amount to be able to be seen clearly. Right? Or am I wrong?
I think that's. I think the guy said. I think the guy actually said 6 miles. So.
6
Could be wrong.
miles
Could be wrong.
long steel superstructure. You're talking $1 billion probably, dude.
That's a chump change for NASA. They should be doing it right now.
$1 billion is nothing nowadays.
Well, dude, it's yes and no. It's nothing for someone that has $1 trillion, right?
Is it really that expensive? I honestly thought it would be much less than that, but I guess
it probably is less than that. It probably is. Can't be that
Dude,
expensive.
you ever seen how much it costs? You ever seen how much it costs to build these mega structures made out of steel?
You probably know more than me, bro.
Just look up these bridges that are the similar size and scale, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're talking 300 million, 500 million, $1 billion.
Yeah, that's because you guys like to pay minimum wage to your people.
Dude.
Fair enough. Again, I don't know anything.
How about we ask Elon Musk for it? He's all up for spending.
How about only to measure the surface of the Earth and to see if it's curving?
This would be a physical measurement of that actually, if this thing was built. So we take away all the diffraction.
Not refraction. What about physical islands, physical things not existing in nature, and they are there?
Happening.
No, I'm agreeing with that. I agree that it's never been measured so far. I'm saying that because they keep bringing up this refraction shit, I'm getting tired and sick and tired of this. I wish.
No, mate, sorry. It has, according to the globe model, it has been measured. It has been measured because it's got dimensions. So how was it measured? What we need to know.
The ones in here are to know it's not been measured. They're just gonna say it's
None of you have the money. You have to come up with it. You want to build such a giant superstructure that'll curve? Is that what it is? Nobody's explained it to me.
You have. So imagine if if the Earth was a globe, and you created a bunch of like beams, and they were like following the curve. So you have a line which is just constructed by all these segments which are following the curve, and another line which is forced straight. So it's basically just going straight. It'll just stick tangent to wherever it starts. There's going to be depending on where you place the straight line, it's either going to diverge or converge towards the other one. So there'll be whereas that would not happen on a flat Earth, right? So this would be a physical demonstration / measurement of that.
You have physical demonstration in nature. There are mountains and hills. That is elevation profile of the Earth.
I get it, but that's what the whole thing that they're doing is appealing to this refraction, and even if it's debunked with the infrared thing,
you have elevation profile. You have the elevation profile. That means mountains and hills. They have the height.
But how is that physically measured though? Like,
sea level.
Sure, but like there was no straight edge that like them showing like whether or not they're just level.
That means that somebody in the middle of the continent set this mountain its height 1,000 meters above the sea level. And 100 miles distance from that mountain, and still in the middle of the continent, that another mountain, it's also measured with the sea level, And another 100 miles, that means 200 miles from that mountain, another mountain, it's measured by the sea level, but they are in the middle of the continent.
Sure, but assuming their model is all just because it's uniformly curving around and like, all the same height from sea level, but they would say sea level itself is curving, right? Which obviously I don't agree with. But I'm saying
but sea level it's curving. If sea level is curving, that means that all that land it's curving. That means you cannot make you cannot say sea level in the middle of the continent, because from the middle of the continent and the beach, it's like 2,000-3,000 miles, and then it's curving under the ground. And you cannot have the elevation profile without base level.
Yeah, I didn't quite follow that, bro.
Obvious, isn't it? If the sea wasn't level, it wouldn't be called bloody sea level. I mean, I'm talking as like a 7-year-old now, but that's what it boils down to. It would be accounted for within the shape of the globe. It wouldn't be called sea level because it's not level, but it is level, so it's called sea level.
How do volcanoes, like mountain volcanoes, work on a flat
They have also elevation profile,
God.
height, and base of sea level. Same thing.
The structure that you're talking about, it won't take $1 billion. It's just straight lines supported by segments. Why the hell would it take $1 billion?
Before you ask about volcanoes working on a flat Earth, if you're claiming a globe, how was it measured?
who measured it, when was it measured, what equipment was used.
I
Before
measured
he's
it
talking about how
yesterday.
does this work
I
on a flat
used my
Earth.
spaceship.
Let's prove the globe.
You know why you don't have
Friends?
astronomers and high-level scientists in this group? Because it's a waste of their fucking time, that's why.
Because they're not dealing with the fucking Earth geometry, they're dealing with what's in the sky. Now, how was Earth curve measured in physical reality? Who did it? When did they do it? What equipment was used? Let's not talk about twinkling stars in the sky, mate. It's got nothing to do with the geometry
Okay,
of
so
Earth
now
curve.
I just said that the people that are able to answer these questions, that actually study them and understand the numbers and the tests and the equipment and all of this, are not in this group, and they will not join this group. Do you know why? Because it's a waste of their fucking time. That's why. So what I would Google it and I would post it. I would post a link, and you won't look at the link because you will say yes.
We gone around and talked to them to get that answer from them. How do you know that?
Yeah, well, you guys will.
Just making assumptions
What's a
about
light
people.
in the sky? What's a light in the sky got to do with a physical measurement of what you're standing on?
Nothing to do with it. They have the same answers about the measurements for the Earth that all of you numpties give. They go to sticks and shadows, the same thing that they were taught in their training. They don't have anything else. We have astrophysicists in the main server at 24/7. We talk to them all the time. Usually they specialize in one little area. There's a guy who just talks about exoplanets, and that's all he really knows about. He doesn't know shit about the dimensions of the Earth or how they were derived. So you're just making stuff up. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, and then put your evidence on the table of how Earth curve was measured. Who did it? When they did it? What equipment was used? Let's prove this globe. Come on.
Okay, let's do it.
He's the kind of guy that you ask him, it's like, okay, well, what size do they claim the globe is? What's the radius? He won't know. So he doesn't even know what the people who he doesn't know comes to talk, what they're even talking about. He doesn't know what they're claiming. Doesn't know what the story is. Unless you do know.
All he's got to do is post a documentation of how Earth curve was measured. It must be documented. It's a fact on the table in Globe World. Show us the documents.
Sometime in history, surely. Before they started sending stuff up in space to orbit this supposed globe, they must have known the numbers for to plug it into the systems.
Has there been a definitive experiment proving the Earth is flat?
Experiments don't do that, bro. Experiments establish cause and effect. So you're looking at long range observations, possibly, or laser tests. We could direct you to them. Or if you want to join 24, well, 1 second. If you want to join 24/7, the link's in my bio. Scroll down, you'll see laser tests, the PDFs there. There's literally gigs upon gigs of stuff. All the information you need.
Laser test is an experiment, bro.
No, it's not an experiment, bro.
Yes, it is. What's the difference between a test and an experiment?
Let's not segue into semantics. Listen, you don't understand what a scientific experiment is.
What the difference is. Like an experiment establishes cause and effect. This is just an observation using a laser to see how far it can be seen.
Experiment
so if you want
doesn't necessarily establish cause and effect.
All you need to do, pal, is post the documents of how Earth curve was measured. Let's have a look at it. We'll read through
Why
it
don't
with
you first post the definitive whatever experiment?
We've not got the
whatever.
positive claims.
That will convince me. That will convince me.
I just told you where you can. Listen, man. Wait a minute. Hold it, please. Boys, you're the one with the positive claim. I just offered you the information for a laser test.
You don't have a
laser
positive.
Listen, man. Listen, bro. No, we're not positively claiming anything. We're just experiencing reality and telling you what's happening. We don't experience motion. We don't observe any convexity over water. So these laser tests are
What's your
over
conclusion?
water.
What's your
What do you
conclusion?
mean? I'm not in motion, brother.
That's it. That's all.
There's no evidence of curve. There's no evidence
I don't know
of
what
curve
the
measurements.
Yeah, the conclusion would be that we are not living on the globe that they tell us. That's the
Not
conclusion.
really. No.
There's no
Yes, it
curve.
is, because the
There's
globe
no
requires the
motion.
curve. If you're on a
And
ball,
the
it
motion.
has curve. Earth does not have curve, so cannot be a ball.
Do you
Simple.
think you can be
Most
on another structure that's curved?
No, because then
But
it would
we're
have
not.
curve, and
No,
it
no.
doesn't have curve.
Or
But
you're
we're
saying
not
it
making
doesn't
a
have curve
claim.
at all, but there's
It
no
doesn't have.
experiment proving it?
We
Well, your
cannot find
observation
it.
and measurement prove it. Go and observe and measure the water. You'll see it's flat, level.
Or go to 24/7. The link is in my bio and check out the laser test, bro. The longest
Yeah, but
one I
what is the
think is 25
conclusion?
miles. There's no curvature, brother.
Okay, that's it then.
Well,
Yeah,
there's no
you
curve,
prove
no
the
motion.
globe.
That's what we're saying.
So we don't
We're
know
not
what the
claiming a
shape is.
shape. Well, flat's not a shape. We're just describing what most of the Earth's surface is trying to be. Water. Water's trying to constantly find equilibrium, and most of that ball that we live on is covered in it. How can that be?
And we're telling you also, you have got no evidence to
Wait,
prove
what?
your claim.
Most of it's in equilibrium and it's covered in
Most of
water.
it's
How can it
trying
be?
to. Most of
Water is
the Earth's
level.
surface is covered in water, bro. Mean sea level. There's ebbs and flows and tides, waves, wind, but most like constantly, even when it's being thrown around, water is always trying to find its equilibrium, and it lays flat and level when it's not being moved. That's how you
Well,
experience it.
does this guy know what
That's how
level
we.
is?
Yeah, but how big
Possibly
of a
not.
water body are you talking about here?
So
So we're just
do
going
you
by
agree that
your number.
water's do you agree that water's level
Where?
anywhere?
Sorry, guys,
Right.
I'm going to go in a minute. I've got to go, but
No.
can I just say
Ask him a
something
question.
before I go, guys? Let me just say this before I go, because I've got to go.
Go for it.
We're quimming on his question. We want to see his evidence of his claim, right? That's all we
He
need of you,
doesn't
mate.
have it.
Stop
What
asking
claim?
us.
I haven't made any claim.
You said you're a glober, so you believe you live on a globe. Prove it.
No,
Prove it.
I'm just saying, I want to prove it with an oil wrestling match with Aru. But what I'm saying is that
It's a
what
waste
I'm
of time. He
saying
doesn't know
is
what he's talking about. He
what I'm
doesn't have
You
saying
any
don't
of
know
the
is
what you're
evidence. He
talking
doesn't know
water.
about. You're a
why. He
fucking
doesn't
When
know
you
idiot.
why
when
he
you
believes
when
in the
you
globe.
just a second when you say water is level, how big of a water body are you talking about?
That's what I want to ask
Well,
him.
think about.
That's
Well,
what I want to ask him, guys. If
let's.
you let me, don't, because if you ask him to think about it, like everybody, you think about a tub, you think about it, you think about all that. It's like, yeah, you think about ocean. People insert image of globe, like they can't understand. So it's meaningless unless you ask him. Do you know what to expect that you would see on the globe of the size that they claim? Do you know what you would expect to see?
Where?
Oh my god.
So that the answer is no. Then you don't know what to expect.
I asked you this water
No,
body
I asked you if you
becoming
knew.
an equilibrium. Just a
Because if
second.
I ask
How big of
you,
a water
if I,
body are you talking about?
that's what
No,
I'm
I asked
talking
you.
about. If you don't understand at what distance you would expect to see obstruction, then it doesn't matter how big of of an area you are asking about, because you don't know what to expect anyway. We're talking about the same thing, except you don't know what to expect. You're like, how big of a water body are we talking about? If I were to tell you the ocean, you would say, well, how would you see it curve? How would you expect to see a curve? How would you?
Sure.
Yeah,
How would you
exactly.
measure
I know.
whether there's a
Exactly.
curve or
I
not?
know. But do you
Okay.
understand? Do you understand
Mhm.
what geometric claims are? Yes or no?
Uh, yes.
So what are they?
The claim or the measurement of a geometry of a certain object.
Exactly. So the horizon is geometric. So it's a measurement of the distance between your eye and the tangent point, being the globe, being the horizon. Do you know what to expect distance wise when it comes to that?
You mean how many kilometers?
Yes.
Oh, I gotta calculate those quickly. But why?
Well, that's what's important, because we're saying there's no such thing. you think that there is because you see a horizon and you equate that with the tangent point being the globe. Well, that is falsifiable. That is testable. There's a value. You can figure out whether that value matches reality or not. So why don't you go ahead and start concerning yourself with things like that before you get into an argument with us about whether the earth is curved or not.
What I'm asking you again and again is
10
to
miles.
explain to me
10 miles.
these
10 miles.
this
Water is level for
experiment.
10 miles. Water is level for 10 miles.
What
Now,
about after 10 miles?
water is level for 10. You said, how are you going to ask me about an area and then say, what about not that area? Does that make sense to you?
No, because if
So I can
it's
only measure what I measure. If I measure something, that means that I didn't measure outside of those parameters, right? So if I say, well, I measured this surface and this surface appears to be level, and then you say, well, what about outside of that area? Clearly, I didn't measure outside of that. Correct or incorrect?
possibly, let's say, yeah, let's say correct.
Well, oh, okay. So now here's the thing. Do you think anyone on Earth has ever measured? Like, is there a measuring tape long enough to measure from coast to coast?
You think that's how you
Like,
measure coast to
like,
coast distances? A tape?
no, clearly you think that that's possible because you're asking us about what about beyond an area that we've
It
measured.
is
And we're
possible.
saying, well, no, it's not possible.
You sure?
I'm 100% sure, yeah.
Do you know of optical fiber?
What about?
Do you know what optical fiber is?
What would it have to do with a straight line measurement or a line of sight measurement?
So it can be measured, right? Beyond 10 miles.
Yeah, we have 25-mile measurements. We have 50-mile measurements. But again, I'm trying to
Measurements with
figure
what?
out, I'm trying to figure line of sight. You know what line of sight is as it pertains to military?
Oh, so you're clarifying it's line of sight. Okay, but
Hmm.
you can measure across continents. You can do it with lots and lots of other
Well,
ways.
here's the
One
thing.
of the
If
ways
it
that I will convince
here's the
everyone.
thing, and now
Stop
you're getting
interrupting.
upset.
You're not letting me
You're
finish.
getting
You're not
upset.
letting me
You're getting
finish.
upset.
You're not letting
You're
me
getting
finish
upset. You're getting
because
upset
you're not
because
letting me finish. I'm gonna just mute
no,
you.
you're
Okay,
getting
just
upset
make my
because
point.
Don't
you're
be
Okay.
getting
muting
up.
anybody. Like, lads, just bring it back to order, please.
So
That's
I
what
had a
That's
point
what
to
I'm
make.
trying to do. You're getting
Either he
upset
lets me
because
make my point or I talk over
you're
him.
trying to
Let him
change
make
the
his
subject.
point.
If somebody give way, I'm just gonna have to fucking mute his man. Jesus Christ. I'm trying to go
Well,
back on
mute
YouTube
him.
and I can't even do it.
Well, mute him
Right,
then.
right.
Okay,
Go.
so
Elijah, just say what you've got to say, brother. Right,
right.
I'm
hold
trying
it.
to say it.
So
Hold it.
you can
You
measure.
can give
Look,
up the
you
next
hear him
time.
talking through
Go.
you.
You can measure.
Elijah, go. You can take the fucking floor the next time it
No,
comes to
no,
this one.
no. I was trying to finish my point. He interrupted
Bro,
me.
No,
He
no,
keeps
that's fine. I just
interrupting.
heard loads of people squabbling. I'm just trying to stop it, bro. Elijah, go,
No, so
please.
let me finish.
no.
And I don't know who it is. If
And
there's
I
any
don't know.
mod in
I
here
got to
that
talk
heard,
over
bro.
Elijah. Then
Is
I'm
there any
sorry.
mod? Listen, bro. You're talking over me as well. Is there any mod in here that knows what happens?
So here
I
you
was
go.
trying to do something.
You can measure across continents by simply measuring the optical fibers across the continents that are laid down for the internet.
Okay, good
Simple.
for you. Good for you. Now, that is totally non sequitur what we were talking about.
Now
So we're
you tell me
talking
line
about
of sight.
look at what he's doing now.
Right, boys, can somebody actually take control of this? Because I've got to go and do something. Or do I
Well,
have
he
to
just
sit here? Right,
you heard him
Elijah, just
speak.
say what you got to say. If he speaks, I'm just going to
It's
mute him.
fine. Just
He doesn't
let
let
them
you
talk.
finish. Right, go, Elijah, please.
All right. So that was completely non sequitur to what we were talking about. You were inquiring about what I was talking about, what all the other boys were just talking about, right? You were playing coy, acting like you didn't understand, only to not address it and to move on to a point that you think is valid. And I just think that's a little disrespectful. So, again, when you asked how much area are we talking, an area sufficient enough to determine whether the earth is curving or not, given the parameters of the globe.
Okay.
Oh, back
So
on that.
That basically depends on the way you're measuring it.
Like I said, we've figured it out. Either you want to know the method or you don't.
Okay, tell me.
What'd you say?
Tell me.
Okay, so you expect to see geometrically a geometric cutoff at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet.
What's a
And that's not,
geometric cutoff?
well, we just spoke about it. You just said you understood. I said everything that I said, and now you're acting again like you don't know what I'm talking about.
You gotta explain it properly. What's a geometric
I did
cutoff?
explain it. I did explain it properly. Because when I
No, you
asked
didn't.
you, do you know
What's the
what
cutoff here?
I just told you.
No, you didn't. You asked me about
So,
geometric
okay, so
planes.
did I not tell you about tangents and the tangent point being the geometric horizon? You forgot already?
The tangent points being the geometric. How is that going to be the geometric cutoff?
So before you didn't know what I was talking about.
No,
Now you
no,
still
no.
don't know
Because
what I'm talking about?
oh my god, you gotta tell me what the geometric cutoff here is. Because the geometric
Okay,
cutoff
say
here.
you're holding a basketball. Can you see 100% of the basketball?
No,
Why not?
because there's a part that's away from my line of sight.
That's what I'm calling a geometric cutoff.
Right.
See, you do understand.
There you go.
See, you
So
do understand.
that'll be the point at which the tangent cuts off from the horizon, right?
Yeah. As it
How do you
relates to the geometry that they've given us of the globe, it doesn't exist.
the tangent?
Why are you talking about the tangent?
You said the tangent
A tangent
goes
is a
off
line.
after. Yeah,
Okay. We're talking about a line or are we talking about the cutoff point?
both.
Okay. The cutoff point doesn't exist as it pertains to the size of the globe that they've told us.
And how did you guys find out?
All you got to do is use the formulas, look, and see that it's not there.
Look and see. Or
Yeah.
without a telescope or with some measurement? Like, how do I look and see?
You can use a telescope. You can use your eyeballs, telescope. You can use laser. Use whatever you want.
Right. So how does that work?
So I'm gonna ask you again. You understand, right, that you can't see 100% of a ball?
Yeah, I understand.
Well, there you go. So based on the size that they've given us, we know where that cutoff should be, and it's not there. I don't know how much more clear I can make it.
I'm asking you in detail, like how? Like I am
I
looking at the
just told
horizon at
you
the
in
beach.
detail. Like, how else
Look,
do you?
look,
How do you look at a basketball and not see 100% of it?
just a minute,
Hmm?
right? Just a minute.
So I already gave
Uh,
you the formula. Didn't I? I said 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That'll give you the distance to your geometric cutoff point. And I said, except that's not true. So you have a formula for the size of the globe that they've given us. It predicts where
1.2,
that
right?
cutoff point. It
1.2
predicts
square
where
root.
that cutoff. It predicts where that cutoff point will be, and it doesn't exist. It's very simple. Doesn't have to be much more complicated than that.
How do you know it doesn't exist? Where are the results?
What do you mean? What do you mean? How do I know? I had to have obviously tried to validate that it does exist to be telling you that it doesn't, right?
Sure. So where is it? Where's the experiment?
You guys want to take over from here?
So you've not done that. You've not done that, have you?
No,
You've not done
I've
it.
spoken about it. I've spoken about it ad nauseum
Sure,
in
sure,
this room.
sure, sure. I appreciate it. I appreciate
You
it.
know,
But
well, you
the thing is,
no, you just
you
said
must have done it,
I've
right?
not done. You said I've not done it, and I just said actually everyone else in this room knows that I have because I've already spoken about it. It's just you that I'm done with. So good luck to you.
Everyone else in this room knows that I have only 1 foot. Doesn't mean I have 1 foot.
Right,
Yes,
I
it
don't know.
does. If everybody knows that you have one, see,
Does it? This is
becoming
exactly what Arul.
this is
This is
becoming
exactly what
tedious.
Arul was saying. This is exactly what
No,
Arul
this
was
is
Right,
saying.
no,
becoming
let's take it
tedious.
back.
You
Let's
must.
take it back. Let's take it back to what Elijah was just speaking about. And if someone posts
Yeah,
the
yeah.
Black Swan image, they can talk him through it and let him understand why and how we know we're not seeing the geometric horizon where it's claimed to be.
I mean, I'm going in a minute, but I'll keep referring back to this. The guy's come on with a globe claim. He should be the one posting the proof of the globe claim, showing how that distance is measured to the cutoff point and how he can prove it. And
No,
let him do
fine.
that.
What I'm saying is, if someone is doing some kind of test or experiment, whatever you want to call it, right? This Elijah guy saying, "I've done it." Am I just supposed to
Because
believe him on face value?
No, we're going to talk you through it.
I've been to a beach. I mean, I've done it. Everyone here has done it. Not only that, National Geographic has done it. That's a
For sure.
credible
So can you
source that
link me to
everybody
it?
else uses.
Can you link me to
Well,
it?
there's an
Are you
example
gonna
in the
just?
text channel. There's an example in the text channel that you can
What is?
see. If you've got the text channel open, it's got images of 2 oil rigs. Do you see the oil rigs?
This is not how these things are done. This
You
is not an
listen.
image.
We can get you the video, but it's a
Good one,
still
man.
taken from a
Good one.
video. Yeah, someone can post it. So, do you see the image with the oil rigs?
This image. What is this?
You see the image with the oil rigs, yeah?
Yeah.
Where is the horizon? Is it in front of them or behind them?
Behind them.
Right. So, and the
So
furthest
what?
oil rig is about 9.4 miles. So that horizon's at least like 10 miles, yeah?
This image is useless. How do I validate this image?
Listen. You can worry about that later. You can go and do
No,
this
of course you
yourself.
have to
What
worry
we're
about it
showing
now.
you. No. Listen, you
Yes,
see the
yes, yes.
horizon
How do I
beyond
know? How
10
do I
miles,
validate
yeah?
this image? Look at that
Yeah, we
damn
can talk
image.
about that. Listen, someone's going to post you the video, and you can see the guy
Well, I'm
just
waiting for that.
putting down the beach, putting the camera on the beach, and just zooming in.
I'll wait for that.
Okay, so while
I'll
we're
wait for the
waiting for
video.
that to be posted, you see the horizon beyond the rigs. You just said, yeah. And this is when they don't want to confront reality. Right, that's it been posted in GIF form and in video. You see those? The guy's zooming in with a camera. You see that?
Right.
Okay, and you see the horizon is beyond the last rig, yeah? You see it? So the cutoff point that Elijah was explaining to you with the basketball is supposed to be way in front of them. Do you understand? Hello?
There you go.
Catch
Okay.
your fucking dumbass tongue now, huh?
Do you understand what I just said about the cutoff
Okay, so
point?
this guy zooms in and has 2 oil rigs.
Yes. Now the
One's at
cutoff point.
6.2, one's at 9.4. Okay.
Yes. Now the cutoff point that you were just discussing with Elijah is supposed to be way in front of those rigs at 1.2 miles. Yeah?
Right.
So why are we seeing the horizon beyond the rigs?
I'm asking him, where does this number come from? 1.2 miles.
It's the globe model based on a sphere with a radius of 3,959
Oh my god,
miles.
I'm just supposed to take you
That's your
guys to
belief.
face.
That's your belief. No, I'm not telling you to. I'm not telling you to. I'm telling you go and do this yourself. But we're showing you an example because you asked, how would you do this? I'm explaining to you how you do it. Okay? With video, image, GIF, we're showing you how to do it.
Oh my god. I'm gonna do it this
for the
way.
purposes of this
Really?
demonstration, why is the horizon beyond the rigs? Answer me that.
Why is the horizon beyond the rigs? I don't see the horizon beyond the rigs, to be honest.
You just said 2 minutes ago you agreed, yes, the horizon's beyond the rigs. It's after them, you said.
No. It's not in this photograph. Look at it.
What are you talking about? The photograph? Yeah, the horizon is
Sorry, not the
beyond the
photograph, the
rigs.
video. 2 minutes 22 seconds. 2 minutes 22 seconds. That's what I'm looking at.
Let me see. Yeah, in that image, you see it's beyond the rigs, not in front of them, yeah? You see the boats?
Yes.
You see the little boat on the water in between them both?
Yes.
So the horizon is not in front of the rigs, is it?
No.
Right. Why is it not in front of the rigs?
I don't know.
Well,
Because
there
the
you go.
Earth's
That's
not a
something for you to
ball.
think about.
Yeah, but that
Yeah, there you go.
1.2 miles number, where does that come from?
Well,
Why
that's
don't
for you
you
to
why don't
see
you
if
read
you
out loud?
investigate.
Hold on, hold
There
on,
you go.
hold on, hold on. Why don't you read out loud what I posted in the chat?
Ah,
41 minutes past the hour. Read it out loud. Horizon distance formula. Read that section.
where is it? Like calculating distance to the horizon. Calculated square root of the height above sea level by. To calculate horizon, multiply the square root of the height above sea level by 1.2249. Okay.
So if I mean, because this is what real skepticism is. People say flat earthers are skeptical. No, you're skeptical. And furthermore, there's nothing wrong with being skeptical because your skepticism makes you ask questions. So you said, where does it come from? Well, this is not where it comes from. They're just reiterating what I'm saying. So your skepticism shouldn't die here. You should ask for a source, how exactly the 1.22 is derived. And guess what? We can give you the answer to that as well. Would you like it?
Sure.
Or can you
Sure,
just
sure, sure.
continue?
But this depends. This will be a variable number, right? Won't always be 10
No,
miles or 20 miles.
no, no, it's not a variable number.
What? Sea level keeps changing.
It's not a variable number.
No, the formula stays the
Mean
same.
sea level.
Your height will vary, and that will change the result of the calculation. The calculation is always the same: 1.225 times square root of the observer's height in feet.
Yeah, the
That's the
result. I
same.
said the result will keep
Yeah,
changing.
yeah, yeah. But well, in reality, it's not where it is supposed to be according to the formula. That's the whole point. The formula and the prediction is wrong.
So what's the height in this video above sea level?
1 foot.
Huh?
1 foot.
1 foot. You just put the
1
camera on
foot.
its tripod on the floor at 1 foot.
Has he validated it?
Yeah, if you look at the video, he gives the coordinates of his location. He gives the coordinates of the oil rigs. He shows you that he's putting the camera on. He even goes lower than 1 foot. He shows you doing that. He's laying directly on the beach, directly where the water is hitting his camera, and he's putting it as low to the ground as possible. And this isn't the only example we have. We have many others. Like I said, National Geographic did the same thing. The result is the same. That the horizon is not where it's predicted to be. So you fighting this is just inevitably gonna come to the same conclusion regardless.
Yeah, you're looking
No,
for a
sure.
way out.
But we still don't know, like, if he put it 1 foot above or not.
I just told you, yes, we do, because there's a video. I just told you that. But guess what?
The
Even if he
video
went
doesn't
50,
say.
even if he went 50 feet, and clearly he's not 50 feet tall, the horizon would still be too far for the prediction, sir. So let's stop playing around.
You're saying. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Fine.
Yep.
So how much
Not
would it be
even
for these boats?
the answer was given to you. It's 1 foot off the ground, so the horizon is nowhere where it's predicted to be.
Platform habitat 9.41 miles. No, I don't know how you measured that, but it's
Maybe he used Google.
9.41 miles.
No, we know his location. and those platforms are at a fixed location. They're oil rigs in the water.
Yeah,
They've been there for
but I
years.
I would just like to bring up though that if you look at the two oil rigs, the one that is a few miles further away is definitely lower and smaller. It's
Yeah,
not the
yeah, but
same
is it
size.
lower and smaller because of the horizon, or is it lower and smaller because of some other undeterminate factor?
Well, I mean, my answer would be the curvature of the Earth, but
Well,
your
the
answer would
curvature of
probably
the
be
Earth is
something else.
defined as the horizon getting in the way.
Hold on. Do we really need to explain to you guys that things appear to get smaller with a distance? So, like, if you move your hand
It's
away
also
from your
lower.
eye,
Look, it's
it
lower.
decreases in
And if
size.
there was a
Yeah,
third one that was 5 miles or 10 miles further away, I bet it
yeah,
would be lower than that.
it's called
Yeah,
it's called towering or stooping. So these are just effects that we see when we look out into the distance.
they're just effects.
But
They just visual effects.
they're supposedly visual effects with respect to the horizon. What we're showing you is, in this case, no, the horizon plays no factor in this. So there, if I were to completely come to you with an argument, and that argument was about the globe, then I would say, okay, you see how this is lower and this is higher? Well, I explain this as stooping with respect to the geometric horizon. So then you say, well, hold on though. The horizon is not a factor because it's behind the boat. So what does that mean? This is the skepticism you guys should have, but you're just too skeptical about the wrong thing. You have the wrong lysis on the wrong syllable. Where you should be skeptical, you aren't. Where you shouldn't be skeptical, you are. And it makes no sense to us.
So if that what's it called? If that platform at the back, platform habitat, I think. If it's actually at
You're still
9.41
ignoring.
miles, just a second.
Yeah.
If it's actually at 9.41 miles, then the eye above the sea level is about 59.04 feet. So one of these is wrong, right? Either it's not 9.41 miles far away,
So
or
did you watch the video?
I'm still at 2 minute 24.
Yeah, okay. Well, so then you'll figure it out when you get there, which one it is. Mm.
9.4 impossibility.
You'll figure it out. I mean,
Yeah, but
you could take a hostile witness and go with Nat Geo. Like I said, you can question till the cows come home. The result is going to be the same. I
but
did this in
where
real life. I did this in real life, in Coney Island, in Brooklyn, looking to Jersey Shore. That was 6 miles and change away. There was no horizon in front of New Jersey. Like you can do it. Anyone else can do it. Doesn't really matter. Like I don't care. You don't
Do,
have to
do,
believe me because you can go out there and test this for
do,
yourself.
do you guys have any thoughts on the ISS, International Space Station, that is uh, traversing the Earth? Not traversing,
No,
but I mean
not really.
orbiting.
Because if the Earth is not curved, then the question is, damn, what the hell is that? Right?
But those those
Does,
those people, right? Those scientists and people that have real degrees and experience that you can go and look at, and the
yeah,
training that they've gone through, all of that,
yeah.
and so them
Well, you
sort of
don't. Do you
being
know any of them
launched into
personally?
space, into orbit. No,
Do
not
you know any of
personally.
them personally?
No, but you can go and look at
So
the
you
videos.
can't vouch for them, right? Because all I'm saying is
You
based
just
on
showed
what
me a
we just
video of someone zooming in on a fucking oil rig. Why?
I just gave you an epistemology to validate or invalidate what you believe is true. It's not my epistemology. It's just geometry. You can do this on your own. That's why I told you what the steps were. You don't need to. This guy is just one of the people who did this on his own. You're getting hung up on the wrong shit.
No, I don't think so. So they are
I'm out,
astronauts,
guys.
right? That
Good luck.
train for years, and then they train on Earth for many years. And because it's such a rare thing to do, and it's such an honor to be able to actually go onto the ISS. There's you can go and look at their
Are you speaking
personal
for people
record.
you don't know again?
Well, yes. I mean, but
Well, that doesn't do us any good.
so you don't believe in anything that happens that you don't experience with your own two eyes.
I didn't say that.
Well, you
Yeah,
kind of
Atlas.
did.
Hey, Atlas.
No, I didn't.
Consider this. In your worldview, there's no God, right? Because that's usually
In
what
my
comes
world,
along with this cosmic paradigm and fundamentalist scientism, right? Am I right?
I don't
There's
believe in
a point to
God.
this, trust me. I'm sorry, say again? I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, I don't. I don't believe in God. I don't think God exists.
Okay. So, why do you believe anything at all? There's no standard. There's no objective standard for anything. Everyone is fallible. So why
Well,
believe them?
the reason I believe that God doesn't exist is because there's so much evidence for the non-existence of God. But
But
the
that's not what I
problem
asked you.
is that
Hang on,
you.
hang on.
Okay.
Let's not waste each other's time, right? That's not what I asked
Okay.
you.
I
Right?
don't
I
believe in
asked
God
you,
now.
why do you believe them in this godless universe with no standard and no objectivity and just fallibility or no standard at all? So you can't even judge things to be fallible.
Oh no, I believe to be somewhat of an objectivist. So I believe in objective reality.
Why? For what?
Just for truth and clarity and not
Truth.
blind faith. Yes.
Truth. What the hell is truth?
That which is not false.
Okay. But that doesn't really inform me what is true. But correct me if I'm wrong, there's only matter in motion, right?
Well, I don't know what you mean by that, but yes, matter is in
Materialism,
motion
right? The world is just a bunch of matter moving, right?
to an extent.
To an extent, I mean, it's a yes or no.
Well, no, it's actually a little bit more complicated than that, but
Okay, so what am I missing? Tell me what I'm
I'll
missing.
make you happy and say yes.
Okay, so that is what you believe. So truth is not matter, neither is it moving. So there is no truth in your worldview. What are you talking about truth for?
What do you mean, dude? If I stick my finger over a flame, my fingers are gonna burn and I'm gonna feel pain. Is that an experiment that you would accept to be true?
It presupposes that
Do
truth
you want
itself
me
is real.
do you want me to record myself burning my
It
flesh over a flame for
presupposes
you
that
to
truth
believe
itself
that
is
a
real.
flame can burn flesh?
You're getting annoyed, but you're not listening and
I
taking
am
to
getting
heart.
annoyed.
I mean, you're sitting here talking like you care about truth and you care about credibility and all this other stuff here. But in giving your premises and your worldview, there is no such thing as truth. Truth is not matter and it's not moving.
I think there's one issue with this video, by the way. So he measures the distance between him and the oil rigs with Google Earth, right? The Google Earth is based on the globe view.
Okay, but that's kind of non sequitur from my point. So the reason I'm talking about this is because I cannot overlook this glaring discrepancy in the fundamentalist scientist position, where they have so much trust and confidence, you might as well just say faith, in these supposed doctoral university graduate professionals of these various institutions, including the government, and they never met them. And it's not like they go out of their way to demonstrate that they love you and are trying to do righteousness rather than just do whatever they please, just like you, qualitative, quantitative, hedonistic kind of lifestyle, lawless, autonomous, all the rest. I mean, you act like these people in the universities and the government care about you so much, and they're so full of integrity. I mean, why do you trust them so much?
Boring now.
Who said that Google measured the distance to the oil rigs?
Well, I don't know why my point is trying to be stomped on. I mean, it's a good point. He's appealing to the supposed agents of these institutions, right? But if they don't have credibility, if you can't justify your belief of them being credible and with integrity, then appealing to them is invalid. If we're going to sit here and play the logic game, right? You can't even justify the very notion of truth in your worldviews. How could you possibly sit up here and tell us the truth about the cosmos and what a bunch of men you never met and has not demonstrated any love or integrity in any way?
It's interesting because so many people have dedicated their entire lives to try and understand all of these things that you're talking about. They've written many books about it. They have written many equations. They have written, like, they've used mathematics to the point where they obliterated cities with atomic weapons, right?
And you
This
know
is the
what?
power of mathematics. But now mathematics doesn't, now we can't use maths. Now all we have to use is fucking rulers, our eyeballs, and I don't know.
Well, you know what?
So
The same thing, Atlas. You know what? The same thing applies to all the other institutions that are theistic, of various kinds of theistic worldviews, which are far older than the fundamentalist scientist institutions today. Why don't you be consistent with
you're
your
bringing.
hang on, let me finish, because I thought you want to have a discourse, right? So why don't you use that same pattern of reasoning you just said to us and be consistent with the theistic institutions? They've written so much. They've studied so long and so well. They've written so many books. They've done so much practically. They've accomplished so much practically, and including the very universities that you cherish so much, which was made by medieval Christians. I mean, why not? Why doubt them? They've studied so long and so much, and they've written so much, and they've accomplished so much in practice of what they believe and teach their entire lives, decades. What about that? You going to be consistent?
I'm sorry, was that a statement or a question? I'm not sure.
It's obviously a question. Are you going to be consistent?
Well, I try to be as consistent as possible.
Okay, so let's not distract from the latest one I just said, poignant to your reply.
What was your question then?
Okay. Given your pattern of reasoning, right? It's not rational to doubt. that the fundamentalist scientists who've studied so long their entire lives and written so much literature and accomplished so many tasks believing these doctrines, be it true or false, just or unjust, the same thing all the more applies to the theistic institutions, be it Christian or non-Christian, which are far older and have studied far longer and have written far more. It's the same thing that applies to the institutions that have been doing that far longer than them, but you don't believe them. So you're not even being consistent with your own premises, with your own pattern
so
of thought about who is worthy to be believed.
Okay, so what I'm getting from your question and statement is that because theologians or people that think like you have done it for far longer, that means it must be more true or something like
No,
that.
no,
Is that
no, 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 no. You misunderstand, and I think you're trying to misunderstand, but I could be wrong. You can clearly hear me testing you, asking you the question for you to be consistent about your pattern of thought concerning who is worthy or unworthy to be believed, who is worthy or unworthy of the lofty title of being credible.
Well, who is worthy or unworthy to be lofty and to be credible? I mean, it depends on the question, and obviously this is the flat Earth server, and this is what we're trying to kind of like talk about. But
Okay, you're
you
distracted
guys,
from the question. It's really not that difficult. You're making this way more difficult. This last point that we're on right now, I'm
I'm just
just
not giving you
pressing
the
you
answer
to be
you want.
consistent with your pattern of thought. It's very simple. And you obviously don't want to be consistent with that. They've read so much, they know so much, they studied so long, they've accomplished so much with what they believe that all the more applies to the institutions that you don't believe. So evidently, that pattern of thought is valid for the institution that teaches the doctrine you want, but not the doctrine that you don't want,
Look,
evidently, which is
look,
inconsistent.
I'll use your language, which I don't like. I'll use institutions, right? So let's say the institutions of science and so on. The institutions of science has given us the internet, has given us satellites, has given us uh, like the gentleman was talking about earlier, fiber optic cables, computers, all of these things.
Sure, and
Yeah, but this is, am I not making a good point?
You're
Nuclear
not.
bomb.
no.
What about a
They're
jet
being
plane?
called.
What
No,
about
has
hot
anything to do with it.
transplants?
What about
No.
I mean, these are
See, just on this point, since you're making the argument and you're lauding these people amorphously, could you name one scientist that has proven the globe?
one scientist that has proven the globe. Wow. Interesting questions that you guys come up with, really.
Is that a
I
yes or a
think
no?
one scientist that has proven the globe. I think maybe Isaac Newton.
How did he do that?
Again, I have a degree in arts. I'm not a scientist or a mathematician.
So why were you
So
so
I don't
certain
know.
to appeal to this group of people when you can't name one that's done the very thing you're saying they've done and proven?
I mean, so effectively, you just explicitly conceded that you just don't know, right? You don't have an
Yeah,
argument to
so your
justify.
argument just falls flat on its face. So have you got anything else for the globe?
No, you boys carry on. You carry
No,
on.
man, it's simple. If you say scientist, then you name it. For example, if you say penicillin, then you say Maria Curie. You know, if you say Glober, then you say John Smith, 1979, and or it's easy. Or more of them.
Consider this also. Consider this also, right? You people have no reluctance. People the likes of you, fundamentalist scientists, have no reluctance to suppose that, well, perhaps these grand institutions these theistic institutions, Roman Catholic Church, Eastern Orthodox Church, right? Tibetan Buddhist monk temples, whatever, what have you. Perhaps they're lying, right? That's a valid thing for y'all to say about a theistic institution and the miraculous, pivotal historical doctrines that they teach, but not when it comes to fundamentalist scientists. It's not okay to suppose that they're lying, that they're deceiving, that they're exploiting and manipulating the public with a doctrine and with a religion, a supreme value, a supreme concern, right? Because make no mistake, it is religious. Because as we have had this debate over the years, evidently there's this thing called science, right? That's the center of their discourse, right? You know, it's almost rivaled by gravity itself. Whatever discrepancies we may find in the cosmic paradigm, gravity will fix it. There you go. Just like that. Right. So it's okay to say that the theistic
Gregory.
institutions can be lying, but it's not okay to say that about the fundamental scientist institutions. That's flagrantly hypocritical also. Consider that they may also be lying too, and they don't love you either.
Gregory, I would like to ask you, why is a flat Earth or a not? I won't say flat Earth. Why is a non-spherical Earth more holy than a spherical Earth?
Never said that once. I don't need to answer that.
But it feels like you are trying to. You have some zealous fervor in
have zealous fervor?
defending a flat Earth. Yes,
is that right?
Sounds like it.
No, he's only telling you that there is no specificity in reality, nothing else.
I mean, because when the fundamentalist scientists talk to me, and when they've spoken in here, I mean, you can hear much more zeal and fervor and ardor than I've expressed. I mean, so what's the point? Because I never said that the flat Earth was more holy than the globe Earth. I never insinuated that. So what's the point of asking that?
What offends you by a globe
Earth? There is no curvature.
Why are you asking me that? I mean, what offends me is that it's a cosmic lie, literally straightforward. That's what offends me. Because I actually value truth, right? And I just want to know the answer, the whole truth and nothing but the truth and answer to my questions. And so then when folks come along and they demonstrate some degree of love for me and they say, Gregory, check this out. This is some bullshit. They're lying. I'm like, hold on, wait a minute.
You have some
Let me answer.
evidence.
Hello? Can you hear me talking? Hello? Hello? Is there lag? Anyone?
No, you're good. You're good, Gregory.
Okay. So someone comes along and demonstrates some degree of love for me and say, hey, some people are lying to you. They made themselves seem like they love you and they want you to know some truth and that they want you to prosper, but they really don't. And they're really doing things that are hateful and harmful and deceitful. I'm like, hold on, wait a minute. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. What you got to, what is your argument? What do you have to say? So they present me some empirical data themselves, right? And they give me their logic sequence, one or more. And it's rather compelling. And when you put them side by side in a debate, then you can see that the supposed globe earther really doesn't have a leg to stand on. That the flat earther, so-called, is giving the globe earther a run for their money. Making them sweat, making them pant, making them exhausted, making them sweat.
Definitely.
This is wrong. This isn't supposed to be the case. I mean, flat earthers are supposed to be the ridiculous ass people that should be easily refuted the week that this movement caught wind in the public eye. I mean, just show us 24-hour, 48-hour footage of the entire Earth. All right, spin that camera on the supposed satellite of the ISS, 360 degrees, and just blow them out of the water because we've accomplished so much supposedly, right? But why? I mean, I don't understand. Why is the flat earther even at all able to challenge the global earth paradigm if the global earth paradigm is just such a bastion of cosmic truth? So why do I care? Because I really care about the truth, especially philosophical truth, because make no mistake,
This is
cosmology.
interesting. You use the word cosmic. So what is cosmic in the
Why are you
mind of
interrupting
a
the
flat
answer?
earther?
Let me just finish this before you focus on
Okay,
some other ancillary
carry on,
point.
Messiah.
Okay, dude. If I
Okay,
may,
you
hey,
hear that?
Gregory. Yeah, let me try real quick. All right. Gregory's going to use a lot of words that are very in depth. It takes you have to really have to listen hard and pay attention. Okay. He's very educated. He's educated and speaks at a very intellectual level. If you're constantly interrupting, it means you're not listening. Because to listen to Gregory, you have to really put both ears on full attention. So pay attention. And then if you got some keywords you don't understand, you can go back and say, hey, can you explain this word in better context? And ask some
Okay.
intelligent questions instead of just
I have to
squawking.
go to. I have to go to the toilet quick. I'm sorry, and then I'll try and get my thoughts together.
All right, sounds good.
Just to get his thoughts together, you hear that?
Yeah, he's got to go to the toilet to get his thoughts together.
I guess I'll say it now, then I'll say it when he returns. I'll just say this last sentence, and then I'll say it again if he returns, if he still cares. So why do I care? Because I care about truth, and I want to be blessed. Right? I want to walk the way to blessedness. Right? Which also includes philosophical truth, which includes the cosmos. Because make no mistake, cosmology is one of the subcategories of metaphysics. Metaphysics being one of the basic subcategories of philosophy. So there's a philosophical truth, a worthy subject that people ought not be lied to about and ought to be told the truth about. I also really don't like that persons in power in the world order, justly or unjustly, are lying and exploiting and manipulating and tyrannizing and oppressing the public. I abhor that. Just as much as the fundamentalist scientist abhors it when the Christian, the Muslim does it, I also abhor it when anyone else does it, including the fundamentalist scientist, so-called. Period. There's a worthy book that I strongly recommend. It's not very long either. It was published in 2004 from Philip D. Collins, The Ascendancy of the Scientific Dictatorship. I'm going to post the link now. Actually, let me do this one. No. It's here in open chat. I mean, it's
Hey,
a worthy
Gregory.
subject to also address because it's, cosmology, these institutions that are supposedly exploring the outreaches of the outer space of the cosmos, blah, blah, blah. Right? That's inseparable and part and parcel with the political world order. And the server is called politics after all, so there you have it.
Scientific dictatorship with no science to back its propaganda.
Mm-hmm. I mean, not to mention also that almost every point of doctrine in that worldview is just an ancient, refurbished modern edition of ancient doctrines. I mean, the Kabbalah, which comes from, you know, Babylon, long before the 1st century AD, taught that the universe began at a single point and then an expansion or an explosion, whatever the hell you want to say, an expansion or explosion several billion years ago occurred. That's Kabbalah. Not to mention that it was a Christian Jesuit priest who coined the supposed primeval atom theory. So they're believing Christian doctrine on that point, as it were. Either contemporary Christian Roman Catholic Christian doctrine or ancient Judean occult doctrine or ancient Babylonian cosmic doctrine, for instance. Right? This notion that we live on a ball, right? Flying around through a cosmic vacuum with a bunch of other humongous balls. That's an ancient doctrine also taught by the ancient pagans, called cosmic pluralism. Type in cosmic pluralism in your search engines, if you please. Cosmic pluralism. Ancient doctrine. Believed by theists, right? The dreaded theists. Right? And the humanistic rationalness of ancient Greece, especially, for instance. Every point of doctrine. The notion that everything is subsisting of indivisible atomic or so-called subatomic particles. More ancient doctrine. That's what the Hindus believe. Ancient classical Greeks, pre-Socratic Greeks believed. Everything is just matter in motion. It's just matter moving in a vacuum. That's Epicurus. Ancient philosopher Epicurus or Democritus. So not to belabor the point, it's time for a major worldview examination and reconsideration. Not just take it for granted. The very error that you indict the Christian or the Muslim for doing. Fundamentalist scientists.
So what you Globers have fallen for is just ancient religion rebranded as science. Sorry.
I mean, rather than devoting your life to the will and pleasure of some deity, you've devoted your will and pleasure to the will of some other human, especially a human that is nowhere near you, that you don't even have the means to afford to go and meet, and never will meet and never have met, and doesn't actually love you, for all you know. It is not actually a good person that loves their fellow neighbor as themselves. In addition with, qualitative or quantitative hedonism, try to satiate your insatiable lusts, which of course is foolish.
But they love to brag how no one would ever come in here and waste their time with us. That's not anything to brag about.
But I like this point because theist, that means that the atheist, they will take that idea from Jesuit priests like a final. But atheist will take idea of Jesuit priest like idea, like a fact. That's incredible.
I mean, this is a worthy point, and I'm not gonna stop reiterating it at the right time. I'm not gonna just repeat it ad nauseum, of course. But the sword of scrutiny swings both ways, not just away from you. And that's what they want to do. They want to come into this VC or whatever other VC or wherever they want to find themselves and have the audacity to open their mouths to say something. They just want to sit in their seat of scorn and judgment and ridicule of everyone else, but they don't ever have to be subject to scrutiny themselves. The sword of scrutiny doesn't ever have to swing back at them, let alone them swing the sword back at them themselves. Self-scrutiny. No. Doesn't work like that. You can scrutinize everyone else. We can scrutinize you, and you should be scrutinizing yourself more rigorously than you scrutinize anyone else. I mean, it is a pattern. The Christian goes to the catechumen, gets catechized under the headship of the priest or whatever the clerical title is of the teacher at the head of the classroom. They put their trust in them. Same thing with the Muslim or the Jew, whatever. Same thing with the fundamentalist scientist. Right? The university is their sanctuary, as it were. The classrooms, their prayer halls, and where they give their sermons. Because make no mistake, they give sermons. They don't just give cold hard facts with no imperatives. They give imperatives. They exhort. Okay. They assert how people ought to think and how they ought to talk and how they ought to behave. What is worthy, what is unworthy, etc., etc. It's the same thing. You've chosen to put your trust, your faith, your faith, in these supposed doctoral university graduate professionals of university or this or that prestigious institution. It's the same thing. And so everyone's doing. Everyone is taking someone's word for it. So stop pretending like you aren't. It's just a matter of who, either yourself or someone other than yourself. That's it. That's an inevitability as it concerns knowledge. Everyone is taking someone's word for it, either yourself or someone else. Whoever's word you're taking for it, is it coherent? Is it empirically adequate? Is it tenable? Can it withstand the scrutiny of questions and arguments? The sort of scrutiny swings everywhere, to you and from you. In other words, everybody can catch the smoke. Not everybody, everybody.
Lottie dottie. Everybody.
Okay. So till next time, y'all bless you.
Elon Musk, Starlink, SpaceX. Is this all just like something to fool us? Is it all just like something to hypnotize us, or what is it?
Well, if you can demonstrate that entropy can decrease at any point in at all, then maybe we would believe something like, someone going to the vacuum of space, which can't be possible because entropy only increases.
But there's a camera. Like, I mean, on even home rockets,
Yeah, in a
people
place
can
that can't
make.
exist. So what you got to demonstrate that entropy can decrease.
What do you mean entropy can decrease?
That low pressure can go to high pressure, or that high pressure doesn't always go to low pressure.
So you can go to a model store or something like that, a hobby store, and you can pretty much get a rocket that can reach sort of the stratosphere, right? You can
Brother,
mount.
brother, please understand what you have to be able to prove for the vacuum of space to even exist, especially like adjacent to an open system, pressurized system that we're told is adjacent to a vacuum of space. You have to be able to demonstrate that high pressure does not always go to low pressure. Not go
It's
get a
been demonstrated
go
though.
to whatever you're trying to say. It doesn't matter. You need to be able to demonstrate the entropy can decrease instead of always increase. Nature only goes one way, buddy. You would have to be able to prove that it doesn't.
Yeah, I'm just kind of curious here. I just looked up my local hobby store. They sell rockets that will go maximum of 100 meters. And I looked up the stratosphere. The stratosphere starts at 31 miles. That's a little short, homie.
Okay,
Are you?
true. Okay. Well, I mean, I'm not American. I I know you guys can just buy crazy shit off the shelves. I'm a South African.
I mean, to give you a little bit of context here, the stratosphere could start, as low as 4 miles and extends upwards. So you're looking at, the stratosphere is like the very top of the clouds.
So okay, but leave that alone. If I show you a video, or even look at like the early videos of these rockets leaving the Earth's atmosphere, do you think
No, they
that's
don't. They
just
don't
like
leave Earth's atmosphere. Their atmosphere goes all the way up to 6,200. I'm talking about the globe model now, okay? Inside the globe model, they say the atmosphere has 5 layers. The final layer is the exosphere that extends out to 6,200 miles or 10,000 kilometers. And even
yeah?
that is out of date. They talk about now that the
Oh, yeah,
atmosphere extends
but
all the
okay.
way to the moon. So
You
you are
you're
not going to
aware of
escape
this
Earth's
ISS.
atmosphere inside your local hobby store. Okay, no one's
Okay,
been that high.
yes, yes, fair enough, fair enough. The ISS. What is your thoughts? What are your thoughts on the ISS, the
Yeah, the
International
IS,
Space Station?
Cannot curb the water.
the ISS is about 200 miles up in the air, and for communist, let's see, what does that convert to kilometers? Like 400 kilometers. Well, I guess it's 250, right? Yeah, 400. Okay, so the ISS is about 400 kilometers up, well within the Earth's atmosphere, well below the height you would need to see any curvature. It is not in space. Okay, that's a marketing gimmick. The International Space Station is a
But do you,
marketing campaign. Okay, they are not in
but
space.
would you agree that the height that they are at, they are in zero gravity?
No, even inside the globe model, they say it's 98 or something like that, 99% of Earth's gravity. You would use the inverse square law to test this. And to test this, because they say that the moon is affected by Earth's gravity. Inside the heliocentric model, that would be 240,000 miles away, and whatever that converts to
Yo,
kilometers.
Crit, can I say something about this one whenever it's all right?
Yeah, I mean, that would be just real quick, all right? Then you can jump in.
Yeah.
That would be
so
I want to translate to kilometers for the guy. So that is 386,000 kilometers away. So the moon is still affected by Earth's gravity. What on God's green earth would you suddenly think a fake station at 200 miles, 400 kilometers, would not be affected by Earth's gravity?
No, it
Inside
100%
Globtar.
is. It's
Okay,
it's
100%.
it's
Well, actually, 98% it is. Like,
it's at such a perfect distance that it keeps falling, but it doesn't enter the atmosphere.
it's in the atmosphere.
That sphere-shaped tear, you don't get sphere-shaped tear, mate.
Yeah, it's still in the atmosphere. So to say that it's falling outside
No,
the atmosphere
it's not in
while
the
missing the
atmosphere.
atmosphere, while in the atmosphere,
Nope.
while not affected by gravity,
We don't
but
have an
affected.
atmosphere, mate. We don't.
Oh yeah,
Excuse
yeah.
me, mate.
I'm
We
talking
don't have
about.
sphere-shaped. We don't have sphere-shaped tear, mate, unless it's in a container.
Yeah, who else? Someone else wanted to get in too, just to make sure
Me.
we go. Okay, yeah, go ahead.
I just wanted to talk about what they say. So some scientists say that the moon's gravity pulls the ocean's tides, which seems really ridiculous because we have an atmosphere that is a lot closer to the moon, but for some reason it can pull on the ocean's tides, but
Excuse
it
me.
can't pull
We
on this
don't have an
atmosphere.
atmosphere. Excuse me. We don't have an atmosphere. Air doesn't take the shape of a sphere.
Okay, I'm just saying what the scientists say.
No, no. Well, I'm telling you, we don't have sphere-shaped air. There's no atmosphere.
Yeah, no.
Good. So we don't live on a globe, do we?
No.
Good. Any globers in here that want to prove they live on a globe? Any globers want to prove the geometric Earth curvature, how it is measured?
I'll prove the globe.
Go on then.
Why with that voice? You can use your voice normally.
Yeah,
This
use
is
your
my
normal
voice,
voice.
normal. It is my normal
That's
voice.
That's his
Okay, sorry.
heliocentric voice. That's his globe voice.
Okay, sorry if is that your real voice.
They're
Okay,
respawning on gradients in the chat right now.
Yeah, and here's a dude yesterday who said he dropped the mic and he's disproved flat Earth and will never come back. The next day, he's here again. Like he
These
can't
guys are
even
in so much pain.
he can't even convince himself of his own bullshit.
Who?
You,
I think it's
dude.
existential, probably.
Yeah,
What? Come on now.
dude.
He dropped
Yesterday
it.
you spurred out. You dropped the mic. You said you'll never come back. You've debunked
No,
flat Earth.
that wasn't me.
Yeah, dude, it was you.
If it was me, I would remember and I would admit to it, but it wasn't.
Okay, I think
Can
I
you
took
do
a
that?
screenshot.
Can you do that today?
Yeah, prove it
Sure,
today,
I'll do it
guy.
today. I'll do it again, I guess. Whatever.
Okay. Can you drop the mic and go out then, and it will be demonstration of yesterday.
It's a pretty common argument that we get. Just drop something. That's how we know that the Earth is a globe. Yeah, it doesn't quite work.
Yeah, just drop something or look at lights in the sky, but we've got no actual physical measurements of the curvature. Cuckoo. Globe retards in the area.
I mean, really, is that it? Is this the thousands of years of proof? Well, you see, back in the ancient Greek days, we started dropping things, and from that we concluded that we live on a spinning, tilted, wobbling sphere in a vacuum chamber.
Yeah, and Pythagoras.
That's common sense. That's common sense.
Yeah, mate. No, it's not common sense. I tell you what had happened. Pythagoras looked at the moon and thought, that looks like a fucking sphere. So we must be living on a sphere. Cuckoo. He'd be getting locked up for that now.
It doesn't really look like a sphere, though, because there's no parallax, right? Like, observers from different angles around the Earth see the same thing.
Yeah. And Eratosthenes presumed parallel light coming in for his shadow angles, yeah? Now, we get the same, you've heard of sundials, haven't you? We get the same fucking shadow off the sun.
Yep. So is the moon? Is the moon 93 million?
That's diverging light.
Yeah. So maybe the moon's 93 million miles away, though. Maybe they just got it wrong.
Well,
Not only that, we didn't realize which method they used to go 500 miles and how they did that 2,000 years ago, that we can repeat it today. We don't know that technology, what they used. We lost that technology.
It's only 2,000-year-old out-of-date fucking evidence that isn't even evidence.
But you know, it's a fun question to ask, though. Since the diverging shadows from the moon are the same as the sun, ask them, is the moon 93 million miles away, or is it the sun that's 238,000 miles away?
Yeah, and how come they look the same size? Yeah, they worked it out, though. That's why they had to put the moon at that distance and at that size, doing what it does, because they knew that if they're claiming the sun as parallel lights, then the moon has to be at a certain distance because the moon gives the same sundial light, yeah, as the sun. Gives the same moon shadow light.
And when you go to the moon, the Earth size is the same size when you're watching from the Earth. You know? And Earth is 4 times bigger than Moon, but that doesn't matter.
Yeah, but we've still got no evidence of that we live on a globe, except for climatry, ships disappear bottom up, eclipses, the sunset.
Sunset. Yeah. Moon.
It's a load of bullshit. Load of fucking bullshit. We don't live on a globe. We live on a flat, stationary Earth. That's what we observe. That's what we measure.
They don't know even.
Globe.
They don't know even who came with the value.
I have a question. It's a non-scientific question. It's a very, very just normal human question. So you wake up and you believe that you live on a flat Earth. What do you do?
Can I ask a simple question?
Hold on, Sasha.
Can you let him finish his question? You just let him finish the question, damn.
He's asking me a question, mate. Finish your question.
One day.
This is one day. Ask me the question.
Yes. I'm asking you. So you believe? It seems that you believe that you live on a flat Earth. What does your day consist of? You wake up and you eat breakfast. You go to work, or tell me just the day in the life of a flat earther, please.
Well, it's the same. It's the same as a globe believing zealot, but you don't observe a globe. You don't feel the spin. And I'm a vegetarian. Now, what I want you to do, globe zealot, is you clone a glabe, right? So I want you to post a documentation, which there must be documentation of this proof of who measured Earth curvature, who was it who measured the Earth curvature, what date was it done, and what equipment did they use. So that's what I'm asking you now, globe zealot.
Okay, give me 1 second. I got this here. Oh, I pulled it up. It says here, fuck you. No.
Oh, that's good proof.
Oh, that's great.
Round of applause.
Mate. That's great evidence.
That's profound. That's I never heard for that proof.
That's what he found in the toilet.
Try again.
I think I'm actually rethinking my stance now, guys.
Oh, that must be true. That must be true.
It's easy. Google it.
Take it in and just digest that. You know.
And I have a question for him. How you feel when you wake up and believe there is a sphere, but there is not a sphere?
He doesn't know what.
Pretty much the same as one day. I believe.
Yeah, but your kids will learn in school that there is a sphere, but you will never check it. That is it really sphere there or not?
No, but listen, mate.
Why does it matter? That's what I want to know.
Because your kids will. Do you want that your kids learn in school something? Okay, sorry.
Because he's addressing one deck for some reason. So what I'm asking you, globe zealot, is you claim you live on a globe of said radius, yeah? Prove it.
I think so, yes.
No, you don't think, you know, because that's your belief. Now you prove it. You show the evidence to me right now. How it was measured, who measured it.
He has no evidence.
No, let me just finish. There must be documentation. Right? Because we know that now let me finish. The shape of the Earth, the radius, the circumference. Show me the documentation. Then we'll talk.
If you think I'm going to spend 30 minutes or 20 minutes of my life compiling evidence for you to just look at and come up with some fucking stupid
Go away
answer
then.
But
saying
you are
that,
not in
oh
cinema.
yes,
You are not in cinema, man. You are not in the bar.
you're wrong.
He just believes he doesn't have the evidence. It's clear enough by now.
Yes, I don't
But
have
he's looking at it.
I don't have any I don't have any
He
evidence.
doesn't
Now.
have
I
the
live. You
time
know what?
to prove the globe.
I live in a vacuum. I live in a vacuum.
He only has the time to look at the
Prove me wrong.
cartoons and look at the movies and believe he lives in a
Prove me
globe.
wrong.
But
I live in a
he
vacuum.
doesn't have the time to
You're
to
breathing
prove it
air.
to
That's enough
himself
proof.
or to he doesn't have
Show
the
me the
time
evidence
to.
that I don't live in a vacuum.
You're
You are
breathing
living
I
air,
live in a
vacuum.
bro.
vacuum.
You're breathing air, man. What vacuum you saying?
Oh well, a
He
vacuum
doesn't
does
have
not
the
contain.
time to validate his claim or to falsify
He
it. He
doesn't have
doesn't
the
have the time for
time.
that. He just wants to
Listen,
believe it.
The man is
I
living
believe
in
he's addressing
vacuum,
me.
man.
Yeah, listen, mate. Listen, let me just say this. He was addressing one deck. I'm one deck. You haven't got the time. Now go away then. Go away. Do one. We ain't got
I'm
time for
happy
you.
to be quiet.
Or
I'm
better,
happy
don't
to be
spend
quiet
time.
now and
Don't
shut up.
it's better way for you. Don't
Go
spend
away.
time. Go away and go to cinema, go to the park and enjoy the life.
Yeah.
Everything is cool.
Why don't you go away and measure the Earth curvature?
No, he doesn't need.
He doesn't
Yeah,
have the time for that.
I'm gonna go and
But it's all right.
I'm gonna go and
It's
measure
it's very. You don't need. You don't need, man. Go to your life, live, and think these people are retarded and everything. It's okay. Why are you so afraid about information? If you don't want to take it, it's all right. You know, you can live your life and think about some people that are retarded. That's okay. Nobody can take your beliefs. But you are spending time here, and you are not asking the good question. You don't want to get information. If you want to get information, you will get it. If you don't want, go to your life. Everything is cool. Nobody wants to hurt you. Nobody wants to convince you about anything. We only want to tell you what is with reality. Nobody wants to tell you, hey, I want that you became flat earther. No, man. There is no there is no such a thing like a curvature in reality. That's on point. Nothing else. Nobody wants to convince you about anything.
There's no curvature in reality. Is that what you just said?
Yeah. Do you know how I know that? Do you know how I know that?
Water,
but tell me,
because of
please.
water.
I check it for myself.
Oh, you check it by yourself?
Yeah, using the geometry of the Earth.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, and there is not matching. You know, with that one observation, the Earth should to be like the size near to the moon, and then you have bigger size, something like that. If you want to know what is geometry is simple thing. You know, you have a sphere, you have the measurement of the sphere, and then you can have drop over distance on that sphere, and you calculate and you see. And there is no sphericity in reality, and you can check it for yourself. You can go to the map of the globe, and you can check for yourself. You can go on any body of water and check it, sea or lake.
Okay. Let me tell you. I talked a lot. I spoke a lot. I argued a lot, and I am defeated. I'm not going to talk more. I don't want to argue more. I'll just listen and maybe learn. Okay?
Okay, that's good. That's fantastic. But not, fuck you. You are retarded without any point. You don't know what the arguments are. Do you know? If
No,
you know, then maybe.
I think I'll just out of respect I'll just listen.
Okay. If you want simple, with your height, in reality, you cannot see more than 3.5 miles, but we see 10, 20, 30 miles. That's all.
In reality, we do see more than 10.
Yep.
But in fantasy, you're supposed to only see 3 miles.
Yeah.
But we don't
No,
live
in
in
fantasy.
fantasy. We live in reality.
Yep. It's only about geometry. That's the first part. Other you can research and get it if you want about rotation, about vacuum, about everything. But always you will come back to the geometry. Where is that sphere? Must be, if it's from the space, that it must be on the ground also. If you see videos from ISS that is spherical, that must be spherical on the ground with that given size. It cannot be bigger or smaller. Must be that what it is. What we are learning for hundreds of years. 40,000 kilometers, 25,000 miles, 3,959 miles, 6,000 something kilometers.
Why you speak in fantasy, sir? Why you speak in only fantasy now? Why?
I don't know, James. There are people learning that in school. You learned that in school. They told you also that.
No. Fantasy.
Yeah.
I don't like fantasy. Speak truth to me. Truth.
But that they are saying that's fact. That's science.
But it's not.
Yeah, I know, but people believe in that because why would they lie? Because Earth is showing. Not because some flat earther came, oh, let's have this idea about Earth. I like it.
Where is Glow Believers? Please, any questions? Speak to Sasha. He'll let you know. Not Glow. Any Glow Believers? 1, 2, 3. No Glow Believers. I guess the globe is dead. Good thing. No, let's not speak about the globe anymore. Gonna have to go find a new job.
We can still make bread, you know, good recipes.
Flatbread?
First, make a ball and then you flat with the hands.
Then you can make round bread.
Yeah.
Round bread and flat bread both taste good. How about spherical bread?
Yeah, you have.
Like a hamburger bun, just like Tyson. Tyson said it's pear shaped and then said it's hamburger shaped.
I like me a hamburger Earth.
He updated it, and it's funny too because Family Guy roasted him. He had like one of the episodes where like someone wished upon a star, and it paged out, and it's like it's true. Mean-spirited stars from across the cosmos are laughing at you as you try to make wishes upon them. And then he says, hamburger.
Is there any ham in a hamburger?
Must be.
Where the Glovers at, man?
They're getting ready for the equinox. Because then it's summer's almost over. Or is it today, the last day? No, it'd be Saturday, right? Because wait.
Isn't that depends on the region of the world that you're at? Because if you are below the equator, that might be summer for you.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to think. Is it the day before or the day after equinox?
Well, relative, man.
It's whenever you want it to be. Just okay. Do you feel sunshine and rainbows, and are you happy? It's summer in your heart, homie.
Oh shit.
It might be
It's
time
like
for the
heaven.
global. Wait,
So
it might be
guys,
time for. Okay, go ahead.
sorry. Yeah, I was gonna say, when things start slowing down in here, and people stop coming to us, we're gonna immobilize and go out into the other chats and debate other topics in there. Who's with me?
I'm with you.
I'm with you.
All right.
I was in other chats, and if you say something that is not to the mainstream concordance, they like start calling you names.
Yeah, we're gonna bring logic to this bitch.
I'm gonna go to each channel and be like, just randomly talk about some other topic than what the channel is, and then be like, I got muted because they're scared. And they'd be like, dude, why are you acting like that? I go, I'm pretending to be a globalist. Where I walk into a flat earth channel and start talking about the sky. So I'm going to go to Christian chat and just start talking about the sky. I'm going to go into politics channel, just talk about the sky. All the channels, I just randomly just go in there and start talking about the sky. And see how they take it. And be like, dude, every channel I talk about the sky, they mute you. I wonder if the problem is that you're talking about the sky and not about the topic that the channel's set up for. I wonder if that's the case.
Or better, if you go to politics, tell them that you hate to speak about politics and that they are all retarded, but come tomorrow and in 5 years in a row, every day.
Day in, day out, nothing new under the
Yeah.
sun.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. I
Yeah, but
hate
dude,
politics. I hate people who speak about, and I want to come every day to tell you.
and then when you tell them, they tell you like, dude, you were here yesterday saying the exact same shit, and then say, no, I wasn't. It wasn't me. It was somebody else who sounds like me, has the same username as me, said exactly the same thing, but it was somebody else. And you're like, dude, you said that too. You said exactly that yesterday too. And you're like, prove it.
Well, have things slowed down in here? I don't see any Glovers as much. Sorry for interrupting. I'm off topic twice in a row.
Yeah, that's it. That's a ban. You talked yourself into a ban, mister.
Saying fucking it is kind of sort of calmed down a little bit. Maybe the usual suspects. Indio's banned a fucking lot of them as well, I suppose. But yeah, man, it's like there's a lot of people, they know that we're not going to just accept bullshit, and they know we've got a lot of arguments. So I suppose the words kind of went round the camp. Like, we're situated and we're solid. So
Yeah.
Well, I think right
almost
now
there,
they got a celebrity on the server right now, Darth Dawkins. So there probably a lot of people are busy doing that.
Darth Dawkins.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Darth.
him, I don't. What was he, like a debater or something?
Yeah, he's like Christian apologist kind of
Right.
anti-atheist guy.
He's also anti-flat earther.
Oh yeah. That's where I was gonna go next. I mean, I was like, I went there to, I wouldn't say LARP, but I was gonna do like challenge the Christian worldview, and I was gonna say something along the lines like, hey, I can't really believe the Christian worldview because of the heliocentric model. You're basically how Hank said, the model of the patriarchy or whatever. And then, yeah, he basically I can't remember exactly what I worded it out as, and someone said, "Crit's a flat earther," and then Mr. Dawkins said, "Are you a flat earther?" I said, "Yes, I'm a flat," and all of a sudden, bang, I was muted. He said flat. He said flat earthers are demonically possessed. I was like, "Holy shit, that escalated quick."
Wait a minute. If that's true, if all flat earthers are demonically possessed, if Yeshua was on the earth before the heliocentric model really came to be in the 1500s, then by his own logic, Yeshua could have been demonically
Dude,
possessed.
I ask this question all the time. I say, okay, so was Jesus a flat earther or just someone who was deceiving you by omission? Because don't you think if Jesus was God, one of the most important things he'd want to tell you is the shape and or cosmology that you're living in?
It is funny too because he does not forget. Like anytime I've been in the room, I'm just right away muted. He's got like notes. Yeah, he put notes on. Yeah.
Jesus was the world's most famous flat earther. Jesus was a flat earther, and Moses was a flat earther, and Abraham.
Yeah, especially Moses, right? Because he even lived before Aristophanes, because Aristophanes predated Yeshua by a couple hundred years.
But when was
So,
the first so-called writing of? Does anyone know offhand the first so-called writing of Aristophanes? Because isn't that dude completely in contention as to whether he even existed?
agreed.
Yeah.
But I'm just going
Yeah.
by the
Yeah.
mainstream timeline.
Whole story is bullshit.
Proof that other historical figures existed in him. I mean, there's like really no like photos or drawings or it's just a story that came out, like hundreds of years later. Is somebody hot micing?
Yeah, I think so.
Wasn't sure if someone trying to get it.
Ourselves look like we're out of control. No, but that would provide for good content for the live stream.
Hey, Space
I
Fake.
think it's a live stream.
Fake Face.
That's good for us.
Yes, bro.
Panto. Yeah, I think you're hot micing there.
Oh, sorry, man. Sorry, fuck.
Sorry, mute yourself.
That's a
Sorry,
ban.
sorry. I just got told I rumpus everybody constantly. That's what I do. Fuck. I fucking try the opposite.
Well,
if I start speaking and I realise someone's talking, I stop.
Are you drunk?
I wouldn't
No, a
say
drunken
constantly,
Scotsman.
but often.
It's because I'm too drunk. I don't know what I'm fucking doing, boys. You know what I'm saying?
You sound like a drunk.
I'm not Irish, so.
Drunk sounds like him.
Jimsy, why don't you tell him whether or not he does rumpus people? Because Jimsy don't give a fuck. He'll tell you.
No, he actually is mostly respectful, but if he have to rumpus, he will do it, no cares behind him.
Of course. If I think it's right and I think I'm being like somebody's misrepresenting my point, then I'll fucking just keep talking and talking until they shut the fuck up. But I won't deliberately do it, man. I don't ever do it. I take fucking great offence to being accused of that, man.
Nah, you're not as bad as many others that do it. I think you and I might be on a similar level because I do it sometimes, but not too often.
Yeah, you're worse. You're worse, bro.
Thank you.
I'm no biased in the slightest.
I don't think Jimsy is either. He'll tell you if you're like on his side. He will call you out for doing some shit.
No, I still think James is a wanker because we've had a couple of disputes, but that's just the way Discord is, man. And we're fucking people when it's obviously going to happen, so it's just the way it is, man.
Yeah, I will say this channel has been productive. I mean, keeping it on topic and really good conversations. Hopefully, a bunch of that has been recorded because maybe in the future I want to hear some of the conversations again.
No, Teos is streaming, bro. I just put Teos UK into YouTube. He's been streaming for a while, man. I just checked it earlier and it was going. I'll give you the link if you need it. I'll put it in the chat.
Yeah, I'm subscribed to his channel. So
All right, you know what it is,
you
right?
see,
I'll put it for anybody listening if they want it. I'll post it in the text chat. Right, where are we? Here. Well, is there any globe Earth acceptor in the room and wants to have a discussion? Wants to pose an argument or some contradiction in the flat Earth explanations? Please tell us, because if we're brainwashed and we don't know what we're talking about, please tell us. Please help us.
By the way, there's another point I wanted to bring up, which is the flat earthers don't have to contend with the sky, because, especially unless they're a flat earther who has some model, was positively putting forth a model which links the sky to the earth. But globe earthers actually, in their model, they've linked the sky necessarily to the earth, or they've put forward a fixed relationship between the sky and the earth. So they actually can have their model debunked with the sky. Whereas a flat earther who's not putting forward such a model cannot. Like they've given a certain distance for the sun. They've given all of this stuff, so they actually could be debunked. Or they've got a model which could be falsified based on the sky.
Yeah. That's
And
why that's a problem if they start
yeah,
invoking sky magic. You can test their sky magic claims.
yep. There's I don't know if you guys have seen it, but there's that 24-hour video, or sorry, time lapse footage of a flight from the northern hemisphere to somewhere in the southern hemisphere, and the stars completely contrary to how they should rotate, like on a globe, where they don't go overhead, but they actually kind of tilt down. But if you map that flight out on Google Earth, basically the stars go all the way overhead almost.
That Ponto,
I don't know if anyone's seen that video though.
I think Panto, you hot miking?
Mute his ass. Should mute his mass.
Oh, I hot micing all the time.
He's listening 24/7 on YouTube.
On another instance or whatever. Yeah, he's got 24/7 playing in the background.
Oh, it's just the good old days.
Has anyone seen that video though? Guess not.
Yo, I've got an interesting question since it's kind of dead right now. So, for all the flat earthers, do you go there with your family and close friends? And if so, how do you do it?
Where?
Go where?
You know, do you tell them about the flat earth or what?
Oh, yeah.
I'll go there.
I don't. I have in the past, and it doesn't end well because my family's very conservative, like comically conservative. Okay, like Michelle, like our the area I live in is northern Minnesota, like Michelle Bachman land. Okay,
Ooh.
so when I try to talk about flat Earth, they basically hear me say, "I joined Antifa." How crazy it is!
Oh, you
It's like,
hate America. You hate America.
Yeah, basically, I hate America. I'm a closet communist. You know, Alu Akbar. It's a non-starter. It's virtually a non-starter because they'd have to it'd be like, well, if the Earth is flat, explain how America's flag's on the moon. And I'm like, yeah, no one went to the moon. What? What the fuck? Like,
but I heard it
that's
in
about
the
how it
radio,
goes.
boy.
Yeah.
I don't think those people are real human beings, to be honest. No offense. People who Your average
like
normie.
hyper, like what do you call that? That sort of hyper partisanship. It's
No,
more than you think. Okay, I mean, a lot of
it's
people have a
not.
lot of identity tied
It's,
into Republican or Democrat.
it's not just that. It doesn't matter. The conservative, liberal, whatever. It literally doesn't matter. Or Indian, completely off that spectrum. Just people who like if you say something to them and it just sounds so crazy that they just won't go there. Like the one thing about being a flat earther or being like whatever has taught me is that if something is logically possible, I'll entertain it. The only thing I'll dismiss offhand is if something is logically impossible. Like logically, could even seem physically impossible. If someone said I floated up into fucking okay, show me. I won't be like, oh, you're fucking crazy.
I had a
Because
couple good flat smacks over the years, but like, I mean, they don't really go anywhere even with that. It's like with my uncle, he was like, fluoride and like likes the well water and stuff. Doesn't want to get on city water. And when they were talking about bringing city water to the area, he was like, "What the fuck?" And then I said, "Well, what if I told you that astronauts were telling kids to swallow their toothpaste?" He goes, "Oh, they wouldn't do that. That would be like." Like the worst thing ever. That'd be overdose of fluoride. It could, seriously harm children. And I played the video where it's like classroom of kids asking the astronauts, like, "What do you do when you brush your teeth?" And then it's like they're like, "Okay, little Timmy, what you do is we got toothpaste, and you don't need water to use a toothpaste, and you brush and you brush and you brush." And it's like, "But where do you spit?" And it's like, you swallow it." And my uncle was like, "What the fuck?" And then someone said, "It's lower fluoride toothpaste. The astronauts don't need toothpaste like we do on Earth." And he's like, "I want low fluoride toothpaste too."
Oh
And
my
they're like,
god.
"Yeah, you can't get it. You can't. It only
Oh,
exists in space."
I actually can't believe. I actually never when I heard that the first time that people were saying you should swallow your toothpaste, I was like, holy shit, is that a real thing? But it's fucking real.
Another good flat smack I got was Don Patet, where they're like, astronauts are the cream. The claim was, I'm a flat earther because I'm jealous. I'm jelly of all the astronauts, that they're so much better than me. So I gotta tear them down to feel better about myself. And I'm like, okay, I don't give a fuck about no astronaut. Okay, like they're a clown. They're literally a clown to me. And then, so then finally, after going back and forth a little bit, I said, I started quoting Don Patet, so that they're like, "Oh, that no astronaut said that shit or did that." I'm like, okay, here's a YouTube video, right? That is a gag. That's not a real astronaut. I go, "Dude, he's a spokesperson for the astronauts." "No, he's not." I'm like, okay, well, here we go. Here's a NASA. Here's a photo. Blah blah blah. We're like, okay, he is an astronaut, but the guy you showed me on YouTube is some kind of celebrity impersonator. And I'm like, holy crap. Okay, what's next? So finally, just going to the NASA's own YouTube page, and a lot of these videos come from that. Thank God. So I'm like, here you go. Here's the original video on NASA's website, and they're like, holy crap, that dude's fucking retarded. And they explained it away. They explained it away that he's speaking at such a high level, it's hard for other people to understand him. So he comes off as unintelligent. I'm like, holy
What the
shit.
fuck?
I was like,
Like my dad. My dad, when I showed him like Elon Musk fucking Tesla car in space, he was like, "No, that's fake. That's obviously just like bullshit. They're not saying that that's the real thing." Then I got the news channel saying that, and he's like, he just went silent for like 2 days. He just didn't talk. He's like, and then
yeah, that's the thing.
he just
Oh, sorry, go.
reset. No, but
Yeah.
and then the funny thing is like, there's no acknowledgement. Oh, I was wrong. No.
Yeah.
It's just like a reset. It's the real great reset. It's like it never happened.
Yeah, you can't even talk about Musk, too. For some reason, Elon's become a right-wing darling. It's like they think he's somehow like gifted by God to America to be like the next Thomas Edison. And I'm like, dude, he's a drug addict. He's like barely hanging on. What you're talking about, like these midnight, late night, messed up social media posts where he had to get a lawyer. He had to like a lawyer has to look at everything he's gonna post before he posts it. That's not true. Here it is. Here's the article. Elon Musk banned from posting on social media. All his posts must be brought to his legal team before they're like, oh, he's being censored. Yeah, you're right. He's being censored because he's a messed up crack fiend, and they can't trust him. Every time he posts something completely bad shit, the businesses that he supposedly owns, their stock market just tanks. He's costing people their livelihood. They've put time and effort and capital into these things he's got going on, these corporations. And if he's out there posting really weird and acting really antic,
I think
people are gonna start short selling his ass. And that's
I
what
think
happened.
I think it's all part of a script. I think he's just a scripted character. I mean, there's good evidence to show that as well. He's been groomed to be this character his whole life. I mean, they basically, what's that one thing that they had a character called Elon a long time ago?
Yeah, that was in the book that von Braun wrote about a Fourth Reich on Mars, and it was the dictator's name was Elon. Was it just
Yeah.
Elon? Yeah, I think it was just Elon. There was no maybe Elon P or something. I can't remember if there was a last initial or whatever.
Yeah. So I just so anytime these characters are supposedly erratic or they're doing this or that, I think that's all just part of their script. They just act that way. They're not really that crazy, or maybe they are, or maybe they just literally they in their own minds they blur the lines, just like a really method acting WWE character, but it is all scripted at some level.
Yeah, I believe that too. I mean, if you just go look at the whole Biden thing, that it's just like, dude, I don't know, I don't believe it.
Yeah, I basically frame it.
Is Senator Biden the same guy as President Biden? Is he actually a different guy? Or?
It's funny because they're talking about impeaching him, bro. They're gonna hold meetings to impeach the guy next week.
Which is hilarious because now he's talking about a deep state that's coming after him. I'm like, what? Did you guys get your talking points switched? That's supposed to be that's Trump's
the same
talking
deep
point.
state that was after Trump, dude, when he was talking about it.
Yeah.
Hey, you know when George Bush, what was it? Remember when people was questioning back then the elections? George Bush stole the election because the other guy got the majority vote. Remember, the other guy got more votes, but Bush was announced president. And also Hillary Clinton questioning when Trump won whatever, and now Trump is has to pay. I mean, I know this is a whole show, but how they kind of put crimes into someone just because I don't know. It's a fucking show. Because in the past, people questioned the elections. It's like an actual thing that people have questioned the elections and how that process goes, and it's not a big deal. But now they make it like a big deal, and they ignoring the guy that is Biden, the president, which is like a freaking criminal, and his family. I don't know. It's kind of weird. The whole show is just to divide and conquer, I guess.
Yeah, they're definitely upping the ante as of late.
Louisiana police illegally strip searched and beat people inside torture warehouse. New lawsuit states. Baton Rouge police officer routinely assaulted and illegally strip searched detainees in a shadow facility they called the Brave Cave. Federal lawsuit claims. And you want to know, still, the globals would be like, why would they lie? One lie that the federal government, the executive branch, has ever said. How about a Brave Cave in the Baton Rouge Police Department, where they basically kidnap people off the street, beat them, and illegally search them, violating virtually every human right you have. As they said, their goal is to protect your rights from other people who would infringe on them. So there's a lie. Do you need to know
Hey,
why they lied about it, or are you settled that the government lied to
if
you?
they are beating you up, it is most likely for your own good.
You gotta teach them a lesson.
Right. Any questions for Crit about the flat Earth? People might have some questions for Crit. About questions for the globe. I mean, the Globers might have questions about the globe because many Globers don't know about the globe, but they think they live on a globe, even though they don't know about the globe.
Sorry if I was making background noise there, folks.
Together.
I guess there's Baboon at the moment. Baboon!
Sorry, my bad.
Wanna play?
Anybody saw the news? NASA released a photograph from the south pole of the moon. I'm gonna post the photograph. There it is. Welcome to Globe Earth.
Globies seem to eat up any nonsense now. They could just do a freckle on the butt of a fucking cartoon and they'd still be like, look at that amazingness.
I mean, your tax dollars are being put to work, or someone else's tax dollars are being used in ways that we can advance mankind in many ways. So this photograph makes everything better. You should feel better about yourself now that you have a photograph of the south pole of the moon. You're welcome.
Did they say where they got the light from for that one?
That might be a good question to ask them because I don't know the answer actually.
Hello, boys. How you all doing?
Excellent. Thanks for asking.
And girl. Hello, Allison.
Hi.
Are you a globe earther?
I'm the listener. But yeah, I guess in general, I'd say I tend to believe the Earth is a globe, but like to listen to the debates. It's been silent though since I joined, really. So I was using Chat GPT to come up with haikus about flat Earth globe debates for fun. I was about to start reading them aloud randomly, but you actually spoke, so
Have you ever seen
continue.
any real life physical evidence that there's a curvature to this plane we live on? I'll take that as no.
Sorry. Say it again. I'm in the middle of doing something. I was just trying to put you guys in my ear. What did you say?
Has
I'm sorry.
anyone showed you direct measurements that show curvature to this Earth?
I'm not sure. I've read. Not read. I've listened to a lot of the debates. I can't. I'm not. Again, this is not something I am. I could rattle off statistics or specific measurements or experiments about. That's why I'm just more of a listener. Speak up when I can.
Okay.
How come you don't go invade the other channels if no one's talking then? You mentioned it a half an hour ago.
I'm sorry. Are you talking to me?
No, to flat earthers.
Oh. Okay.
You have a question? Go ahead.
Why would I have a question?
Why not?
Because I don't have one.
Why not?
Because I don't have one.
So, Avros, I take it that you're aware that the Earth is a flat and stationary plane?
I'm aware you think that, yeah.
So you don't know that the Earth is a flat stationary plane? Do you believe the Earth is a ball?
I don't believe that, no.
What is your viewpoint on what it is where you live?
Doesn't matter.
What do you mean it doesn't matter?
I mean, the question doesn't matter. It's like
Will be
saying,
confirmed.
it'd be the same as me saying, what's a squirrel's favorite color? I don't know. I don't care.
Well, that's entirely subjective. We're talking
But
about objective reality.
is the squirrel
Talking
taking
about
your
our
money and
existence, brother. Who we are
Is
and
the
where we
squirrel-
are.
No, you're talking about conspiracy theories. I don't care.
There's no conspiracy.
Well,
Do you,
except
do you not care
Wait.
so
Hold on.
much? Is that
If there's no conspiracy, then there's no conspiracy to convince people that the Earth is a globe either. So either there's a conspiracy one way or the other. So
Wait, I
you
thought you
claim a
didn't care.
conspiracy. You
I
claim a
thought you didn't care,
conspiracy.
bro.
So be
No, I didn't
consistent
claim a
when you talk.
conspiracy.
You know.
So,
I
so
never
are you
used the
are
word
you Indian?
conspiracy.
Are you in here now because you don't care?
No, I'm in here because I want to be entertained.
So you do care.
It is right there. Now the conspiracy. Entertainment. Inside your own worldview, you just got to an answer you can use for you. Entertainment purposes. And then someone can look at that and see, it's interesting. Here's a guy who's all about entertainment. Now, which topic is more entertaining? The Globe, which offers Space Force, Space Cadet, Sky Ranger, Sky Commander of the Galaxy, Star Wars, Star Trek, Star Invaders, Star something, something. Or the Flat Earth, which is offering you objective facts, observational. It's easy. This is the place to be, man.
That's not the entertaining part. The entertaining part is listening to you guys justify it.
I don't even think flat Earth is new, though. Didn't the ancients used to view the Earth as flat and stationary?
Cool.
Yep.
The ancients didn't have Discord to discuss it, though. So there wasn't a platform to watch it happen.
Yeah, but Discord isn't the route to understanding objective reality.
100%.
It's bread and circus. So that all the engineers, the scientists, all the people who brought the internet and brought Discord to market said, here is a device you can hold in the palm of your hand and access the full wealth of human knowledge. You can then go out and talk to people about the nature of creation. And he uses it to share cat videos.
Well, he said it's about entertainment for him, so no wonder he's into NASA and that. He just likes the Hollywood entertainment.
That's what I mean, like sort of the entertainment purposes. Like just
all right, allow me to be more specific. The meta about how and why you guys argue is more entertaining than what you're arguing. So you can keep bringing up all the flat Earth stuff you want, but how you're bringing it up is what's entertaining, not what you're talking about.
Simple people are entertained by simple things. Duh.
So when we say that there's no curvature, is that entertaining?
Etymology and entomology is not simple things. The psychology of individuals are not simple things.
Well, since you've figured it out so conclusively, so that this is all just meaningless entertainment, could you tell us who's measured the Earth to have curvature?
Why would I?
Well, has anyone? So if you don't know, what's wrong with us asking the question, who's done it?
No one said there's anything wrong with you asking the question.
Okay, well, do you think anyone can answer the question?
Not to your satisfaction.
What does that mean?
Yeah, I don't think you'd believe them even if they did.
What makes you say that?
Because of how you argue.
How do we argue?
How do we argue? Poorly. Why?
I don't know.
Well, you guys if you can't produce a measurement,
give some details. You said only poorly. Why?
I don't know.
It sounds like we don't have to make an argument
but
because
you said
if you can't provide the measurement, then what argument do we need to make? You have no measurement. There you go.
Okay, we're not talking about the globe. We're talking about how you think.
No, that's what we're here talking about. You know,
that's what you're talking about. I'm entertained in how you think.
Okay, but
which
you don't know who's measured the globe, yeah.
But it seems like you can't define that very well.
He found a group of people. This is the same guy in the past who would laugh at other minorities.
Let's ask him simple question.
He's a bigot, and he found a group they can still be bigoted towards and have some sort of political or social cover.
Yeah, he's a pussy.
What rights am I denying you right now? How am I being bigoted?
Do you need the definition?
I need.
You're just kind of embarrassing yourself, to be honest. I mean, it sounds like you're a grown man, and clearly you're too emotional to even discuss the nature of reality. So it's kind of
Oh
sad.
yeah, you can think what you like, but it's fascinating you think that.
He comes in here using like very like teenager, like 13, 14, 15-year-old, like squawking about flat Earth. And then he says, but I'm a pseudo intellectual who's analyzing everyone's psychology. I talked to
I don't claim to be an intellectual. Oh no.
Yeah, obviously not. So I'm very low IQ. And emotional, which is what's making you low IQ or emotional.
You don't. That's not what IQ
You still
is.
use IQ as a intelligence quotient? Interesting.
No, well, it's just interesting that we get grown adults here who've obviously listened to the conversations, and their only contribution is just here to laugh. Like, are you 12? Or are you an adult?
I think too, it's like, aren't we all allowed to have our reasons for being somewhere and being a part of something?
Really?
Yeah,
And correct me if I'm wrong.
we're allowed to point out how ridiculous it is.
Be mad about it.
I think I kind of want to ban this guy just as a social
who's
experiment.
mad? Who's mad? No,
Chris,
it's funny.
I
It just
don't think
exposes
so.
them. Who's mad?
I'd like to see.
I mean, this is great. These guys, these people are the best evidence. They're so
evidence for
confident.
what?
They're so for your religion, the globe being a religion. You come in here like, oh, you guys are funny, like a science sideshow they get entertainment out of. We ask you a single question about the globe. You're kind of low key acting like it's so conclusive that it's funny that anyone would question it. We ask you a simple question about it, and you can't even address it. You can't speak to it. You couldn't tell us a single thing about it.
Why would I?
About globe Earth until I got on a plane and
Every single time, you never
I
can.
saw us chasing. I saw the plane chasing the sunset. I did a little calculation in my head and realized how fast the plane would have to be going and stuff. I was like, oh yeah, the world really is flat. It really is round, and yeah. Have you never been in a plane? Just search for evidence yourself.
Was that supposed to be a coherent statement?
You can see. Okay, so I was in a plane traveling east to west, and we were following the sun and the sunrise. Sorry, the sunrise lasted for like an hour and a half because we were chasing the sunrise.
Therefore, ball.
Where do we
You've
get
never
to
seen
the
a
spinning
sunrise
ball
last for
there?
an hour and a half, have you? Unless you're on a plane traveling east to west.
Isn't the sunset caused and the sunrise caused by not the sun moving, but you spinning on the ground?
Oh, it's the Earth spinning.
Oh, it
Are
is
you
the Earth
standing there
spinning.
spinning on the
Cool
ground? Is that
story,
what you're
bro.
doing? Is that why you're so confused? Because you're just dizzy all the time. You should stop spinning
So-
around.
So what's your
That's not how you
evidence for
maintain
Earth?
gravity. Just
What's
need
your
to-
evidence for Earth spinning then?
Because spheres, as you know, have a smaller diameter around the top. And I was thinking, we can't chase the sun unless we're going at like 1,000 miles an hour. And I was like, oh yeah, because the Earth has a narrower diameter up in the north, that you really can.
How do you know the diameter of the Earth?
Go around the Earth at the same
Who
speed,
measured
almost the
that?
same speed.
So who measured the diameter of that?
You just muted me because I said a bit of truth. So you really
No,
can
no.
travel around
I'm
the
asking
Earth
you a
and follow the
question.
sun.
Who measured the
That's
diameter
a
of Earth?
possibility. And on a flat
I'm
Earth
asking you a
scenario, there's
question.
no scenario where that would be possible, is there? Where you could
Right.
chase
So
the
who
sun.
measured the diameter that you're talking about?
It was measured millennia ago by using a thing called parallax. You have two
Okay, do you
eyes
wanna
and you can
explain
judge
that?
distances. It's a parallax. They worked it
Okay,
out
yeah.
ages ago.
Explain who did that and how they did it.
You can work out distances using two different. It's the same as radar. If you have a signal and you get a radar detector one place, and then you get another radar detector another place, you can triangulate the direction and find exactly where their location is. That is how you can calculate
So
distances
the ancients
and
were using
location
radar
of things.
guns.
So unless you're George Bush and you don't have eyes that aren't wide enough apart to experience parallax,
You said this
you should
was
get
done
it
in the ancient
intuitively.
times.
You should
So why are you
understand this
talking about
intuitively
radar?
if you're a human and you have two eyes and you've
I know you're
judged
panicking, bro.
Dude,
It's okay. Okay, bro.
don't insult them. It takes away half the fun.
Wait, you guys are flat earthers. You're here to be insulted. Shut up.
Yeah, it really let them
this is
have
what we're
at it.
talking about.
Because
Yeah,
I've been
please.
called far much worse, by far much better than some triggered snowflake on Discord. It will have no effect, and sooner or later he'll figure that out.
So we're still waiting. Who was it that measured that diameter? Could you give us a name and a method?
Yeah, it was some ancient Greek mathematician. I forget his name, but
Right. What did he do?
since
What did he
then,
do?
we've been using those
No, no,
same
no. What did he
calculations
do?
using the
What did he
parallax
do?
effect.
See how he just wants to talk right through and ramble on. He wants to skip on like, oh yeah, that was definitely proven by this guy. Now, anyway, what I was saying, who proved it? How? What was the method? What was his
You can
name?
prove it
Tell
now
us.
today yourself by doing some really
I
really
want to hear
simple.
about this method that you spoke about, the
No, no, no.
ancient Greeks.
Okay,
Tell us
okay,
about
okay,
it.
okay. You can literally experiment and prove that the parallax effect works. You could do
Well,
it
what about
yourself.
this ancient Greek guy you
In
were
fact, if
talking
you're a
about?
normal human being that hasn't got eyes as close together as George Bush, you should be able to experience it yourself
Oh, dude, come
intuitively.
on. Don't insult me.
You just George Bushes,
Yeah,
aren't you? You just
so you don't know
walking
who
around with
measured it
eyes
then?
too close together to experience any kind of depth. Yeah.
You making yourself laugh there?
Who can't substantiate a single claim.
A bunch of George Bush wannabe lookalikes at you.
Man, can you
Whoa,
breathe
dude,
for
how
a
funny.
second? Can you breathe for a
So,
second? Jesus
it's
Christ.
painful listening to these
Go on,
guys.
explain the whole me chasing the sun around the Earth and
Well,
me
explain
the
who it
parallax
was that you
effect,
said measured
and
it. You
tell me
said an
that you
ancient
can't compute
Greek guy, didn't
distances
you?
from a single point. And tell me that.
You know, you said the ancient Greek guy.
Oh, just say Copernicus so he can go on his flat Earth spiel already.
It wasn't even Copernicus.
Was
I don't
Copernicus
give a
the one
fuck
who
who said
measured
it.
it, was
If
he?
he didn't work
Oh,
it out,
you guys
okay,
should
someone
work
else did.
together.
An idiot would
You
have
guys
worked it
can
out. I
work
would have worked it out
together. He
myself. Work it
thinks.
out, man.
You know, he just keeps talking and
They
talking.
don't even
You
know.
guys should work together. So he thinks some ancient Greek guy. You think Copernicus. Maybe if you two guys
No,
work it out amongst yourselves,
I don't think it was
That's fucking
Copernicus.
yeah,
But
hilarious.
that's not the
you can
point.
work
Copernicus
it
is
out
Greek now,
together.
so if Globetard, if Globetard is true, Copernicus has to be Greek,
Hmm.
or this guy is just an uneducated buffoon.
Yeah, maybe if you work together, you can come up with a single name and a method for providing any kind of measurement of the fantasy globe you believe in.
No,
That'd be
I
good.
just wanted him to get through his argument faster so he'd stop already.
Well, he clearly doesn't have an argument. He's emotional. He's just
Well,
saying things and then
you
talking.
wouldn't know he's emotional unless you got like Cerebro plugged into your head, which I don't think is the case. But
Well, it doesn't surprise me that you can't detect human emotion, but everyone else here can.
a lot of people think they can.
I wasn't I wasn't being mean, was I? I just
No,
You
you're just
were
being
being a little
emotional.
mean. You were being a
Based on
little
You're just
mean.
being
parallax effect.
emotional.
Like just be
Okay.
nice,
No, I'm not
man.
emotional.
Come
I
on.
just really find
Okay.
it
Yeah,
funny
you're
that
just
there are
emotional.
humans
It's okay.
exist that don't understand the parallax effect, that own two eyes, that don't intuitively understand how you can judge distances.
Okay, bro. You'll
It
be all
really
right.
boggles the mind.
Did you ever check the distances?
Oh, dude, you can do this test yourself. Yeah. You can
I
check
did,
these calculations yourself now.
I did,
You know you
man,
can
I
do
did
this
it,
yourself.
I
Wait.
did it,
Yes, you
but
can.
I did it,
Okay, well,
but
go
I
and
did it,
test it,
but
and if
I
it
did
doesn't
it,
work, then you can disprove
but
it.
I did it, but I did it.
Okay. What and what and the distance was wrong for the
And
calculation you did.
no, the distance was right. It was 10 miles.
Oh wow. So what's
Yeah,
your problem then?
I had a problem because distance was the 10 miles, and that was the all things, all distance was 10 miles. Nothing was disappearing from my view.
What? Everything was 10 miles, or you were doing it wrong?
Do you know
Everything
the
was 10
size of
miles
the
away.
do you know the size of the Earth? Maybe.
Yeah, it's about
Yeah,
4,000 miles in diameter, I think.
40.
yeah. And what that
Incorrect.
mean? It's 3,959 miles radius. You mean that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Correct.
And what that mean on the sphere? There is some kind of drop if you are 1 point, and if you have distance, then you have a drop.
Is
You
that got to do with
understand?
parallax effect? Is
If
that
you
got to do
are
with parallax?
let's say that you are 1 point on the sphere, and 10 miles distance from that point, should to drop or should to be straight?
Depends on what distance, what direction you're looking.
In one direction on the sphere, should that distance in a
If you're
distance
looking,
be drop? Should it doesn't matter what I'm looking. Let's say I'm looking at some object on 10 miles. should that object drop, or that object should to be on the straight line on the sphere?
On a very unnoticeable amount, it does drop.
Okay. Do you know what is that amount with that given rate size?
Not
That
off the
what
top
is
of
the
my head, but
3,000?
it's insignificant on the scale of a human looking 10 miles.
Let's say with your
It's
height.
not very significant.
Okay. Do you know with your
Contours
height
of the
what
Earth
would?
probably undulate more than the effect, but you can see it though.
Okay.
Like literally, when you go out into, like I was saying, when you're in a plane, like you can
No,
literally see the
not
curvature
in the
of the Earth.
not in
You
the
can
plane,
literally
man.
see it. You can see it drop
No,
off. You can see it drop off on the edges. What is that if it's not curvature? If you can see that
man.
fucking flatness drop off. What is
If
that?
it is curvature, that.
Occlusion, is it?
But can you listen for a second? If it is that curvature, what? If it's that,
can you listen to me?
I know that
Dude,
people
come
are
on.
irritating because my English has the accent because I'm Croatian. I can speak Italian, but it's not good to speak Italian. I can speak 3 languages, but sorry because my English
Mexican,
has no
sorry.
that good
You're
English
Mexican,
accent.
Parla italiano?
Sì, parlo italiano.
Sì,
Però non
sono
c'entra un cazzo. We need to continue with this geometry. You know, you have that. That dimension of what I said. That means if you are on the sea level, that means with your height you can see only one distance. Then you cannot see now 100 miles. Is that true?
Have you never seen the drop off the Earth when you've been on top of a mountain or in a plane? Have you never seen
I'm
the curvature of
telling
the
you
Earth
that
when
you
you're
are
on
on the beach. Let's say that you are on the beach. Should that water drop over 10 miles or not?
It would depend on the air quality.
You literally do see that. You see that with ships that you can only see the top of because that literally happens.
Jesus Christ! Do you know what is the sphere, the size of the sphere? If you have the small sphere or big
I'm not
sphere,
Jesus
can you
Christ.
really?
You know, there are some serious parallels, but no, I'm not Jesus Christ.
Okay,
Yeah, you can
that's
see the
cool.
drop off. You can see the drop off quite clearly when you look at the sea.
Can you measure that drop?
Yeah, the circumference of the Earth is 24,901 miles, or 40,075 kilometers.
Yeah, can you measure that drop over distance?
If
Just
you had accurate enough measuring
drop
devices,
over
yeah.
distance is not actually a thing. It's called vertical decline, but yes, I can. Give me a sec. It's 7.2 degrees for every 800 kilometers.
For every 800 kilometers. And what is it on 10 miles?
About a tenth of that. Probably not even a degree.
Can you say in feet or in centimeters or in meters?
You're from Italy. You should be able to speak in metric.
I'm not from Italy. I'm from Croatia.
Okay,
English
again,
is my third.
You should be able to handle metric, though. What do you want feet for?
Because mostly people are speaking here in miles, and yeah, I can speak in meters if you want.
I'd like to speak in meters because we can convert those easily using the decimal system.
Because most people are here from USA and UK.
No, you don't. I totally agree, and you don't have to explain. That makes sense. I agree with you that a lot of people here, the UK does.
No, but you're going to try and attempt to explain what I saw in the plane, where I saw us chasing the sun.
No, I want to tell you that what you saw from the plane should to be on the ground.
It was one of the most beautiful things I ever saw.
Yeah, that thing what you saw from the plane should to be on the ground. Also.
What? You should be able to follow the sun on the ground. You'd have to be running pretty fast.
No, you should have drop over distance if you are on the sphere.
You do. You can see it when you look at the beach. When you stand on the beach on the beach, look out to the sea. You can see it.
No, you can measure it with the given rate, with the given dimensions. What you have, that 40,000 kilometers, that radius 6,000 or something kilometers.
When you're on the beach, and you look at the flatness of when you're on the beach and you look at what should be the flatness of the of the ocean, you can clearly see a curvature, and when you go up in the sky, you can see even clearer.
Man,
How do you
do you
explain that?
know?
How do you explain that? How do you
Do you
explain that
know,
the curvature increases when you go up in the sky? How do you explain that?
man? Did you get me? You
You
don't
guys are a
have a
psyop,
drop
aren't you?
of
You guys
everything.
are a psyop. Come on, just admit it. You got nothing to say to that. You're a psyop. Just stop wasting your lives. Go and get a normal job.
It would be it would be really interesting if they actually were a psyop.
You've been caught by a psyop, or you are a psyop. Either way,
They're
one of
not
the
a
two.
psyop.
Okay, can you
You've
tell
been
me
caught
then
by a psyop,
why
or you
I'm
are a psyop.
because you understand me? Why I'm thinking that Earth is flat? Because you get it, everything what I said.
They're not a psyop. Don't speak for other people, dude. It's not cool.
If I'm a psyop, you regurgitate everything I've just said. Yeah, that's surely proof that you're not a psyop.
No, you don't ask me.
Did you see the curvature from the aeroplane? You said.
Yeah, you can see it yourself, you spastic. Have you never been on a plane?
Okay, great. My question is, why the most famous astrophysicist on this fucking world is saying that you cannot see the curvature, not even from the 63 miles? Neil deGrasse Tyson.
He doesn't. He's a retard anyway. Will you
He-
listen to
he-
Neil
he
deGrasse
does say
Tyson? Will you
that.
listen to an
Okay,
actual
the
physicist? Why don't you listen to an actual physicist instead of a celebrity?
But man, but why he's on television? Why you are not on television? That's my question.
Because he's a celebrity. Real scientists don't get on television.
But he's
They're
protecting the globe. He's not protecting the flat Earth.
protecting the globe.
Yeah, he's saying that he's living on the globe. That you cannot see with the math. You cannot see the curvature even from the 63 miles above,
Well,
not from the
I've never
normal.
endorsed anything Neil deGrasse Tyson says, so I ain't gonna fucking start now.
Good. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, but just 'cause
I'm
he's a
waiting.
retard, just 'cause
I'm
he's a
waiting
retard
for
doesn't
you.
mean you should be even more of a retard, though, does it? No.
Man, it's so simple, you know. If you want to use
Yes,
geometry, you
they
said
are,
I go
dude.
to aeroplane and I saw curvature. Good. You saw the curvature. Let's now measure that things on the ground because it must be also there.
It is. It's just
But
slightly
it is
less.
not. It is not. Did you check it?
Dude, have you
You
never
can
been to the
see.
sea? You should
Yeah,
go
I
touch
was at the
grass.
sea.
Then go touch the
Croatia
sea.
have
Grass,
the
then go touch
Adriatic
the
Sea. Man, I spent all my life in Croatian Sea, you know, Adriatic Sea. And I can see
That's
islands across the 20, 30 kilometers, you know.
Yeah, actually, you know what? I've been to Croatia and I looked
Actually,
out
do you
onto
know what? Do you know what the globe model it's telling you? That sphere, what you believe. If you didn't know, it's telling you that with your height, you cannot see more than 3.5 miles. Now you can calculate how much that is in kilometers. With your height, you cannot see more with that 3.5 miles with this given sphere dimension.
So, my dude, we are talking about the stuff using the eyes, the visible things. So let's use some invisible reference. I posted in the side chat a visible reference. So is that okay for you? So there's a post in the visual reference. You can see there. That is the circumference of the sphere, right? You draw a triangle from center. If you know H and D and O, you can determine R and Y. And here are two images of distant boats seen from 6 meters and 22 meters above a sea surface. The boat is about 30 kilometers apart, meaning they're next to each other, but one is left, one is right. Now, I will not argue against you with this because it's no way to visualize curvature of Earth from such a low level. Need to be at least a few hundred kilometers above the surface to visibly, with naked eye, see curvature of Earth. But I have better examples. Since we're using graphics and visual, this is all about eyes, what you can see. So please post me a picture of map.
Why would he do that?
I want to see a map so I can determine how it's possible to fly from one place to another in certain distance when there's blank space in between, which should take more distance to cover. But it's not exactly there because map.
The problem with your equation, Jupiter, is you can't find h whatsoever, right? You're posting a picture where there's an unknown distance, there's an unknown observer's height, which of course goes into that Earth curve calculator, right? The trouble is not that we don't have a globe calculator available, right? It's the fact that when you test it in reality, you will not find that drop over distance.
So what's your altitude right now?
Mine? Above sea level? Probably
Are you
about
grounded?
630
You don't sound
feet.
very grounded to me.
And how are we able to figure that out? That's H, right?
With the barometer.
With a barometer, so you can then. You can determine H using a barometer.
I mean, roughly. What would be better is to, of course, actually measure it with elevation angles. Depending on, obviously if you're too far from sea level, it becomes a lot harder of a measurement. But
so the device you're looking for is an altimeter. It
you can do
measures
that too. I mean,
altitude, the distance at a point above sea level, which works for the most part, except the sea isn't always flat. There's waves and stuff. But you could take
it doesn't actually measure height. It actually measures the pressure in the air, right? So when you set it and calibrate it to sea level, and then you move it from that, of course, it's going to give you a different reading. It has nothing to do with a measurement.
Well, there's two systems. You got your radar altimeter, and then you got your altimeter that comes off of your PDOT system, which uses the barometric pressure.
Yeah, the barometric pressure I think is a good way to do it. And here's an example of an altimeter using a barometric pressure gauge. And so people will say, let's say there's two planes flying, and they can fly right over each other, right? Because one's at a different altitude. Or let's say that you and I are walking, and I'm on a bridge above you. I can walk over you because we're at different altitudes. We agree on that, right? You can be at two different altitudes.
Don't know what this has to do with, finding drop over distance of the curve of the Earth.
I'm
okay, sure.
Hey, show me a definition of drop over distance, because that is a made-up word. It's not real.
It's like the first thing you learn in geometry, man.
Shoot me a link to it.
I go this many spaces X. I go up 3 spaces Y, right?
I'm just going to
go down in this case. The drop over distance.
I know, but
it's not a term. It's actually just a phrase of what it means. Drop over distance.
Or slope.
Which geometry would have, right? You could say slope, but of course there's no slope on a sphere.
There would be a slope on a sphere. It just wouldn't be a linear slope. It would be like...
I'm looking for any slope on this reality that we both live on.
There's here, I'll show you what. There's a geeks, what's it called? Geeks? What's that geek thing where they do the tests? And they have the race cars going down the ramps, and they find which ramp goes down the fastest. And you'd expect it to be the one that goes linearly straight down, but it's not. It's the one that curves a little bit at first.
Great. Well, that's really non sequitur to what we're talking about. I know what you're talking about, though, right? You have the linear slope, you got the exponential slope, and of course they go at different rates, right?
There's different
slopes. We're talking about geometry. We're not talking about the acceleration of a car over the slope.
I'm not talking about
that either.
About
finding it in reality.
I'm just trying to say that if we're going to talk about scientific stuff and say that the Earth is scientifically flat, then we shouldn't use.
Nobody's saying that. Geometry is not a science question.
Geometry is
that, right? Science is a phenomena, right? You're finding a cause and effect relationship in science. Do you know the scientific method?
I don't remember it. PEMDAS? No, that's the math one. The scientific method is
maybe you're thinking of like proofs.
Testing, retesting. Let me see. I forget actually. I'm going to be honest.
Isolating
I don't
the
remember.
variables, creating a dependent variable, and but the shape of something is
There are
not that, right?
7 steps. There's the observation, research on the topic area, hypothesis, test with experiment, analyze data, report conclusions, and then hope that someone reproduces it, right? That's sort of what makes it science.
Sure, but there's no natural phenomenon here.
Well, there is.
Of a shape?
Shoot me a picture of the Earth. Just shoot me a map of the Earth.
Which one?
You can pick it. Whatever kind of there's different ways. Projections, like a Mercator projection.
Well, none of those maps actually show, the reality in which we have. I mean, we do have navigational maps based on even like lights and celestial bodies, but most of the time when we navigate, especially plane or boat, it's in a straight economical distance. You go port to port.
It's not. It's not. It's not a straight distance. And here's an example of why it's not. Here's a good
Are you saying
example
that
of
planes and boats don't go in straight lines?
They do go in straight lines, but they go in straight lines on a sphere. So when you look at this last
There's
image
straight
right
lines
here,
on a sphere now? You really don't know geometry, man. There are no straight lines on a sphere.
there's latitude and longitude, and you can go straight the whole way.
Are you talking about like Dead Reckoning? I mean, have you ever used a compass? It only
The only
points north, right? So even if you went in a straight line, you'll start to recognize that your needle is not going in a straight line, right? Even though you are physically going in a straight line, but your
Well, if
compass
you-
would tell you that you went into a curve.
But if you follow the compass and keep going north, it's going to keep going north, right?
Well, that's the only one it will point to, yeah.
Yeah. So it's a straight line, right?
So when
A
you go to
straight-
east to west, are you going in a straight line?
Yeah, you'd be following what, the latitude line?
Is that a straight line? On the map?
Is it a straight line on what map? You have to post the map.
Any map.
You have to just post one. Pick one. You can. I'm letting
Which
you
one?
post the
Kiwi
map.
Buzz posted. Yeah, Kiwi Buzz posted one for me. Thank you.
So which one would you like
Which one
to
are you
use?
talking about?
Which one would you like to use?
I'd like to use the correct one.
All right, and which is the correct one?
You tell me. These are all your globe projections.
You tell me.
I don't have a claim.
Here's the most
I'm trying
common
to find
ones.
the curvature on the Earth. All right, you're starting to bring up maps and navigation and all this stuff.
No, because
you
I'm
can't
saying-
answer the question simply, right?
Here's
How do
what-
we measure drop over distance of this spherical ball, if it is one?
By seeing your height above the ground, and obviously, assuming that you have unlimited eyesight and you can see further away, because obviously your
Nobody
eyes
has
can only
unlimited
see so far.
eyesight. We have angular
Obvious-
resolution, and our eyeballs are limited.
Yeah,
You
obviously
know about
your
angular
eyes.
resolution in the eye, right?
Yeah, your eyes can only see so far. I know about angular resolution, and stuff looks different when it gets closer.
Well, not even
If
just
it's
that. We
right
have
in
air
front of you-
turbulence. We got distance of all that air turbulence.
Got it. But can we look at this map projections and let's look at the good homosaline or the watermelon or Mercator? Which one would you like?
Jupiter,
Oh.
honestly, why are you trying?
Because I know it's such an easy answer if you can just look at this one picture right here.
An easy
No,
answer that you have
I'm
yet
asking.
to answer.
I'm asking you, why are you trying to convince them that the Earth isn't flat?
Oh, I don't know actually. Just because I feel like it, I guess.
All right, you do you, I guess.
I'm just saying we have the base axiom, right? We both experience the same Earth. Flat,
Well, we don't.
stationary, and practically used as that. Yeah,
We
we
don't
do, man.
experience-
We live on the same Earth.
We live on different sides of it though. It doesn't look the same. Do you see a desert outside? Because I do.
Is it the same Earth or not, man?
I would agree it's
See how
the
you
same Earth. But do we
There you go.
experience the same Earth?
Yeah.
Because
If I go where you are, am I going to experience something different, man?
yeah, you're going to experience a higher temperature, probably different. Like,
no, different than
you'll feel
you.
your
If I go
spot-
and stand right next to you, are you going to feel like you're spinning and I'm not?
neither of us are going to feel like we're spinning because we're not.
Yeah, because
There's no
we're not.
there's no acceleration, right? You wouldn't feel a constant rate of movement. You'd only feel acceleration. Just like when you're on a plane. Have you ever been on a
I know
plane?
that's what they
I'm
told
not
you. They
asking
told me the
this.
same thing, man.
I'm not asking this condescendingly. Have you ever been on a plane?
Yes, I have been on a plane. But do
And
you
so when it,
realize even due to the math of this ball, right? Even if you went up 62 miles, that you still would not see the curvature. So which is it? I see boats go over the curve on the
it's not
ground,
six. It's
or I
not
need to go
62
higher to see the curve.
higher.
But I thought boats go over the curve.
But you'd still need to go higher to actually be able to visibly observe it with your eyes,
You
because,
have
like
a
you said, the eyes
contradiction,
have angular resolution.
and you don't even see it. And it's okay. I mean, I'm not here to convince you, right?
It's
I'm
fine.
just
What
asking questions because there was dead air.
That's kind of what you're doing.
you jacking? What's the question, dude? I'm just curious. What's your
Where's
question?
the drop over distance of this ball Earth, man?
All right, so
Where's
I
the curve?
promise you, I will swear to you right now. I'll answer your question if you
Don't
can
do it.
answer me this.
Don't.
I'm gonna
Trust
post
me.
one more picture in flat Earth, and I just went ahead and marked it. So this is if you were to take a sphere and cut lines into it. Like I have a marble. I could show you a marble. If I were to take a paper mache and make it around this marble, then I could cut out the paper, right, and flatten it out into a flat piece of paper. But it wouldn't be a square. It wouldn't be a flat piece of paper. There would be spots in between. So why is it that it doesn't take longer to go from Cape Town, South Africa, to the west side of Australia? What's in the middle there?
A question argument.
That's my argument. My argument is that
Is a
it
question.
makes no. Okay, so here's my argument then: is that it makes no sense for it to take less time than it should when there's an empty white space there. What fills up that white space? That's not my argument. My argument is that there's no way for that to be possible.
Dude, this guy's trolling. Like, that's a troll map.
I'm sorry, I
Yeah,
shouldn't be. Did I take the bait? If I took the bait, I apologize. I didn't mean to. I'm trying my best here because I don't know who's serious and who's
Jupiter,
fucking
I
with
got
me.
it. Like the other day, you were all upset that somehow you thought flat earthers were mobbing you, and you went on to see that right in real time the flat earthers got server banned, and you didn't even dare to question your claim. Then the next thing you said, there's no drop over distance, which is a flat Earth.
No, the drop over distance,
now-
which is I'll use that term if we have to, but I'll tell you what the angular distance before you can stop seeing things is, assuming a perfectly flat sphere. Is that fair? Because the ocean has waves, like I said, it's not totally flat, and the Earth itself is not a perfect sphere, even if you believe in the sphere Earth. Fair? So I'm going to go ahead and I am down for using the word drop over distance from now on. And we can agree that globe earthers think the Earth is pretty much a sphere, although we tend to think it's a little bit wider at the equator because it's spinning
So you
around that
believe
point.
Neil when he says that, but you don't believe Neil when he says you can't see the curve from 62 miles up?
I was just looking how far up you have to be. I think it's 400 miles, and I could be wrong here. So it's 35,000 feet. Let me see how many miles that is, or how many kilometers, because I don't like using feet.
Oh, sorry, that was the other guy throwing Neil under the bus. My bad.
You're fine. It's
What other guy? There's no other guy here.
35,000
No,
feet. It's
he left.
so it's 10 kilometers, 10 miles up.
Okay.
Someone asked how high do you have to be? 10 miles in order to see the curvature of
To
the
see
Earth.
the curve?
And how far can you see? How tall are you? I can.
You just said 400 miles, and now you're saying 10?
It's 400 miles to visibly, like, really see it with the naked eye. But its contrast is less than 10% of the sea level horizon, so it's suspect because virtually all camera lenses project an image that suffers from barrel distortion. So it's hard to say, but to like indisputably say this is not something flat, it's round, you'd have to be, I think it's about, let me see, I think it's
I mean, we've
482
we've actually
miles.
got some long distance observations from a plane too, and I mean it's like 1,000 miles.
How high was the plane?
Specifically in Texas. I mean it's. I mean, explain that one. You know, like.
How high was the
Yeah, I'm
plane?
not trying to like get you here, right? And I know that you
That's, I
are
like,
protecting your globe
I'm
too. I mean, I was like that when I was
not protecting
debunking
my,
this myself.
not protecting my globe. But could you please answer my, before I answer yours, I'll answer your question, I promise.
Sure. What's your question, man?
Would you take a look at the side chat one more time for me? Explain to me this red spot in between. This is what would happen if I were to take a paper mache, make it around a big marble or a basketball, who fucking cares, whatever kind of sphere, and if I were to cut it up into pieces and, you know, flatten it all out so I could flatten the whole thing out, I'd end up having to cut it up into a certain way so that it would fit back together again. So in this, everything would stitch back together from the equator. You can see those little points where it all goes in. There's one more on the
You're
left.
talking about the white space where nothing exists. Nobody's claiming that things are going into non-existence on this map, man.
So
in fact,
why does
many
it?
flat earthers will claim there is no map of our reality. At least that's
Yeah.
verifiably true. I mean, I don't know what to tell you about this map, man.
It's a
Just
globe.
because you drew red squares, you know,
If that map doesn't work, you're
My-
debunking the globe.
My point is, no, this is a globe, and this map does work. It's just that you have to basically teleport from the left side. Let's say you're going from Africa to Australia.
All maps are flat.
In order, what's
I mean,
the distance?
even look at
Let's check
the
distance.
latitude and longitude lines on this. They are funky, man.
Latitude and longitude don't exist in the flat Earth, right?
Say what?
Latitude and longitude
wouldn't exist.
that
on the
doesn't
flat Earth.
exist. That doesn't exist in reality.
Yeah, can you go find those lines on the ground or what?
Yeah, can you give me a latitude and longitude? Give it to me. Can you give me one so I can put it in my pocket?
They're measurements, but yeah,
They're
I can do that.
imaginary.
Do you know where they
Here,
come from?
I'll give you a latitude and longitude.
In the military, we used to tell the privates, "Go get me a grid square."
Do I know where they come from? They come from basically the prime meridian, which was based in England. Is where they come up with the latitude lines. And wait, sorry, the longitude lines, and the latitude lines come from the equator. So your longitude, if it's north of the equator, is going to be negative. If it's south of the equator, it's going to be positive, right? I'm just saying. So the distance from, let's say, Cape Town to Perth. Sorry. Distance from Cape Town to Perth.
I'm just saying, man. We don't have a working model. Either the
Nobody
globe or...
uses that map, bro. My bad. Nobody uses that map that he's using to go anywhere. Nobody uses that.
I don't. I know. I don't use that map either.
No one does. Nobody.
Well,
So why are you using it now?
Pretty common. It's a pretty common way to predict stuff. The reason this map is useful, this projection.
No one uses that map for anything in reality. No one does.
Not even like a classroom would use that map, man.
They used it to try to show the size of continents correctly, basically. So you can see how big Africa really is.
Also, the Antarctica is not a continent anymore.
Antarctica is at the bottom there. It's
yeah, but that shows you the size of Antarctica, does it?
And it's missing a lot of land in that Antarctic stuff. It's missing a lot.
Yeah.
So.
North too. Look at how far up north you're going there.
So yeah, this map of the
And so
imagination that you're portraying there and trying to make an argument from, it's not reality, bro. It's not the realist level. So what are you trying to do? Just debunk reality with a fake map?
I'm kind of curious. Are you guys seen this? Look at Greenland. Look if you try and match the two pieces of Greenland together. One of these things is not like the other.
the true size of Africa is pretty big. Like the United States, as you can see, fits in the top left side of Africa. That's why people use a map like that, because you can fit the United States in the top left of Africa.
I'm looking at the shape of Greenland, and I try to match up the shapes here on this map, and suddenly Greenland, it doesn't match. Huh.
So are you saying there are no map? Wait, so what side are you taking here? I'm not really sure.
Well, look at Greenland there. Can you match those two halves up together?
The real east side.
Yeah, I could match this together.
And get the shape that they show Greenland to be?
I mean, I would have to manipulate the picture, but I can show you the shape of Greenland and how it would map together.
Yeah, and get that shape. What shape are you looking at there?
So if we're gonna look at just Greenland, right? The shape that we're seeing on this map.
Yeah, because this is a map. Because you're claiming that this map offers exact landmass sizes and shapes.
I am not saying
that.
I'm not saying this is the map to use all maps. I'm just saying it's an example of a fact that if you try to take a globe and make it flat, then you have to figure out somewhere to fill in the blanks, right?
Wow, you see, he's coming from a fantasy land and arguing, "Hey, this fantasy land doesn't work, guys. Sorry."
I'll tell you what. I could probably find an old basketball or soccer ball if you guys would like, and I can cut it open and try to flatten it out. Do you think?
How about just take these two halves of Greenland and match them up side by side, and you don't get this shape here.
Which shape where? Because you do.
Yeah, look at the one I posted.
Post the one that you're talking about now. And
Yeah,
I'll
I
look
just
at
did.
it. Oh, Crit, is that you?
Yeah, man.
Got it. Okay. Let me see if I can match this up. This is going to be kind of weird because, well, I'm going to have to convert it, basically. It's hard to line up two things. But if you take the left side of that what's here top at the part where it's Greenland, like you said, and you can see Iceland down there at the bottom.
Yeah, how about let me highlight one spot. Just let me see. Can you find this spot on your map?
I'm not going to use that map. I'll use a different projection.
No, right here. Can you find that spot? Where's that represented at?
All right, one sec. Let me pull the map back up.
There's a little piece here of Greenland
I saw
popped out.
Yeah,
where's that? Where's that spot?
I got to find a higher resolution of the map, so give me a sec.
Because it looks like there's a lot of Greenland that's missing, like a huge chunk. I would go to say here. I'll show you what it looks like it's missing from Greenland if you take your map.
Yeah, if you don't mind. Well, let's take your map and just highlight what's missing. I'm not seeing that part exactly. Are you seeing that top peninsula?
And then your map?
No, on the one that you posted, Crit at 118.
Yeah, the one that you posted.
Well, you posted mine and yours. I was talking about yours because I'm wondering which.
Yeah. Do you see? Is that part of the? Are people in on the conspiracy? Like they're hiding that part from you? Because if you're going to use this map for the real sizes and distances of land masses, where's this top part on the map that you posted? Where's that at? Do you see that part anywhere?
You're right. It's a bad projection for showing Greenland. I agree. It's not perfect. It's here. It is on national. Here it is on National Geographic.
So you posted a really bad map and then wanted people to explain to you why this is a bad map if it's a bad map.
Yeah, he was portraying that map as you guys believe in this map that is not reality, therefore you guys are wrong.
No one's posted a map besides me yet. I've yet to see a map of flat Earth.
So you destroy your own argument.
Too.
That's okay. I've yet to see a post with a map of flat Earth, if you guys don't mind.
Yeah, shut your stream down.
Or shut my stream down? Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, the thing is, like, only use it really short. Be like, hey, I want to show you this one individual
Okay, well, wait.
thing that...
This is actually the important part here. Do you mind?
No, just leave it off. You can post the stuff so everyone can see it.
I'll pause and wait, but it's a video.
Yeah, the reason why it can some people have different internet connections and it can slow people's connections down and whatnot. So we're trying to keep it most inclusive as possible.
It's the cartographer's dilemma. It's making a flat map of a round planet is a challenge of map makers all have to deal with. Learn why every map projection has some distortion. And it shows a guy peeling an orange, which actually would be a lot easier than cutting a soccer ball. So I have an orange. I can flatten
Do you know
it out.
who has a flat map? Or at least you know who claims
Apparently
to have a
no
flat
one
map?
in this chat because I'm waiting to see it.
Yeah, but I know who has a flat map.
Post it.
NASA. NASA claims they have a flat map.
Post it.
Here you go. Next thing you're going to have to do, though, is you're going to have to do a FOIA request. And see if they'll honor
Robert
it.
Simmons? Are you talking about Robert Simmons?
Yeah, right here. He says, and I quote, "We wrapped the flat map around the ball." The part that was interesting was integrating the surface, clouds, and oceans to match people's expectation on how Earth looks from space. The ball became the famous blue marble, or effectively blue marble 2.0.
This is about the fact that they took a picture of the Pacific and they saw half of it and it was the Pacific's mostly water.
Yeah, he goes like, we wrapped the flat map. He goes, I took all the science data and we basically laid it out, an entire photograph of Earth, snapshot. The hard part was creating a flat map of Earth's surface with mountains, with months of satellite data. That was the hard part. The hard part was getting that map. Once they got the map and they got the map completely done, the next part, which was fun, was then wrapping the flat map around the ball. So there's one NASA, the Department of, or the executive branch of the federal government, independent agency, just like non-cabinet position, part of the executive branch. They have a flat map. You could FOIA request that map if you really wanted the map. And the next person who has,
I'm sure it's not a secret. I wouldn't have to FOIA it, but if you wanna, we can find it.
Yeah, you would. You have to FOIA it because people have tried. I know flat earthers have tried to FOIA it. It's deemed national security. Here is another group. Oddly enough, the American executive branch. Wow, two people in the executive branch both have flat maps. So here is defense contractor Intimate Threat Solutions. The Military Grid Reference System is a geological coordinate system that comes from the Universe Transverse Mercator, the UTE grid system, which is based on the flat world, not a sphere. So there's two people who have full Earth flat maps. You just got to get them to share it with you. That's going to be the hard part. The hard part is they're using these maps for world dominance. It's a strategic advantage to have a full Earth map. So they're not going to give up their advantage on the geopolitical stage. So therefore, If you can get a map that you want from the people who say they have it, now you know. See, no one in here has the resources, the time, the energy, and the expertise that the Department of Defense has or NASA. Okay? They have virtually unlimited resources to plot out and map the whole Earth. And when they do so, they get a flat map. So there you go. So no one in this chat. What you could do is go chat to chat to chat and test your claim. So what I'll go like this. Go like test, like find some way of using science here. Go to the next room, the girls' room, and be like, here, does anybody have a full Earth flat map? And when they tell you no, say, guess what? You just debunked girls' room. Go to atheist helpline. Go in there and say, hey, does anybody here have a full Earth flat map? They're going to tell you no, and say you've debunked atheist helpline.
Here it is. It's from the Library of Congress.gov. It's the new correct map of the flat surface stationary Earth. Does that sound right?
Yeah, sure, you could use that one. The Library of Congress. That would be a third source. So post that, because I'll cap that. Because now you've got both executive, because now you got executive and legislative branches both claiming to have a flat map.
Because it's way easier to navigate using a flat map, unless you have a computer with.
Yeah, you need the simplicity of the terrain. You need the realist level to do anything practical. But then the cartoon that you were trying, you see how they reverse engineer your thinking? You grab the globe, then open up the map around the globe and say, look, guys, this doesn't work. Right? This map that I got from the globe, it doesn't work. Therefore, you guys are wrong. But then they're telling you themselves, bro, in the first place, it wasn't a globe. They had to wrap it around the fantasy globe. The realist level, they wrapped it around the fantasy globe. And then you believe that. You believe the fantasy.
Do you believe that globes exist? Do you believe that globes exist?
Yes. The globe, you know, when you go to your classroom and you go to kindergarten and then your teacher points out to the corner on the table and you see the globe.
You don't have to dumb it down.
Hello, I'm speaking. Then you go to the corner and of the room and the teacher say,
They
go
love
check.
feeling smart.
And you grab the globe and you spin it with your hand and the teacher.
Let me know when he's done with the
hey, this is where you live,
because I know
little
exactly
Timmy.
where he's going.
Little
with this,
Jupiter
and I
guy,
don't feel
little
like hearing
Jupiter
it again.
guy. This is where you live, little Jupiter guy. This is where you live in this globe. And you said, oh, okay. And now you're saying that, just parroting that.
I'm not parroting anything. I'm asking. Here we go. Someone said 6 feet, so we'll do that to centimeters. This was the original question. Someone said, you know, what's the drop down distance or something? How far can you see before you go over the horizon? Is that what you want?
Have you been drinking beers?
Why do you always ask that? Is that like when you know you've been gotcha'd? Because I can blow into a breathalyzer right now if you'd like me to, and you can watch that.
Drinking beers? Because
How'd you
there's
get
a
'em
policy
exactly?
in the server about that.
I have not had a drink.
All right.
But how did you
just
get them?
checking.
You said gotcha. How'd you get them exactly?
Because whenever I say something that like they have no response to, the question is, "Are you drinking?"
What did you say that there is no response to? What did you say? What did you say that there is no response to? Go ahead.
I said the original question was, "How far can you see before whatever you're looking at goes over the horizon?" And I said, first, I need to know how tall you are. And so someone said 6 feet. 6 feet is 182.88 centimeters.
Why are we using centimeters?
Because doesn't it make more sense to use the metric system?
Yeah, but why wouldn't you use meters rather than centimeters?
Because it's already 0.88 centimeters.
6 feet to meters. Got it. Centimeters at that.
Here, I'll change it for you. Okay, so here we go. There's 6 feet, which is 182.88 centimeters, or 1.8288 meters, because 1 meter is equal to 100 centimeters. Like a century is 100 years, right? And can we stick with one system? Which one would you guys like to use? Because I think the metric system makes the most sense for science. It usually is. It's used in most classrooms. And it's used by most people measuring stuff. Like, let's see if I can think of anything that you could measure right now that would make no sense in inches, but be pretty easy with centimeters. Well, I can actually, but I have a tape measure, and
Jupiter.
What's up?
Just say the amount, mate. We don't need to hear you rambling on about. Oh, there's 10 millimeters in a centimeter. Blah blah blah.
No, he said, why are you using centimeters? Why don't you use meter? That's why I said that. Does that
get
not
to the point? We don't need
follow?
a little ramble. Hurry up. You've been
Got it.
farting on.
Okay. All right, that's fine. 182 centimeters above the ground. And by the way, if my screening is taking up too much of your data, just disable my video. Works fine. Alright, so here's the distance. Well, there's a formula for it, so give me a sec. I gotta plug it in, basically. In fact, here, I'll just make a spreadsheet for it. Then I don't have to keep doing math.
So what was the gotcha?
There's no gotcha. I'm not trying to gotcha anyone. I don't know if they were. Maybe if somebody was trying to, please let me know what it was. Cause
He said gotcha, but there was no gotcha.
Got it. Yeah, I didn't say gotcha. So
He said every time I gotcha, you wanna say somebody's drunk.
I did mention that, yeah, because it is every time.
But then you forgot that you said it, right?
I didn't actually say gotcha though. I said every time I prove something wrong or prove something to you, and you disagree with my proof, but you don't have a response, then you say, and I'm trying to respond to you right now while Kiwi Buzz Aldrin here is spamming me inside chat. If you guys would like to pull it up, you can see it. What's up, Kiwi Buzz? Have you been drinking today, sir?
Just stop talking and put your bloody measurements, mate. You're going waffling
All right.
on.
Well, I'm trying to, but people are talking to me. So which one do you want, dude? You got to pick.
Hurry up! Stop talking and put them up.
We want all of them.
Okay, this is going to take a few minutes because I'm making a spreadsheet. Is that acceptable for you guys? Is that okay?
Yes, please put yourself on
All
mute.
right.
Take your time. We always give time.
All right. I will take my time. I'm going to go ahead and mute myself right now. Let you guys continue, and I'm going to figure out the spreadsheet and get it all set up right. Make it pretty so everyone can read it. Does that sound good?
Yeah,
Yes,
this is a
please.
24/7. Okay, so at any time during the 24/7, you can come back and present your evidence. Go.
Thank you. All right, I'm gonna mute myself right now and figure this out. I'm gonna go ahead and finish the spreadsheet, so it's in centimeters and feet and everything else.
Deafen yourself if you're easily distracted.
I'm not. Someone told me to mute myself, so I'm going to.
Thanks very
Any
much.
others? Any other Globe superheroes want to take the banner? We have I am Larry. He's pretty fair during conversations. If you have any questions, you can ask Larry. He might be able to answer if he has time because he's a busy family guy.
Yes, please bring your questions. I will tolerate them. I think some flat earthers easily get frustrated and mute people too quickly, while other flat earthers like myself
I'm really
are.
impressed with you guys not having muted me. I appreciate it that we can actually have this conversation.
Yeah,
It's,
but Larry was in the
nice.
middle of his sentence, and then you unmuted to start speaking in the middle of his sentence.
And
He was
that's why people
speaking
get
about
muted.
me. Thank you, Larry.
He was talking about
You're
flat
welcome.
earthers. Are you a flat earther?
Yeah, some flat earthers mute too quickly, and others are way too stoic for the good of the conversation, or too slow to mute. So nobody's perfect. I'm not casting shade on anybody. I was just looking at the spectrum, the muting spectrum. And that's why I said I would tolerate you. Because some flat earthers cannot tolerate the insolence.
Does that mean they're databetic?
I don't know. Well, I get it. If a Glober comes in here and they're liabetic, mute them. Like if they're just being dishonest and deploying a bunch of dishonest tactics and funding muting, mute that son of a biscuit eater. You know? Globers do have the liabetes though. They come in here liabetic as fuck. I will not tolerate your insolence. We're insolence intolerance, and they're liabetics. Not all of them, of course. I was not attempting to generalize. Some of them were pretty honest. Yeah, I guess next time somebody asks for a model, we need to give them Robert Simmons, and Crit, made a pretty good argument there that they take a flat map and they wrap it around the globe. So there's our model wrapped around your model with computer generated images and Photoshop. So they photoshopped our model onto your model to make it fit. And then they stitched it up and added some artistry and gave you our model wrapped around your model. So
To
what you're
meet
looking
your
at is our
fantasy
model.
expectations.
Hey,
Right.
Larry,
Yeah.
I appreciate your honesty here and engaging in good faith. Would you please post a map of a picture of your model?
Yeah, the
I'll
blue
post it for
marble.
him. I'll post it for him. Go
Just
ahead.
in the side
There
chat.
you
I
go.
just want to see a picture of what you guys are working with.
I posted it.
That's the same thing you posted before, Heaven Earther. It's not a picture of anything. It's just some guy's quote.
Bro, have you ever heard of the blue marble?
Yeah, it's in the thing you just posted.
Yeah.
Right.
And
That's
it's called
our
the famous
model.
blue marble. He was
That's our
happy.
model.
He certainly never thought it would become Mr. Blue Marble because it was the Pacific Ocean they were looking at the time. I remember this one. And
It
if you
wasn't
look
just
at,
the Pacific Ocean. There's the whole world there.
so let me just see that picture. Not this quote from NASA. That's fine. Arsiman, I see it. I can see it right here.
Right. So he says in the interview, and you can watch the video or you can listen to the audio, and he says that he took the flat data and wrapped it around a computer generated globe. So they took our map that's flat and they wrapped it around a globe to make it fit the public's expectation.
So I have a globe right now. It's got a piece of paper, with continents and stuff on it. And if I were to take a scalpel or whatever, just a bit of scalpel would work, and slice off all of the pictures of the continents, and take that globe and flatten it out. When I say globe, I mean it's it's sitting on a bookshelf. It's the kind that you can spin. It's a globe.
Right, and it says on the bottom, not for educational purposes only, or not for educational purposes, for decoration purposes only, right?
Let me see what it says on the bottom. I'm gonna go grab it.
Yeah, take
Right,
a picture and show it to us.
And you would have to undo all the artistry that Robert Simmons did to make it look like a globe. So that's why you're stuck with the orange pill problem in your head, is because you can't fathom that Robert Simmons did the artistry and made it look like, a globe. But he admits that he started out with a flat map. And they even said it looked too flat, I think is what he said in the interview.
That's not what people expectate. That's not what people are expecting about it.
Does someone have that clip so I can take a look?
Yeah, I can post it in a minute. If you'll give me a few minutes, I'll go back over there on my computer.
Yep. Because my understanding is that's not how that particular photo was done. But
So it isn't photoshopped because it has to be? Is that what you're saying?
so my understanding is that the blue marble was the first photo taken of like the entire Earth at once. Before that, they used to stitch flat maps together. So I suspect that's what he's talking about, but I won't know until I see the interview.
He is the blue marble creator. He's the creator of the blue marble. So he's gonna tell you how he created the blue marble.
And he's not an astronaut. I've checked. So he didn't create it from space.
So if you believe you live in the blue marble, he is your creator. Or
Yeah, thanks for the video. I appreciate that. I've seen this enough times, Heaven Earth. You don't have to post it again. I see it. We wrapped a flat map around a ball. I see that. Give me 1 sec. I'm gonna finish the spreadsheet.
Please take your time.
The guy that asked you for the link for the video, he jumped out.
Why would he run?
I mean, you posted what he asked for, and then he jumped out. That's kind
I
of
ain't even
weird.
got to posting it yet. He's just going to be really upset when he sees that it's photoshopped. His worldview is photoshopped because it has to be.
Are you
No, I don't think that's the way. He said he told you what you said. He thinks that's not the way it was done. But then
he
the
said he hasn't
creator
saw
of
the
the
video.
image.
Yeah, no, Kiko Ho posted something, and I thought that was it. I was watching the video, but
This is the video.
it's not like
It's
the
the
full
one that I
interview.
have. Maybe not what Hank has or Larry.
Yeah. Sorry, if I deafen myself, it's because I'm like watching something.
So did somebody post the original video, or do I need to go over on my computer and do it real fast?
Honestly, it might be quicker. I'm just gonna look for it. If you find it, I'll take a look, but I'm gonna search for it.
He posted a good one. I mean, it's good enough, I will say. But if someone wants something else, I guess you're gonna have to post yours if it's a different one.
If your copy is different than mine, could you please post it? I like having backups.
Yeah, for real. Especially when we're dealing with the kind of stuff that we're dealing with. All right, give me a second. I'll go sit down on my computer. I'm at a stopping point in what I was doing. All right, there's the video. Can't remember if this is the one. It's the same one.
Yeah.
There used to be one with Obama saying, "I don't want to fool you. I'm not trying to fool you here." Let me see if that's the one. No. Oh, it is the one with Obama. Yeah. That's the one. Yeah, when a politician starts out with, "I'm not trying to trick you here. I'm not trying to fool you here," pay very close attention to what they say after that.
This is a first real photo since we went to the moon.
Since we faked the moon landing, you mean?
Exactly.
Oh. I can't believe that people still believe they went to the moon because we saw it on TV. Like, they're not aware of movie magic. I mean, all the magic that Disney's talking about is movie magic. So yeah, the reason we have, you know, a globe in our mind and we refer it to reality, we reify that globe, is because the government presented us a picture of the Earth as an object in space. And I'm pretty sure that NASA is not the, you know, propaganda arm of the military industrial complex. And I'm pretty sure that they wouldn't try to divert our attention away from the dirty war known as Vietnam, where we were killing lots and lots of innocent people and doing all these war crimes and spilling over into Cambodia, which led to the killing fields. And just, you know, it's much prettier to look at balls in space for the American people while they, you know, tacitly give consent for the shedding of the blood of the innocent. So, you know, I'm not saying that NASA is the propaganda arm of the military industrial complex, but NASA's the propaganda arm of the military industrial complex. Can you imagine if Kennedy said, you know, we're going to go to the moon to distract you from the killing and shedding the blood of the innocent people? Like, we want to take the Nazis and Operation Paperclip, and we want to fund their rocket program to bomb brown people back to the Stone Age so we can install Federal Reserve banking systems and get the one world bank all together. The American people would have been like, hell no! But it was like, oh, we're going to do it because it's hard.
Yeah. It's like we had Watergate happen, and then people didn't want anything in their home, so that what they wanted in their homes, like they don't want to be watched spied on. And then today it's, hey Alexa, what is your thought? Then and now.
Well, why would Robert Simmons lie? Because it's Photoshop, because it has to be.
Don't assume malice when there could be incompetence.
What's incompetent about that?
I didn't say it was one way or the other. It's just easier to assume that.
You said don't assume malice. It could be incompetence.
Yes.
Well, with the government, it tends to be both more often than not.
Definitely incompetent. Not sure about malice. Depends who you're dealing with.
Operation Northwoods, the Tuskegee experiments, the thing that got us into World War One, provoking Japan by trading with their enemy in World War
Gulf
II.
of Tonkin.
Uh-huh.
Keep
I
naming
mean,
them if you want.
the list keeps going on and on. That's just what I can remember after eating lunch.
Subway experiments. Pumping diseases onto the subways in certain
And then
areas.
there's the Monarch program, Monarch mind control.
Yep. So no malice, or is that incompetence?
I didn't say there was never malice. Just said it's easier to assume incompetence instead of malice. So don't read more into it than that.
Assumption is the mother of all fuck ups.
So I took a look at the. I think I got to the original where that clip came from. So yeah, he's talking about stitching together information from a low flying satellite. The blue marble image was just a photograph. It was one of several photographs from Apollo 17 as they were going away from Earth.
Blue marble?
Yeah.
The original one.
Yep.
Have you seen which Apollo mission are you saying that
Something
was
funny
from?
happened on the way to the moon.
Yeah. Have you seen that?
Yeah.
Apollo 13.
Apollo 13. So have you seen something a funny thing happen on the way to the moon?
Yeah, I've seen it.
Seen it? So what do you say about that? So
Not
can
very
that image
compelling.
be faked or what?
The blue marble?
Yeah.
Doesn't seem to be.
Well, you saw what they were doing with the porthole window and what do they call it? A piece of cardboard to create a
I know what they
Permitted
said
one.
they did, but that doesn't
It's not
really
what they
work.
said they did. It's what they were doing on the video footage.
Yeah.
So let me get this straight. You believe that the Earth is a globe because you saw a picture, but
I didn't say
you
that.
don't believe. Oh, okay. Why do you believe the Earth's a globe? You ever experienced curvature?
Experience curvature? I guess not.
Yeah,
No.
like no. So why do you believe it then?
Because it's the one thing that makes sense if you consider day, night, seasons, and star trails.
Oh, it's so ridiculous.
I don't see what the joke is in that.
The joke is
Neither
he
do
said it makes sense, but he can't sense the curvature. His
Yeah,
senses never
so
told him
why
the
am I
Earth is a globe, but he said it makes
okay?
sense. What
Yeah,
kind of
Yeah,
so
sense?
what
let me
senses?
ask you a question. So science has developed like all of
Science?
these. Yeah. Can you?
Go for
I
it.
mean, try not to jump on the first wrong thing you hear me say. Just let me speak,
I
and then
was just going
afterwards
to say
tell me
that
why it's
science
wrong and
actually
bullshit.
doesn't say anything. Science is a method. But anyway, go ahead.
Right. So, science has come up with like all of these incredibly intricate and sophisticated methods, tools, apparatus. So we don't have to rely on our generally unreliable and unprecise senses. And you're saying that you're just going to eyeball it?
Who said that we're just eyeballing them?
That was kind of the
You said
inference.
you don't sense curvature. You don't sense movement.
Well, you don't, do you?
Well, why am I relying on my senses? I don't sense movement
Because
when
you
I'm on a
said it
train
makes
going
sense.
110 kilometers an hour.
You're the one that said it makes sense. And we say, what
Yeah.
sense are you using to make it make sense?
My reasoning, not my senses.
Reasoning's
so
not a
it's in your
sense.
imagination,
I
right?
didn't
You're
say no
claiming.
sense.
Okay, so reasoning it means imagination. Like it's in your imagination, and you reason with your
This
mind's
doesn't mean
eye.
imagination. If it meant imagination,
What
they'd
do you
be the
mean?
same word.
What do you mean? Your reasoning, does that happen in your mind?
Yes, the same place imagination happens, but it's not the same process.
Okay, so you're right. It's not the exact same process, but it's in your head.
Sure.
It's in your mind's eye. When you focus on it with your reasoning, and that's imagination. Your mind's eye, when you
No.
visualize Earth as a globe, as an object in space, that's your imagination, bro.
Not if it's
Sure.
based
If
in
I'm
scientific
imagining the world,
research.
sure.
Okay,
Scientific
what
research.
scientific research shows the Earth to be a spherical shape? I thought that would be geometry.
Yeah, geometry proves it too.
Hang on,
Except for we can't see
the
the
other guy
globe.
can answer. Yeah.
I would say space exploration contributed a lot of direct information like photos and videos. How
Is
we
that
get to the moon
scientific?
in space.
There's photos and videos of Bigfoot. Do you believe in Bigfoot too?
Well, one of the sources is more credible than the other.
The government is a credible source to you?
In this particular regard.
Yes.
Wow. You got a lot of faith that I don't possess.
Yeah, me neither,
I
man.
think it depends on government to government. I cannot judge about your government, of course, and you
What
probably cannot
country?
judge about mine.
What country are you from?
Somewhere in Europe.
Yeah, I'm not. You can't dox yourself by just saying what country you are.
I'm somewhere in Europe. In a modern,
Okay,
in a
fair
western,
enough.
in a western country.
I just wanted to
Sure.
ask you. I just wanted to know so I could ask you a specific question about your government. But
He sounds like he's from Belgium, to be honest, from the accent.
Very close. That's my original country. But I don't live there anymore.
I'm
But
going
it's very
off your
close.
accent, not your passport.
Yeah.
If you want to show me your passport, I'd do a better job.
Fair
Now, wouldn't
enough.
I?
get
But to
around,
be fair,
right?
that's a very good guess. I give you that one.
I
It's
think he
it's
lives
not a
in
guess.
the
I spend
Netherlands
a lot
now.
of time in Europe.
I give you that one, Dick. Very good
Okay,
guess.
back
Okay,
to the
guys. Yeah.
scientific evidence. Yeah.
I
Yeah,
live in
you said you
Italy, if
got
that
scientific.
helps. I'm curious what the question was.
Cool. Roman Empire, down with the Roman Empire. So yeah, you guys said that you have scientific evidence, which we're interested in the peer-reviewed part of that evidence. So if you could present that, we'd love to review it.
All right. Would you like me to send it in the text chat?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, please.
Give me 1 second. I don't have it on file, to be fair, so I have to.
Got to Google it.
Yes, I don't have any evidence laying around that the Earth is round.
That's fair enough.
And
That's fine. Most people don't look for it.
thank you.
Because it's a given from the indoctrination centers that everyone attends.
Yeah, like it's
Can you
settled
repeat that
science
last
or
sentence?
something.
Sorry, what was that? Sir?
I didn't understand your last sentence.
Oh, I just said it's a given from the indoctrination centers that everyone visits from a young child. So
You refer
the
to
Earth is a
schools?
globe.
Yeah,
The Earth is
you
a globe
have to
because it
understand
is a
that.
globe. Yeah.
You have to understand that flat earthers have cool code names for everything. So schools are indoctrination centers, so on and so forth.
Do you think they're not?
I'm not going to debate with you, dude. If it wasn't
So why
obvious,
comment then?
so he could keep up with the vernacular.
Even if yeah, you're right. We do need to consider the nomenclature of the public. But even if we agreed that everything the schools were teaching was 100% correct and verifiable information, they would still be pushing their propaganda. Propaganda can be true, and it can also be false. Like if I'm selling you a computer and I say, look, this was a gaming computer, I built it myself, It's a little bit older, but 4790K is a really good processor. That would all be propaganda and true simultaneously.
What do you define as propaganda?
Well, it's basically your version of what you're selling, what idea you're selling. Everyone has their own version of propaganda.
Is it like any kind of idea, or is it like? Because my understanding of propaganda is like usually politically motivated.
Well,
That's
yeah,
But the definition, I mean, you just go with the first one in Oxford, information. Now they say especially of a biased or misleading nature used to promote or publicize a particular political cause or point of view, which would basically justify your point. But it's just information.
Yeah, that's
And
just
you
because
know,
it's the most recognised one, though, that it's used in. Yeah.
Yeah, I
What
just
is the
feel that
most accepted flat Earth model, or is there
No,
no
hey,
consensus
stop,
on that?
guy. We're waiting for your evidence in the side chat too before you move
It's
on.
I sent it a bit ago. It's already in there.
Can you ping it?
well,
It's
you're gonna have to define model.
well, I
Like
heard there's
you
different
guys,
theories on what the flat Earth might or could be or is.
that's not a definition of model. The definition of model would be totally what's the word? Exclusive, regardless of whatever person believes or doesn't believe. So what is your definition of model in the way that you're using it?
So I believe in our globe. And how does your flat Earth look like? What is the
That's not
most
a
accepted?
definition. Is there a language barrier? What is your
Yeah, there is
what is
actually a language barrier.
Yeah, we can talk about semantics all day. I think you understand the question where I'm getting at.
No, I don't, because semantics is
How
just the
does a
meaning
flat
of
Earth look
words.
like? I'm
Why are you
simplifying it.
interrupting? Why are you interrupting? Semantics is just the meaning of words, which we need in order to have a dialogue. So again, what do you mean when you say model?
I rephrase my question. How does a flat Earth look like?
It looks like when you go outside.
Yeah, it's
All right,
really
and how
important that you
does our
said that.
roadmap? How does
Hold
our
on, brother.
map look like? Sorry.
Hold on, brother. Yeah, just real fast.
It looks like when you Google a map and you look at it. That's the map.
So you
So
said when you go outside. Hold on, guys, just real quick. I'll be quick. So he posted Wikipedia. The roughly spherical shape of the Earth can be empirically evidenced by many different types of observation ranging from ground level, flight, or orbit. So now we need to decide, does the Earth look like a globe when we go outside, like his proof saying? Because that's the contention that you two guys are having. Please continue.
Thank you. That
Really
was very
quick.
constructive.
It sounds like it's going to be tedious. I don't think I have the energy for someone who's gonna not who's undeserving of these pearls.
how so? I've been
Um,
respectful.
Yeah, he just said he's tired. Don't take it personal. I'll take
Okay,
over if you don't want
fair
to
enough.
Yeah,
continue.
but he did wedge the whole pearls before swine insult in there, so that's still a thing that happened.
It's
Well,
probably because he's
it's
cranky.
not an insult. It's not an insult. I can put money on the fact that I will sit here and begin to disseminate the information about geometry and what you would expect on a globe to then, be refuted unjustifiably ad nauseum with the highest levels of skepticism without any looking into the information I'm giving. Because that's what happens every day in here. Sometimes I have the time for it, sometimes I don't. Sometimes I want to have a genuine conversation with somebody who's going to go, you know what? That's a good point.
Can I make a
That's fair,
suggestion?
but that's fair. But at which point you should just say, "I don't have the spoons for it." Don't like imply that you're throwing pearls before swine.
Can I
Well, I
make a
did imply
suggestion?
it. So what?
Is there
You
not
gonna say before you move on, Elijah? The Afros admittedly says that he doesn't care either side. He's just here to entertain himself. So just
So
Afro.
at what point is saying I don't want to give my pearls to swine an insult when it's just what it is?
Well, you call people swines, bare minimum.
Well, I mean, it's really just
It's
what is the
borderline.
word? It's a way of saying I don't want to pour into someone information that they really could care less about or couldn't care less about.
So can I ask instead for a source? I can imagine there's like a very famous flat earth website that has like a lot of sources and information you can link to instead.
Yeah, you can go to Flat Earth. What's our link? Some of us have it in the bio.
Discord.gg.
/flat earth.
Yeah,
Sorry, you
Discord.
break it up.
Discord.gg/flat earth.
Yeah, in
I'll,
there,
I'll,
there's a
I'll
ton of
post the link.
information. There's a ton of information from this chronologicalized from A to Z, so you can, look all up and through there.
Hey, did we ever get? Someone said he had some scientific evidence that
But
the Earth
hold
was a
on,
globe. Did we ever get
real
that
quick
or what?
before
No.
Elijah leaves, because he asked for the definition of a model. I'm just curious if this would be okay. If I say it's a representation of something used for understanding that thing.
That thing.
What you mean, like the oceanic basin model? Because I like that.
For example, sure. Would
Yeah.
that work as a definition? Okay.
Well, then in that case, yeah, the oceanic basin. That's what we mean by level. It's flat.
Yeah, over what 50% of the Earth's crust is abyssal plains.
Then there's models that are a lot of flat Earth models. I don't even know which, because honestly, I don't be surfing NASA.gov like that a lot, but they use flat Earth models all the time. So I mean,
All of that, then
it
the
really
globe was
depends on
trapped.
what the guy is asking. Does he want a model of the entire universe? What
No,
is
the
it?
planet.
Okay. Well,
How the Earth looks like, according to flat Earth.
Well,
Okay,
how
so
could it be according? How could it be according to flat Earth? That's a reification fallacy. So it'd have to be according to someone who's actually seen the entire Earth. I guarantee you, none of us will claim we have. So we can't give you that.
Well, look at what Robert Simmons from Goddard is putting there. It's NASA.gov. We wrapped the flat map around the ball. So there's the flat map that you were looking for.
To be clear, again, it's not the picture in that actual image, though. Wait,
Yeah,
is
no,
that
he
North America?
photoshopped the shit out of it, didn't he?
No, yeah, okay, that is the image that he
yeah,
wrapped.
and then he added in clouds, and then he
Yes.
added in what we call a specular highlight. It's to
Yeah.
make it look like the sun's reflecting off the curved surface of the Earth. Should I keep
Right.
going or?
No, but to be clear,
They
that
use
picture in this
Plankton identifying
graphic is not the
people.
blue marble.
Well, the blue marble is not a picture. Let's face it. So what difference does it make? He
No,
did.
the blue
That's
marble
what this
is a
is.
picture. The one in
No,
this graphic is a construction.
the blue marble isn't a picture because there's no such thing. Okay, is the blue marble a picture of the Earth? No, it's not.
Might be a stupid question. Hey,
it's a photoshopped image, and everybody
No.
knows the difference between a still shot, a photograph, and an image. This is an
Sorry.
image, bro.
Yeah, no, that was a photograph.
this might be a stupid question, but
Okay,
hey,
wait
I'm
a
here
minute. No,
to.
hold on, brother. Excuse me, please.
No
Okay,
worries.
so Photoshop produces photographs?
No. The
That's what you
image
just
in the
said.
graphic that was posted in side chat, that's a reconstruction from data. The blue marble was a photograph taken with a camera.
No,
you're
it wasn't.
talking about the one from 72?
Apollo 17.
Yeah, you're talking about from what was it? 69 through 72? Yeah. So you think that we walked on the moon? Americans walked on the moon. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying that the blue marble photo was a photograph. That's all I'm saying.
Halfway between the Earth and the moon.
It seems to be, yeah.
And you believe that?
Yeah.
Okay, well,
And
that's just like your religion, bro.
No, I mean I have reason to believe it. If you can tell me reason to doubt it, I'll
And you're
doubt it.
saying, so that's the only photo you're saying, is it?
Well, here's the
If we're
thing.
going to
Like
say it's a photo,
we can validate from the ground level whether or not the Earth is curved. It's not. No, I
I don't
mean
know that we can.
we can argue it. You don't know how we can. We talk
No.
about this every day in here. So anyway, like I was saying, for all of the classically educated people in here, we've already shown them that there is an expectation of being able to validate that from the ground surface. And it's a tedious process because they go kicking and screaming the entire way. But the bottom line is, most people today that don't really know about this subject don't really care one way or another. That's what they say. I don't really care. They're too busy. Oh, I'm not a physicist. They don't understand, like we understand, that there is an expectation geometrically what they should see in the distance. They just don't know about it yet. So we have confirmed that this expectation is falsified.
Confirmed.
That's all we're saying. So that being the case, in order to move forward, instead of going, no, that's not true, you'd have to go, let me know what you mean.
Yeah,
Let me know when I
here's
can
the
ask the
thing.
question, by the way.
So assuming that this is the case, the question then becomes, damn, what are these photos from the moon? What are these photos from halfway to the moon if the earth is flat? It's different because it's like, oh, silly flat earther. If that's the case, then what is this picture of a globe? But when you know that it doesn't measure and geometrically pan out to be a globe, you say, what the fuck are these photos, NASA, of a globe? Hear the difference in connotation?
Can I ask a question?
But the only way to validate it
Okay.
one way or another is to be someone who can actually do the experiencing from that side, quote unquote, or B, validate the geometric nature of the earth from the ground, like the rest of us can do.
Question. So if I would accept the Earth is flat, what would we find at the edge?
So the thing is, we're not claiming edge, right? And I could just as easily ask you is that if the universe is expanding, what's at the edge of the universe? Both of us are going to answer, I don't know.
I mean, the
But I
edge of
get
our
what.
planet.
Yeah, what's at the edge of our universe? You been there?
I might rephrase it. No, I've been not, but I can imagine there are working theories.
Right. I can imagine working theories on what the edge of the Earth would look like. But it's speculation. You're
I
asking
know,
us to
that's why I'm
speculate.
saying working theory. Yeah, I'm asking working theory. I'm not asking you to prove it at all.
Right. But I do not wish to speculate. I wish to talk about what we can prove. And that's the surface of the Earth, right? Because you're going to claim in your Wikipedia article that we can see the Earth as a globe from the surface of the Earth. Is that what you posted?
Basically, it's to simplify it. Basically, what we've been taught in school.
Right, but we don't believe what we've been taught in school because Columbus didn't discover shit, right? There was people already here. You know that, right? That there were people here. He didn't discover anything.
The quote unquote Indians.
Yeah, if that's what you want to call them, even though they're not from India.
Yeah, that was a quote unquote.
Right. So back to the boats going over the
Even
horizon.
the
Is
West
that one of
Indies
your?
is a misnomer. Sorry, because they thought
yeah,
they were going somewhere that they weren't. It's like
yep.
West Indians. I was like, how have I lived 30 years without a West Indian correcting me? They don't even. Anyway, it's look. Ignorance is bliss. People don't care about the little tedious truths and facts of the world like you think they do. Like there's I I promise you that's why we're in the state that we're in, because most
Isn't
people
that
don't give a damn.
isn't that human nature? We only research what we are interested in. For example, I'm more into economics, and you're more in flat Earth. Isn't that being human?
Whoa. Whoa, buddy, I'm super balls deep in economics. What are you talking about?
Well, we all have our specialties. I mean it like that. It was an example. Can give another one. I'm very into wristwatches, for example. We all have our specialties and our interests.
Yeah, that's true. But these are. I guess that's true, but I don't like when people commoditize the truth though. Like, is a watch nice or not? Is this a good build or not? Is different than is this true or false?
And what would be the reasoning for our governments and institutions to lie about
Before that
this,
question,
They're not
before that
lying.
question, I wanted
They're
to
not
touch on
lying.
the edge thing.
He was in the middle of asking a question and you just started talking.
Yeah, he's jumping into a different question. I wanted to say that the edge of the globe of the flat Earth that he's asking about is an extension of a map that is being wrapped on a flat on a globe, right? People are taking that map on the globe and making it a flat map, and they're looking for that edge on that map. That's what they're asking for, which is a fan. It's an edge on a projection. That's what they're looking for.
Hitman
So
Guppy,
what?
does your government lie ever?
We think we can say every institution on this planet tends to lie, even it's a human nature to lie.
Okay, so why would you ask the
shit.
question? Why would they lie?
Well, the question is more, what are the motivations? What are
What are
the benefits of
motivations?
telling us
What are the
to
motivations? What are the motivations for people to lie? What are they?
Well, the question was a follow-up. What would be the benefit of us believing it's a globe or a flat Earth? What would make it a difference to our government?
You're going into speculation again, bro. I'm trying to
It
get
is,
to what we
yes,
can verify.
but
We
there's a
don't like
reason you're looking.
Listen, brother, listen, hear me out. We're flat earthers. We don't have the ability to speculate. You guys already think we're idiots, so if we start talking about a whole bunch of shit that we can't verify, and you can't verify, then it's bad for us. You guys are globe earthers, so you're the majority. You guys can afford to speculate all day long, specifically because you got the funding, right? And the backing of the government. So why don't we get to what we can verify outside, because that's the conversation that I'm trying to lead us back to. Can we see boats go over the horizon, and is this proof that we live on a globe? Yes or no?
Could you repeat the last sentence, please?
Can
Cut
we
out a bit.
see boats go over the horizon? And if so, is that proof that we live on a globe, like you posted in the first sentence of your Wikipedia article?
To be fair, I have never looked at boats on the ocean in that detail.
Well, that's what they taught me in school, that we could see boats go over the horizon.
Yeah, Bill told me.
I know the experiment where we can see a bit of curvature. If you take two cardboards, you put a hole in them and put them, for example, 100 meters or a kilometer apart, you put a laser to it, you can see this difference. Does that not indicate
Get away
curvature?
from reality again. We got to go to the TV. Thanks, Netflix.
Well, it's a basic experiment.
No, it's not. It's not an
pretty unique.
experiment.
Observation that failed severely.
Well, yeah, may I ask why you're referring Netflix?
Yeah, that's what you're talking about, because it took a flat earther to try and go measure the curve and then shoot himself in the foot for everybody to go, oh, that one time the flat earther tried measuring the curve and failed.
So there's a flat earth documentary on Netflix, basically.
Okay, well, where did you get it? Where did you get that information from then?
Well, I've been here a bit, and I
That's a
heard
very
some
famous
brought up.
experiment.
It's
Even
not an
before.
experiment. It's not an experiment.
Why is it not an experiment?
Because it's not an experiment.
An observation.
But why not?
Because he didn't follow the scientific method.
Why? There was a premise, and there was a execution, and then
So
confirmation.
you're saying a torch is sufficient to replicate parallel light rays, or
No,
what are you
no, no,
saying?
no. I'm asking, why do you think it's not an experiment? Like,
Because
what makes something an experiment?
Well, what's
That's a
the
good question.
what's the observation?
The observation is that the laser from
It
one
wasn't a
side to the
laser.
other
The laser
does
burnt
not
out,
hit
so they
the.
just said, "Oh fuck it, we're already set up, so let's just use a torch."
Would you please let the man speak and finish his thought?
No,
See a
but
problem with that? Yeah, but he's
I'm not
wrong
talking
though.
about the
But it wasn't a
documentary.
laser.
Okay,
The man can
whatever.
speak.
It's fine.
It's about respect.
Yeah, but when someone says something wrong, you have to correct them. Yeah, correct.
No, because you have your own set of beliefs.
So
That man has
it's not a
his set of
belief. You
beliefs.
said it was a laser. You said it was a laser, and the laser burnt out with the collimator, so they used a torch.
You're not helping your cause by interrupting people.
Yeah, but
at all.
when you're wrong, I have to interrupt and correct you. So
But he never finished his sentence and his train of thought.
he didn't need to finish his sentence. He was already wrong when he started the sentence.
That's your prerogative, but that's
It's
not
not.
his.
This is
I'm
fact.
here to learn.
Because
I'm here as a neutral
he
observer.
said when they use a laser, but they didn't use a laser. So I had to correct
It's a
him. Is that
double
right
standard.
or not?
It's a double standard because he was talking and
Listen,
explaining his
bro,
view on the floor.
Hitman, he said that the guy used a laser in an experiment, even though he didn't use a laser and it wasn't an experiment. So, what's the argument? He's saying he proved glow by using a laser in this experiment, even though he didn't.
But it is still an
Would you
experiment.
prefer him to stay in ignorance of his claim, or would you prefer him to complete his claim and then be corrected after he's finished making his claim, taking us on a rabbit trail?
I prefer to, as a neutral observer, I prefer to let him finish his claim.
But the claim was
All right,
wrong.
let him finish his claim. Let him finish his claim, and then we'll make all the corrections.
This guy is here every day saying the same thing, and tomorrow he comes back with amnesia and will do the same thing again and again.
Groundhog Day.
So, can you please point out in this experiment that you're talking about where they used a laser?
I think he left, maybe.
Because
No,
he's
I'm
full of shit.
here. I'm here. I wasn't
Go.
talking about a documentary.
Okay, go.
And I don't have amnesia.
Go. Your time to talk.
I was
Go
saying
ahead.
the simple experiment is not in the documentary.
Okay,
The
go
experiment existed long before the documentary. Is you have two surfaces that can account for some sort of a signal projected or level projected, right? So you would assume if the Earth is flat over a large flat distance, the beam, the laser beam, since it's leveled, would hit the other identical reflective surface or whatever surface that can indicate that laser has fallen upon it, right? Sorry, English is my fourth language. I use like weird phrases, right?
Yep. Can you post the experiment?
Post in the sense of how to do it, or
No,
what?
just when they did it, you're saying you're using it from an experiment. So if you can post that experiment in the side chat, that'd be great, and then we
I
can go
don't
through
know.
it if
I
you
don't
want.
know. Like amateurs did it or not, or like scientists did it or not. I'm just saying that's the
So
conceptualization of it.
you're claiming an experiment that you're talking about as proof of globe, but you don't have the experiment to cite off.
No,
So it's
I'm
not an
talking about the
experiment.
I'm talking about the conceptualization.
Actual idea that you have no information off.
It's an
He's also
it's an
ignoring all
idea
of the
that I
laser
did not
tests that have been
invent.
done already by the military. You're also ignoring the actual laser tests that have been conducted already, multiples of them that show you there is no curvature, and you're ignoring those and trying to propose tests that you haven't done. You don't have an idea. It hasn't been done. Saying it's an experiment, even though it's not an experiment, but you're ignoring the other ones that have been conducted already.
There is no double standard here. I'm just saying is conceptually the way to measure this.
Yep.
Conceptually, why not the way what was measured in the past? Let's do that way.
Yeah.
So We can try it, sure.
Well,
I
we've
just have
already
to
done
get the
it.
equipment, but you can fund me if you want.
No, we've done it.
Okay,
We can.
how they did it in the past?
In the past, I don't know.
So good evening.
Oh my god! So I
How we
think
get
we have
that?
to.
How we get?
Oh, look,
How we get all
look,
that dimensions then?
look.
The idea.
This is the problem, mate. You said this is the experiment that I'm talking about, and then we asked you for the experiment, and now you don't have an experiment. So you've got like nothing. It's nothing. You've got a nothing that you just derailed the conversation to butt in and talk about something that you've got nothing.
No, that's not. Okay. So
it is. The
when
point
we
is
try to think,
we're looking for actual evidence, and you're bringing up a conceptual idea that you don't have, claiming that this proves the Earth is a
no,
sphere, but you don't actually have any information.
no. What I did
No, you
was
don't. I know.
to invoke the fact that what they did on Behind the Curve on the Netflix
So
documentary.
you are talking about the Netflix documentary.
No.
Okay, now we get to the point.
No, I'm not
Okay.
talking about it.
But you just
What
spoke about
I
it.
am, what I
What are you
am
talking
saying is that the брат, можеш ли да ги помолиш да спрат да
English,
ме
mate.
I don't
he
speak
understands.
Russian.
English.
I'm not Russian.
I don't.
I'm Bulgarian Jewish. I speak Bulgarian. Croatian is very close
Okay,
to it.
English, get on with
Okay.
your explanation.
Yeah, it's all right.
Right. Right. I want to explain that the thing that they attempted in the documentary
So
was
you are
not
talking about
invented.
the documentary.
No, I'm not. The thing
you
that they
are.
invented. No, I'm not. If you
So why are
stop
you talking about
interrupting
it
me,
if
you
you're
would
not?
you would understand.
Okay,
Sir,
go
you're
ahead.
being incredibly rude.
Yeah, I am, because you said you're not talking about the documentary, and then you start talking
I
about the
am
documentary.
not. And this is getting really childish. There's no need to do this.
Okay, go ahead
I'm
and
not
talk
here
about the
to
documentary
attack
then.
you or to attack your intelligence. I have not insulted you a single time.
I'm glad you're not doing that.
Yeah. I'm not rude. I'm not a rude person. I
Okay,
think
get
I'm
on
like
with
a
it then.
generally nice person. Right. My point is that the thing they did in the experiment, in the documentary,
So you're
that
talking about the
experiment
documentary.
existed long before the documentary was made.
Cool.
And
Can
it
you
was
post
not.
it?
Sure.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Sure. I think there are conceptualizations of it.
No,
But
I want
Yeah,
I
post,
want
post
you.
this
that was my
experiment.
entire
Okay,
interjection.
Stoiberg, post the experiment that you say has been done before the document. Go ahead and post it.
Not a conceptual idea. We want the experiment with the data.
Because this is the whole point. That you're claiming you have something or you're arguing for something, but is it really in the realist level? Or is it just a concept in your mind?
It's a concept in his mind.
It's there. For example, in different industries, they use lasers to measure curves.
I use lasers every day to measure level.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
My point is, there's like, for example, in metalworking, specifically when they have to.
Brother, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Okay, you said there is a conceptual experiment, what they did
You
in
can
the
do, yes.
document. Yeah, in documentary, and you can do that, and they did it before. Now people asking you, what is that first one? What or how many was did it before? That we can look into that, and then we can go and
But okay, a concept is different than somebody just getting to flat surfaces and going to a flat field that is flat for like 10
Can you
kilometers
just
and
post the
making a
experiment that you're
projection.
talking about?
Sure, I'm trying to find an example where this concept was employed to measure curvature. Right? It's
Okay.
not going to be two people in a field with a laser and two surfaces. It's probably going to be used in industry, in heavy machinery and stuff like this.
So in the industry and heavy machinery, they measure curvature of
like
the
in
Earth. Is that what
military
you're
also.
saying? Are you saying they measure curvature of the Earth in heavy industry? Is that what you're saying?
No, they measure curvature of
So what are you talking
surfaces.
about?
But the concept is the same.
When have they done this to measure the curvature of the Earth?
Now it will be easy. For example, you said that industry, and you say this industry year, this guys method, and everything. It's cool.
Yes, so I'm trying to find an example where my logic, the concept of the way to measure a curved surface, not specifically the Earth, any curved surface, employs that method or a derivative of that method.
We're talking about the Earth, mate.
Okay, I understand that we're measuring the curvature of the Earth, right? That is not the...
Yeah, who did that? They are asking you like for 10 minutes that you provide that example.
Well, okay. My point is,
But
there's a
like
specific...
point you may start it. I understood. Maybe I understood didn't understood properly. You said that there is a conceptual thing what they did in the documentary, and somebody did that before many times. They are asking you about that many times before. And you said the industry, or you started. Okay,
I understand.
good.
I understand. I'm trying
Can
to
you say?
find...
Can you say like I don't know the whatever industry that year that they did that and that, and because of that there is a curvature.
Sure. Now,
what if we showed you a laser test that actually didn't measure any curvature? What about that?
Okay, I mean, sure.
And that's actually in practice of what we're trying to measure. Not someone measuring
so for
curvature on
example,
metal things in industry. You know,
for
that's got nothing to do with the subject at hand.
for big axial beams that exist on ships, like big ships, and they require big beams that are basically
Yep, I
the
measure
axial beams
curves
for their
every day
engines,
in
right?
buildings. Yep,
They
I know.
use
It's got nothing to
technology
do with it.
similar to this, so that they
Yeah, I know.
determine that the beam is not curved, which would be bad for the
Okay, now
engine.
can you give us an example of using this
Yes,
to measure the curvature of
I'm
the
searching
Earth?
for shipbuilding specifically using that
No,
kind of concept.
to measure the curvature of the Earth. I know the concept exists. I use measuring curves. I measure curves in buildings every day. All
Sure.
right?
Then
So
you
it
understand
works.
what I said,
It
right?
works.
So if
Yeah, of course it does, because we built them.
Sure. Okay.
Yeah.
So that was
But
my
he
only
measured.
interjection.
But when
That
he's
the
building, he
experiment
measure level.
existed long.
When he's building, he's measure level. He's not measuring curvature. That's the problem.
Okay, but the concept is probably similar, right?
But the concept is concept.
I'm not.
That's not reality.
I'm
Is it
not.
concept
I'm not
real? Is
familiar.
it concept? Is it concept reality?
I mean, if you can anchor it to reality, it becomes reality. Yeah, sure.
Okay,
Oh,
anchor
yeah,
it to reality then.
Correct.
Yeah.
You're correct
So
now. Let's go to reality now.
the technology, large
Not technology.
shipbuilding.
Let's go to reality and see if is that true. If is
It is literally reality in
You guys are a
big
waste of time.
manufacturing.
Sorry, you're a waste of time, man.
I mean, I wasn't given any chance. You guys are
You've had
continuously
a
interrupting me.
chance to give us the experiment that measures the curvature of the Earth that you claimed in the first place, and now you're
Listen.
giving us machines that measure curvature on the bows of ships.
No, that is not
Voidberg,
what I'm saying.
think about it. Think about it, mate. We're asking you. You claimed there was an experiment that measured the curvature of the Earth. Now you're giving us bends on ships.
It's fine.
or better
We know
question will
it's
be
fine.
what do you think? What is the main reason why we think that Earth is not a globe?
I have no idea.
That's the question one you need to ask.
Okay. Well, I mean, sure.
Sure.
There
Go.
is no
Are you going to
curvature
ask
in
it or what?
reality. Well, let's say that he asked. There is no curvature in reality. That's what you conceptualize it.
Okay. If you think so, then, I mean,
No,
it's a
if I
free
check
world.
so,
We can.
if I check so, not if I think so. If I measure something, and if I check, I measure the Earth, and if I check the geometry of the Earth, and if it's not matching, is it that? What's that then?
It's individual perception.
If you have a sphere, if you have a basketball sphere, basketball, and if somebody's telling you this is the size of basketball, but then somebody show you, you know, the ping pong ball, you know.
Okay.
What you will say? That is basketball or ping pong ball? If somebody's showing you ping pong ball and telling you this is basketball, you will
Well,
say what? Because of conceptual
I mean,
thinking or because of measuring that?
well, a ball would be the concept. So they're both balls, but they're obviously different in size and texture and all
Okay,
that
great.
stuff.
Yeah, great. This ball has also size.
Okay.
And with that given size, on some distance, should to be drop. If you agree.
Okay. I
There is
understand.
no drop in reality.
So I just posted a video of laser tests showing no curve. So you have a conceptual idea that you don't have an experiment for. We've got an observation laser test. I just posted it in the side chat. I gave you the short version because I don't know,
Sure.
maybe you have some
I'll check it out. But
concentration issues. But
look, I'm not trying to push my views
are,
on anybody, but I think we just have like
no, it's not. We're not
fundamental
talking about
disagreements.
pushing. We're not talking about pushing views. You came up with a conceptual idea, couldn't show us any information. I'm showing you some information, so maybe we can both look at the information and come up with a conclusion. How about that?
Yeah, that would be nice.
Sure. I would examine the footage and I'll tell you if I disagree with the methodology used.
Okay. And if you disagree with the methodologies, then I can post all the information in a. Actually, I'll get it for you now. Give me 1 minute. I just got to go to the other server.
Is it good methodology to use the size of the air to check if is that true the size?
Is it a good methodology to use a hypothesized size to check if it's the
No,
hypothesis
the
is
size
true?
what they are giving to us, what we learned in the school, that is that good methodology to check that size?
That wouldn't be the methodology. That will be the thing in question, and then you will devise a method to test for that claim, right?
1 sec.
Yeah, you make the
Zoidberg.
hypothesis would be yes.
Zoidberg, if you look at Timbo Slice, so I posted a video, and then further down at 55 past the hour, I posted the PDF that
Google
goes with the
Docs.
video. Okay. So there's all your information.
Sure, I'll revise it.
Revise it. Come back. Tell us what these guys did wrong, and then we'll talk about it.
Okay. But this doesn't have to be contentious, I think.
No, I know. It's about a conversation of you gave us a conceptual idea that you don't have any information for, so we're giving you information that was done in an observation with a data sheet, and so like who's giving more information here? Like you've got information from us to go off, but we don't have any information from you to go off. Yeah.
Sure. I guess. I mean, I can understand if you disagree with my premise.
It's not that I disagree with you. You haven't given me anything to go off.
Okay, but I think that's due to the specificity of what I said. Like,
You didn't
the
say
sense
anything
of
specific at all.
I did.
No, you didn't.
Like the concept, the application of the concept is the example I was
Okay,
going to give.
if you have an experiment to go with the concept, then we can share observations.
Well, I mean, I have practical application of the concept, right? But you guys don't.
Oh, I do too. Check this out. If you take a ball in your hand and then you take a rigid structure like a sheet of plastic that's stiff and you cut it to match the ball in your hand and then you fit it to the side of the ball in your hand, you can see that the arcs match. Now that's a concept, right? But how would I ever do that to the earth?
I don't think you can.
Right. So it's more important to talk about things that have been done, don't you think?
Well, I mean, sure, if your axiomatic conviction is that we can only deduce reality through practical experiments, no theoretical, no mathematical conclusions. Sure, yeah, I can understand that point. I just probably have like a fundamental disagreement, I guess, with that specific
You
framework.
you cannot measure objective reality with a theoretical concept.
I'm not sure that's true. I have to look into it.
Wow.
I think you can make
okay, bro.
inferences by using meta.
Dude, is my tape measure a theoretical concept or is it a tape measure?
It's not a theoretical. Well, it is a theoretical concept that's realized through a material object. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, through testing.
Right.
Yeah?
So, did I use the concept or the tape measure? Which one did I use to accomplish the measurement?
Well, obviously use the item.
Correct. So, at the theoretical stage, we don't have any quantifications of its practical use in reality until we design it and use it. So, when your thing might be cool, but it doesn't exist yet, right?
Sure. I mean, that could be the case in some situations, but I think that, for example, we can before we purchase let's say 1 ton of apples, we can use mathematics to understand in the hypothetical, obviously, in the specific hypothetical, we're purchasing apples. So you can use mathematics to understand what's the volume of the storage for those apples and what kind of storage do we need,
Can
right?
Can I ask you
Average apple
another
size
question?
and stuff like
Can,
that.
can we measure surface of the water using the whatever?
Surface of the water, as in like
in distance, let's say. Can we say 100 meter of this water it's leveled?
I guess you can do that. I'm not sure how, but
you're not sure
it
how.
It doesn't sound like an unreasonable thing to say. That's what I'm saying.
If you are on the sphere, do you have flat spots on the sphere?
Sure, I guess because of the size of the sphere. If you're talking about the Earth, right? From within that context.
I'm telling you now that 10 times bigger sphere than Earth has no flat spots.
At all?
Even 1 million, even at all? Yeah, well, yeah, locally for the human, yeah. But
zero flat spots, right?
But you can make 1 million bigger times Earth, and it still has no flat spots.
Interesting.
But that's a sphere.
Why do you think that? I'm curious.
Because that is sphere.
Dude, what's the definition of a sphere?
The definition of a sphere? A sphere is a three-dimensional object that has volume and surface, and has a particular shape. When viewed from all angles, it always represents as a circle.
Yeah, sure, but you missed the most important part. Okay,
What is
all
that?
points, all points of the surface are equidistant. All points of the surface are equidistant from the center.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, so if all points are equidistant from the center, that means there's no flat spots on it anywhere. Period. By definition. In order to have a flat spot in a sphere, you need at least 2 points that are not equidistant from the center. So a sphere cannot have flat spots on it in principle.
Well, I mean, if we're like creating like an integral, like infinite amount of points between two lines, for example, or between 2 points, there's like an infinite amount of points, right? Like that kind of a situation, you can still claim technically
What
that
if we take a radius of the Earth?
What? No,
a
you just get
radius
log.
of the Earth.
And if
Yeah.
you create an infinite amount of points,
If
if
we
you
take
created
this
an
radius? Sorry, yeah.
yeah, no problem. I was just saying, like, he made a claim that if you just make it an infinite point between 2 points on a sphere, then somehow that would be flat. But it wouldn't be, because the definition, once more time, all points are equidistant to the center. So you make more points, you just make more points that are equidistant. You still end up with the same problem.
No, but isn't it that like a matter of perspective or reference? Like for you, they
No,
cut
it's
like
not
for
at
you on the
all.
surface of a ball, there can be like flat or
No,
flat
no,
surfaces
friend.
because
What
a
you mean to
percentage
say,
of mass.
what you're trying to say is that they might be confused and be perceived as flat based on your metric of reference. However, they aren't flat. That's the specificity that you need. Right?
I'm
So with a
not
more
sure I
advanced
disagree.
metric, you'd be able to detect the curvature, right?
Sure. I'm not sure. I'm not sure about the significance of all points being equidistant from the center,
Yeah,
and like
I'll give
the
you the
impossibility to
significance.
have planes. But I will
Yeah,
think
no
about
problem. I'll tell you the significance. They claim that the Earth is a giant water ball, right? With the majority of it is water on the surface. And we know water is flat and level. So if the majority of the surface is flat and level, they're claiming that flat and level is wrapping around this giant ball. That means it has demonstrable curvature. So all you need to know is the curvature rate, and then you could go apply a metric that's sensitive enough to detect that curvature. If you don't detect the curvature, then it's not curved. There you go.
Again, I'll reserve judgment for now and think about what you said. But it's a really new thing for me that because all points in the sphere are equidistant from the center, therefore they cannot be any flat surfaces. So I have to think about this.
Did you ever look into the math of the globe model?
Into the map? No,
Yeah,
I'm not
that's
sure.
why we are here. Yeah, we are here. That's why AI is telling you. That's why we are telling that should to be some kind of drop over distance in reality, and that drop it's based on that radius, 6,000 kilometers or 3,000, I can't miles, however you want. And you can Google it. It's telling you how much you can see on which distance or with which height.
Okay. So there's elevation on the surface of the Earth, and that is the conclusion, or I'm not sure. What are you trying to say here?
Does oceans curving?
Okay.
Everybody.
Does oceans curving? I'm trying simple.
Oceans. Curving from your perspective, from a human perspective, probably not, right? Or at least it's not intuitive.
But I'm telling you about the size of this Earth. I'm not telling you about some imaginary size, you know.
Sure.
And that size is telling you that with your height you cannot see more. It's starting to drop than 3.5 miles, for example, maybe 4, I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
But the problem is when you go to the beach, you can see 10 miles, 20 miles, 30 miles.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, fuck it.
But if you are on the globe, that distance should to drop.
Well,
because you're
it could be the case that both things are true. There could be curvature, and also you could see from your standpoint directly into the distance 30 miles, right?
Okay. In which case could be flat.
What makes the curvature true?
What makes the curvature true? No, I'm just saying it could be the case that both are true, right? It could be the case that there is a curve, and also you can see like 30 miles in front of you, depending on the object you're observing, where it's positioned within three-dimensional space.
I'm telling you, let's say that the object is on 10 miles. And the math is telling you that that object should to be height like a 66 foot. But you see that, not even that you see that object, you see the horizon behind that object.
Okay.
How is that possible on that given size? Because given size is telling you you cannot see that object because that object first of all should to be behind
For
the
me-
curvature.
For me, it seems so. I'll give you an example of what I mean by it could be like both things could be true at the same time. Let's say I'm standing on the beach in whatever, like any Mediterranean beach, right? And I'm looking, let's say, westward. Let's say I'm on the beach in Sicilia, and I'm looking westward, and then I see whatever, like I see some form of horizon, right, or whatever, and then there's the sky delineated, what's the whatever
Delineated.
separated, sorry, blah, separate the sky separated by a visual, some sort of a visual line, right, from the water. But
Yeah,
let's
we call that
say
horizon.
at the time,
Yes, the horizon.
300 kilometers away from me, somebody has launched a missile filled with explosives, and they exploded 60 kilometers above the surface of the planet. Like, I would still be able to see that even if it's like 200 kilometers away from me, and also it could be the case that there's just a curve. But because this is so much high in the sky, this rocket that explodes.
I'm telling you, I'm not telling you nothing about in sky. I'm telling you about object in the ground on 10 miles.
You're saying
or
that
in the water.
we can see clearly the entirety of the object?
Yeah.
Okay. That's okay. Would you take Black Swan for a reference of if you're saying an object?
Well, I mean, I don't know. Like, I'm not familiar with like what is the, because I don't do this often. I don't talk about this often. I'm not familiar with what is the distance that when objects are that specific distance, you cannot see them fully because of the curvature of the planet. I'll read
believe
about
it's
it.
8 inches for every mile squared.
8 inches squared. Isn't
8
that a parabola?
The curvature of the Earth is roughly 8 inches for every mile squared, where the mile is squared. So if it's 10 miles, you square that and then multiply that by 8, and that's how many inches of curvature there should be.
Yeah, that's a parabola. Like x by the power of 2 is a parabola. Like 8 inches per mile squared. It's a parabola.
It is a parabola. However, it's accurate up to 500 miles. So that means you could look to your left 500 miles, it's accurate. Look to your right 500 miles, it's accurate. Do you ever experience 500 miles looking distance? No. So
No, I don't think I've
regardless if
ever
it's a
tried to
parabola
like
or
achieve
trying
that.
to follow the
Certain
sphere,
altitudes.
it's accurate.
Now, if you had like a telescope or something, you could see a lot further. But I also think that atmosphere plays into it. So if you look at like mountains or hills in the distance, you'll see like a shade of blue over it. And I think, and if enough atmosphere is in the way between you and another object, eventually the atmosphere is gonna consume the
Obscure,
object.
I guess.
Yes, 100%.
I mean,
So
yeah, that seems logical.
even if you could see something, say 500 miles away using a telescope or something, there might be enough atmosphere in between you and that object that it's going to be completely obscured.
Sure, yeah, of course. I think
We
that's
have for that also.
completely.
We have Guinness record. We cannot see more than 275 miles.
That's the best. Ooh, so impressive.
Or maybe with that infrared, I don't know from if that's true from aeroplane 1,200. I'm not sure if that from
Yeah, I have a
Poland.
picture that has like 700 miles out. I have a picture that
Yeah, yeah,
shows from
yeah.
a certain altitude.
But that's from bigger altitude. Let's say that's like.
I mean, that's great.
But from the ground, I think it's 275 miles, not more. With all optics what we have today.
Well,
and there is a Guinness record that is not some guy proving the flat Earth, and he reached the photo, the 275 miles, and you need to have curvature about I don't know how much 3 miles. That mountain should be behind the curvature. But we see the entire mountains.
Sure. I think next year I'm going to the United States. So I'm gonna be in the middle of the country where it's like mostly flat. So I might try to do an experiment and then maybe even post it to you guys. See what you
Well,
think.
the thing is, you don't have
Will
to.
it be
If you
reproducible?
just Google Kansas is flatter than a pancake experiment, you can see that they've already done the experiment for you. You just have to be open-minded enough to read it. And at the bottom, it says, you know, that the machines couldn't even calculate any curvature, so they had to refine their machine, and they got the results of 0.9997, I think. And they said that, the results were that Kansas was damn flat. You know why they didn't say it's fucking flat? Because they had a little bit of decorum.
The full quote is mathematically, Kansas could be described as damn flat.
Sure. I'm not doubting it.
You can check Bolivian Salt Lake, how big it is, and how much it's how to say difference in elevation.
Okay.
The biggest world mirror, Salt Bolivian. You cannot have the how to say I don't know in English reflection.
Okay.
The same reflection from the sky, from the and the ground. Because that is like a water down. It's a salty, but you have a little bit of water, and you can see the sky on the ground. You can
Gentlemen,
type that
give me a
Bolivian.
second. I need to get some water. I'll be right back. I promise. Give me a second.
What happened with that guy who was like here to psychoanalyze and do a psychology experiment? Did he end up spurging out or what?
It's the same guy, I think.
No, not Zoidberg. No, there's a different dude. He was here earlier.
Ah, okay.
He's like, I'm here to psychoanalyze all the flat earthers to find out what's wrong with
That
them.
one.
Yeah.
Okay. That one who saw the curvature from the airplane.
Yeah. He said that a few different things, right? And then he's not gonna prove it, and it's crazy because for him it was crazy to question the heliocentric globe model. That's just bonkers. That's
just settled
insanity.
science.
Yeah, it's like So I'm here to figure out why someone would do something so crazy. And
They
like
watch
Cyclone
TV,
was like,
bro.
and Cyclone was like, okay, sure, if it's that crazy to question it, then the answers would just be obvious, like painfully obvious. Like